Civil War, Book 6 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr. Part 1. First Son. 1. White House, December 23rd. Hell Week. Something big had happened. Aiden Riley hadn't seen this level of urgency in the White House since his dad had taken the presidency 2 years before. Not even when the Iranians had shot down the American Airlines flight a few months into his term. It was the Pyongyang flu. He had no doubt. It had been the big story for a while now, having all but wiped out North Korea. Aiden heard a lot more around the halls of power than he let on, and as much as his parents tried to shield him from the inner workings of the White House, he was observant, and like all 16-year-olds, sneaky. Just the evening before, he'd overheard 2 Secret Service men talking about the outbreak in Florida and the 2 Carolinas. Flights and road travel out of that part of the country had been prohibited immediately. Reports of an off-season hurricane closing in on the coast were put forward as the reason for the travel ban. Hurricane Anna was on all the news broadcasts with footage and even live reports. Aiden knew every moment was false, and he found it amazing that the levers of power could be pulled to fabricate an entire disaster. It made him wonder what other crises had been made up to justify military or civil action. The director of Homeland Security had even gone on TV to announce that everything was under control and that people should stay indoors until given the all clear. Aiden knew it was anything but under control, and his father waking him at midnight proved it. "Sorry to wake you, son," said President Riley, leaning over his yawning son. "I'm going to Camp David for an important meeting, and wanted to say goodbye before I went." "Is it about the flu on the coast?" Riley's eyes widened. He decided not to lie. "Yes, we need to get a handle on it," he said, then leaned over and kissed Aiden on the forehead. "Look after your mom. I'll see you on Christmas morning." Looking back later, Aiden wished he'd taken the time to savor that goodbye. He thought that about a lot of people he never saw again, but most particularly about his dad. The next morning started normally enough, although there was a lot more activity around the halls than usual, especially for Christmas Eve. It sucked that he had to do lessons so late in the year, but he had a lot of catching up to do, and his mom had insisted. In the first few months of his father's presidency, Aiden had gone to an upmarket school in D.C., but the threat level to the president and his family had been raised after the U.S. had bombed bases in Iran. Subsequently, the Secret Service had recommended that Aiden be homeschooled for the foreseeable future, both for his safety and the safety of the other children at the school. Not that he had minded giving it up. At school, he was an oddity, accompanied by 5 dark-suited Secret Service men wherever he went. He couldn't even go to the bathroom alone, and it was impossible to make friends in circumstances like that. Nothing tied him to that school, and all of his friends were back in Virginia. There were 20 minutes of his last lesson for the year left when a woman ran past their room crying. She was followed quickly by more men and women who were clearly upset. He and his tutor looked at each other with wide eyes. "Looks like something is up," Mr. Babineau said, stating the obvious. He really liked the middle-aged teacher. He reminded Aiden of Gustavo Fring, the drug lord from Breaking Bad. It was a show that his dad had only allowed him to watch after weeks of whining, and even then, on the strict proviso that he didn't tell his mother. Mr. Babineau wore glasses and was neat and softly spoken like Fring. Aiden didn't find it hard to imagine that he had the same core of hardness as his TV look-alike. Not a bad hardness like Fring, but a hardness nonetheless. "Yeah, I wonder what it is." Babineau didn't have a chance to speculate before the evacuation siren sounded, and almost simultaneously, Brett Denny, Aiden's primary Secret Service man, burst into the room without knocking. He looked extremely serious. "Aiden, you need to come with me now." Aiden could see he was not in the mood for horsing around and began to pack up his books. "Forget the books. You won't need them. Come." "Mr. Babineau, all non-essential personnel are being escorted from the building. I suggest you pack up and make your way to the security desk ASAP." If Babineau was upset at being dismissed, he didn't let on. He took Aiden's hand and shook it warmly. "You have a Merry Christmas now, Aiden." "You too, sir. See you after the break." 2. "What's going on?" he asked Brett as he jogged to keep up with the Secret Service men. "You haven't seen any TV?" "No, I've been in class all day." "The Pyongyang flu?" "I thought no one was supposed to know about that." He looked over his shoulder at Aiden, his eyes unreadable. "The cover story is blown. Disease control couldn't stop the flu. It's spreading. Fast. We have to get you and your mother to Camp David ASAP. Your father has extended his stay there until this blows over." "How bad is it?" "Bad." 5 minutes later, Aiden was in his bedroom in the East Wing. The suitcase was open in front of him. He had packed it with everything he thought he might need, not only clothes but also his iPad and Xbox. He hadn't been to Camp David before and wasn't going to risk being without entertainment. There was a soft knock at his door. "Come in?" It was his mom, the First Lady, Evelyn Riley. "All set?" she asked. "Agent Denny is about to throw a fit." Her bantering tone didn't match the look in her eyes. "How bad is it, Mom? Denny wouldn't tell me." She looked conflicted, but took a deep breath and sat down on his bed, patting the spot beside her. Aiden closed his suitcase and put it near the door before sitting on the bed next to her. The auburn-haired 42-year-old looked at her son and wondered where the time had gone. It seemed he'd grown from a chubby kid into a gangly but confident teenager in the space of a few days. She decided to tell him what she knew. "You know it's about the Pyongyang flu, right?" He nodded. "Well, it's getting worse. The White House and Pentagon have been locked down, and all flights into the country have been grounded for 48 hours. They've also closed the borders and ordered a 6 p.m. curfew in all major cities. It's spreading as quickly as it did in North Korea. I've spoken to your father. He... She began to sob. She was a strong woman, and Aiden could count the number of times he had seen her cry on one hand. "What, Mom?" She pulled herself together and looked him in the eyes. "They're all dying, Aiden. It's just like North Korea. Almost 100% fatality rate. Your father doesn't think they can stop it. It's spreading too fast, and not only from person to person, but also by air. When we get to Camp David, we're leaving." "Leaving?" "We're boarding Air Force One and leaving the country." Leaving the country. Those 3 words told Aiden all he needed to know. There was no way his father would leave in a time of emergency unless the situation were catastrophic. He was silent for a long time before his mother asked if he was okay. "Yeah." "Good," she said, patting his leg. "Put on the ski jacket I bought you for your birthday, then come out to the living room." Strangely enough, he was okay. In fact, he was excited. He knew he shouldn't be, not when all those people were dying, but for now it seemed so remote, almost like he was playing a part in a movie. Agent Denny escorted them out of their quarters 2 minutes later. The trip down to the car was a blur. Denny and Pete Miller, his mother's primary agent, hurried them along. Carlton Flagg brought up the rear. Aiden didn't know too much about the mysterious Flagg or his place in the chain of command. What he did know was that Flagg only seemed to show up when there was trouble, and he was never dressed like the other agents. That day he was wearing a black tactical vest, a black beret, and he carried a submachine gun. They took the stairs down to the parking garage and didn't see anybody else on their way. Aiden could see that there were 3 cars lined up, all presidential limos that had their flags removed. All had the engines running. "Into the car at the rear, please," Flagg said. Agent Denny took the luggage from both Aiden and his mother and went to the trunk of the car, followed by Pete Miller. "What the hell's going on, Pete? Why all the cars? Why aren't we going out to the chopper?" Evelyn asked while Denny stowed the luggage. Pete escorted her to the door and pulled it open. "There's been another development. Naval Command has lost contact with its fleet in the Pacific, and there are unconfirmed reports of air engagement off the coast of Florida. The unmarked multi-car ruse is just in case it's all part of a coordinated attack.
Marine One will be taking off from the landing pad when we leave here as well," he said, referring to the call sign of the presidential helicopter.
"Coordinated attack? But it's just a disease, isn't it? I know there have been suspicions about the Chinese, but surely—"
"We'll get you a secure line to the president as soon as we are on our way, Madam First Lady," Pete interrupted, hustling her into the back seat. "It's above my pay grade."
"Way above," Flagg remarked, joining them as Aiden climbed in beside his mother. "Denny, you're in back with them. Miller, you're driving. I'll ride shotgun. We roll in 2 minutes. I don't suppose you have any more MP5s? Brett said to Flagg as he closed the trunk and came around to the side of the limo. "Sorry, you two are stuck with your Sig Sauers," Flagg replied, referring to the handguns they had under their jackets. "We didn't have time for a run to the armory." Brett didn't look happy as he climbed into the back and sat opposite them. Flagg slammed the door, and a second later, they heard the front passenger door close with a dull thud. Unlike the limos that he'd ridden in before his father's election, this presidential limo did not have a glass window, retractable or otherwise, between the passengers and the driver's compartment. It was a solid, padded wall that he assumed was bulletproof, and communication with the driver came by way of an intercom. While it was spacious and comfortable, with the darkened windows and inability to see the road ahead, Aiden found it claustrophobic. He felt the car roll forward. "We're on the move," Flagg's voice crackled through the intercom. "Mrs. Riley, we'll get you a secure sat phone link to Camp David as soon as we are out of the city. For now, I'm going to leave the intercom open so that we can talk freely." As the car went up a ramp, Aiden leaned back into his seat. He had his tablet, but playing it was the last thing on his mind. Could the Pyongyang flu really be part of some attack? Coordinated attack, that's what Pete had said. He'd heard that phrase used a lot, usually in relation to terrorist acts. His mother had mentioned China, and from the look on Pete's face, she was on the money. That was something a whole lot worse than an act of terror. That meant war. War with another superpower. He looked around the dim interior of the limo, his eyes landing first on Brett, then coming to rest on his mother. She was looking back at him.
"Don't worry, Aiden," Evelyn said, her voice soft. "We'll be safe with your dad in no time."
He was aware of Denny's eyes on him. "I'm not worried," he shrugged. "We'll kick their ass if they want a war." The special agent smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He turned to the window. Instead of rebuking him for cursing, his mother patted his hand. Aiden began to wonder what would happen when they got to Camp David. If things were as bad as they appeared to be, he knew they would be put aboard Air Force One right away. That thing could fly for days. But where would they go? Europe? Australia? If the flu kept spreading, they wouldn't be safe anywhere.
"So, Aiden, how did your lesson?"
She was interrupted by a dull boom from behind them. "Jesus!" Pete's voice crackled through the intercom. Aiden heard the radio in the driver's compartment squawk to life. He couldn't make out what was being said at the other end, but the profanities coming from Flagg's mouth were registering quite clearly. He glanced over at his mother. She seemed calm, even though her fingers were digging into the plush seat. The intercom went dead. "Don't worry," said Denny. "They're communicating with the command center. Flagg will update us shortly." A few seconds later, it came to life again.
"We have confirmation of enemy action," Flagg said through the intercom. "Marine One is down. NSA says it was probably a portable surface-to-air missile. Whoever's behind this, they have boots on the ground here in Washington."
"Oh, my God. The intel was right. It's China, isn't it?" asked the First Lady.
"Almost certainly, ma'am," Flagg replied.
"It couldn't be terrorists?"
Aiden asked. "No," Flagg said. "After what happened in North Korea, we had our suspicions. What's happened in the last 24 hours has only confirmed them."
"How long until we're out of Washington?"
Evelyn asked.
"We should be out of the city in 3 minutes," Pete responded. "We're going to take Interstate 395 past Arlington, then turn north onto 495 before hitting I-270. It's longer and less direct, but that's the point."
"We're really under attack," Aiden said. A statement, not a question. No one responded. They didn't need to. The intercom clicked off. Silent minutes went by. That was the other thing about the presidential limos. You could barely hear anything from outside. He was surprised they'd even heard the chopper blow up. The silence didn't last. Perhaps it would have been better if it had.
"We've lost contact with Car 2, Flag reported via the intercom. "If they've been made, you can bet your ass we'll be second or third in line. We'll need to ditch the limo and find another ride that won't stand out so much."
"Are you nuts?" Brett said. "This thing's bulletproof."
"Shit!"
screamed Pete through the intercom, his voice punctuated by the muted sounds of squealing tires. Aiden and his mother were thrown forward, then back in their seats as the car skidded to a halt. Agent Denny unlatched his seatbelt and threw himself over them, his gun in his hand. The boy felt his testicles trying to shrink into his belly.
"Oh shit, we're gonna die." "Jerk, learn to drive,"
yelled Pete, and suddenly the car was moving again.
"Everyone okay back there, Agent Denny?"
Flag asked.
"Yeah,"
said a pale Denny. He allowed them both to sit up, but didn't holster his weapon.
"I'm not sure it's a good idea to ditch the limo, though. We won't find anything as safe."
Flag's voice was even harder than normal when he replied.
"If they have SAMs, they could well have anti-tank weapons. This thing might protect us from small arms fire, but an anti-tank will open it up like a taco. If we can commandeer some regular vehicles, hopefully there won't be any shooting at all."
Denny looked like he was going to argue, but the First Lady cut him off.
"Let's do it,"
she said, her face as pale as the agent facing them.
"Get off in Arlington and look for a car dealership,"
they heard Flag say to Pete.
"Mrs. Riley, we should probably wait a while longer for you to make that call."
Aiden was glad Flag was with them and thought back to the first time they had met.
"Have you ever shot a firearm before, son?"
"No, sir," said 14-year-old Aiden, eyes wide. He was standing in a room he never knew existed, a shooting range in one of the White House sub-basements. He took a good look at the man Brett had introduced as Carlton Flagg, and who would be showing Aiden how to handle a firearm. If asked to pick one word to describe Flagg, Aiden would have chosen intense. Flagg stood a bit over 6 feet tall and looked strong without being overburdened by muscle. He wasn't dressed like other agents. In fact, Aiden wasn't even sure that Flagg was part of the Secret Service. He was wearing a light blue tracksuit with a darker blue stripe down the pant legs. The only insignia was a small American flag sewn over the left breast. His black, kinky hair was trimmed very tight on the top and faded on the sides of his head. With his intense brown eyes and thin mustache, Flagg reminded Aiden of Wesley Snipes, the old action movie star.
"No? Well, you'll be able to answer yes to that question after today."
"Yes, sir," Aiden said, nervous but excited.
"All right. Any questions before we get started?"
Aiden looked around the room some more. "I didn't even know this place was here."
"Yeah, it was put in back in the 30s, along with the main armory down the hall. Don't be too surprised, though. Hell, Roosevelt, that's Teddy, not F.D., used to practice his shooting out on the White House lawn, but you can't do that kind of thing anymore. Most presidents steer clear of the place these days, so it's used by the Secret Service detail to blow off steam and keep up with their marksmanship."
"Cool."
"Today I'll be teaching you how to handle the Sig Sauer P229, chambered in .40 caliber. It's the standard issue sidearm of the Secret Service."
"Are you sure my dad okayed this? He doesn't like guns."
"We wouldn't be here if he didn't, son."
Flagg leaned down a bit so that he could look the doubtful teenager in the eyes.
"One thing you can count on is that I'll always tell you the truth. I won't spin you bullshit. Ever since those Iranians brought down Delta 344, things have gotten pretty tense. Your dad wants to make sure you can protect yourself if something bad goes down. Okay?"
"You're not like Brett and the others," Aiden said. "None of them talk straight. They always try to hide what's going on from me."
"No, I'm not like the others," Flagg replied. He didn't elaborate any further.
Aiden had quickly learned the names of all the agents on the Secret Service details that protected his family. He always called them by their first names, too. Somehow he understood that the man standing in front of him would never be Carl or Carlton to him. This man would always be Flagg. "Okay, I guess I am ready to learn to shoot."
"Good," Flagg said, straightening. "But you're going to learn much more than how to shoot. By the time we're done here today, you'll know everything there is to know about this fine weapon."
He indicated the table where a pair of pistols lay beside each other. "Come on over here and take a seat. There are some things you need to know before we get to shooting." 20 minutes later, Aiden knew how to check the safety, load the bullets into the magazine, load the magazine into the pistol, and chamber around. The pistol was heavier than he expected, much heavier. Flagg stood and had him go through everything again. Aiden wasn't sure whether or not the man wanted to help reinforce what he had just learned or test him. Either way, Flagg seemed satisfied. "All right," Flagg said, rising to his feet. "Let's head over there to the end of the range and see about teaching you to actually use the thing." 2 paper targets, shaped like the silhouettes of men with circles on different parts of the body, had been set up some 15 or so yards from the shooting position. Each target hung in a separate lane. "Here, put these on." Flagg handed him a pair of black earmuffs, then slipped his own on before stepping up to the position. "Remember what I told you," he said, before working the slide on his pistol to chamber around. He dropped into an easy weaver stance, his right hand on the pistol's grip, his left underneath for support, and fired 3 quick shots. Even wearing the earmuffs, the report was loud in the enclosed place, and Aiden flinched when one of the ejected shells bounced off the concrete barrier between the lanes and glanced off his shoulder. Flagg ejected the magazine of the SIG and worked the slide again to eject the unspent round. He set the pistol down on the counter and pressed a button. The target traveled up to where they were standing. "And that's how you do it," Flagg said. "Ready for your try?"
"There's only one hole in the target," Aiden said.
The hole was in the center of the circle where, if it had been a man, his face would have been.
"Did your other 2 shots miss?"
"No," Flagg replied. "If you look closely, you'll see that the hole isn't perfectly round. All 3 went through there." An impressed and even more nervous Aiden took a deep breath and stepped up to his position. He worked the slide of his pistol and attempted to mimic Flagg's stance. He pointed the weapon at the target and pulled back on the trigger. The bang was loud, and the pistol jumped so hard in his hands he nearly dropped it. When Flagg had fired off his shots, the SIG had hardly seemed to move. Yet in Aiden's hands, an identical weapon caused his arm to jolt back so that he nearly hit himself in the face. He paused, frightened to pull the trigger again. "Don't worry about the kick, Aiden," Flagg said. "You'll get used to it in time and learn to compensate. The important thing is to make sure that you don't jerk your hand in anticipation. It'll throw your aim all to hell. Now take a breath, hold it for a second, and then let it out. As you do, I want you to squeeze the trigger gently. Don't yank on it."
"Okay."
Aiden focused, pointed the SIG downrange again, and took another long breath, letting it out as he squeezed the trigger. He flinched involuntarily at the bang, but then steadied himself for another shot immediately. This time he got through the process cleanly. His slide stayed back. Flagg had instructed him to only put 3 rounds in the magazine. "Let's see how you did." Flagg brought the target forward. One of the shots, probably the first, had been a clean miss. Another had hit the paper, but outside of the shoulder outline by 2 inches. The last shot had hit the target in the center of what would have been its belly. "Not bad, son. Not bad at all. I've seen Marine recruits that couldn't hit the target once in their first 3 tries." He pressed the button again, and the target slid back out to where it had been. "Put 5 rounds in your magazine this time. We'll make a marksman of you yet." Aiden was called back from his rumination by what sounded like pebbles hitting the windows and side of the car. "Get down!" yelled Brett, diving over them for the 2nd time that day. 3. Aiden squirmed under the heavy weight of the agent to twist his head and look at the darkened windows of the limo. With each spack sound, a small crater appeared in the armored glass. The intercom clicked on. "We're under fire, folks. Denny, keep the packages down," said Flagg in a calm voice. "Where's it coming from?" Pete shouted as the limo swerved onto the off-ramp. "Calm down, Miller," said Flagg. "I believe those shots came from the Pentagon."
"The Pentagon?" Evelyn said.
"Yes, the exit we're taking into Arlington takes us past the Pentagon, ma'am." "You and Aiden should keep your heads down," said Agent Denny. "It's unlikely, but if a second round happens to hit exactly where a previous one did, it might penetrate the glass." "This could be good news," Flagg said, His voice grim despite his hopeful words. "They might think we're headed to the Pentagon. Perhaps they think we have the POTUS in here. That means they don't know he's at Camp David." More automatic fire raked the side of the limo. Aiden, his mother, and the agent were thrown around as Pete skidded the car off the ramp and headed away from the Pentagon. "There doesn't seem to be anybody following us," Pete said. "Yet." "Well, that's the downside of them thinking we have the POTUS in here. They'll be coming in hot," said Flagg. He talked into the radio up front, before his voice came back more clearly over the intercom. "I've alerted the Arlington police and NSA. They should be responding ASAP. Miller, we ditched the limo at the first car lot you see." "Okay," Pete said. "But I doubt any will be open this time on Christmas Eve." "I don't give a fuck if they're open or not," Flagg's voice came back. "It'll be easier if they aren't." Brett led Aiden up when they were out of range of the gunfire. The president's son stared at the pockmarks in the tinted glass, allowing his mother to hold his hand for the first time in a long time. While he was shocked that somebody had shot at them, surprisingly, he was not frightened. The agent sitting opposite them looked tense but ready for anything. 10 minutes later, they pulled into the parking lot of a used Ford dealership. "Stay alert and wait here. I'll check it out," said Flagg's voice through the intercom. It was followed by the dull thud of a heavy door closing. "Whatever happens, we are not moving from the back of this vehicle until Flagg or Agent Miller gives us the all-clear," Brett said, loosening his jacket so that he could get at his recently pocketed pistol if he needed to. "Do you think ditching the limo is dangerous?" Aiden asked. "Flagg knows what he's doing," Brett replied. "He's probably right about a presidential limo being too noticeable, but we'd be dead right now if we'd left the White House in an unarmored Escalade."
"They might not have even shot at us if it were, though," Evelyn said. "That's the idea, I guess."
Denny didn't argue.
"We're moving,"
Pete's voice came back through the intercom.
"Flagg's got the maintenance garage doors open. We'll park the limo inside, out of sight."
"Somebody's going to be in for a surprise when they get back to the dealership after Christmas," Brett said, as the limo crept forward. Aiden thought that was a pretty optimistic comment, but didn't say it out loud. "Sit tight," said Pete after they pulled up. A couple of minutes later, they heard another vehicle pull up beside the limo. A car door opened and closed. Then nothing for a while. "You still up there, Pete?" Brett asked, leaning toward the intercom box. "Yeah, I'm still here," Pete's voice came back. "Flagg wants to take 2 cars. He's got one ready to go. Hang on another minute." Aiden nearly jumped off the seat when someone pounded hard on his door. "All clear," Flagg bellowed. "Open up and let's move out."
"Me first," Brett whispered, "just to be safe."
He pulled the Sig Sauer out of his shoulder holster and opened the door, keeping the pistol low while he slid out of the limo and surveyed the area. "Okay, Madam First Lady, you next, then Aiden." Aiden followed his mother out of the limo and examined their new transportation. Next to the limo was an older model Ford Explorer. Behind it, a small Hyundai hatchback. Flagg stood with his back to them, looking out through the garage doors, his submachine gun at the ready. As Pete joined them, Aiden looked back at the car he'd just exited, amazed at what he saw. The entire right side of the vehicle had been chewed up. The gunfire had certainly been more intense than the vehicle's sound insulation had made it seem. Aiden saw something silver lodged in one of the craters in the safety glass. He reached out and probed it with his finger. It was cool to the touch and fell into his palm without too much prying. "Hey, Flagg, what kind of bullet is this?" Aiden said, crossing to Flagg and holding out the flattened slug. Flagg glanced down before turning his attention back outside. "I couldn't tell you for certain. It's too deformed by the impact. Looks about the size of a .762 NATO round. Not that it means much. It's one of the most common rounds in the world." Aiden remained beside Flagg as Brett moved their luggage to the back of the Explorer. Dusk had come upon them quickly, and thick cloud cover meant it was even darker than usual. The weatherman on the news the night before had said there was a decent chance of snow in the Baltimore to Philadelphia area for Christmas. Given the look of the clouds overhead, Aiden thought it might extend down to D.C. as well. Back in San Diego, where they'd lived before his dad was elected president, it had never snowed for Christmas, or at all for that matter. Since moving, he'd seen one white Christmas, but normally in January before the snow started sticking around. Flagg glanced over his shoulder at the others. Pete was just throwing the last of the bags in the Hyundai. Come on, kid, Flagg said. Ideally, we'd have one more agent, but we work with what we've got. Miller, you're driving the Explorer. I'm shotgun and Mrs. Riley's in the back seat. Denny, you and Aiden are in the Hyundai. Did you put the sat phone in the Explorer?
It's in the back seat,
Pete said.
Can I ride in the front?
Aiden asked, walking over to the small car.
You're safer in the back seat,
Brett said, opening the driver's door.
Am I really? Won't it seem odd you driving and me in back? In a Hyundai? I want to see where we're going and what's going on.
Fine, sit where you want,
Brett sighed. Aiden hurried around the other side and slid into the seat next to him. Almost as soon as Brett's door was closed, Flagg was knocking on the window. Make sure you keep your radio on, Flagg said. It's the only way we can communicate. Same route we were planning before.
Roger, I'll follow you guys,
Brett responded before fiddling with the radio on his belt. It's on. Looks like we're ready to roll, Flagg said. We might make it through this night yet. Flagg got in the Explorer. Brett followed behind the SUV as it did a U-turn in the empty garage and passed by the limousine out into the night. They paused while Flagg got out and pulled the door down. Aiden took one last look inside at the presidential limo and wondered if he'd ever ride in its like again. We're going to turn left and take the next freeway entrance. Flagg's voice crackled over Brett's radio. No sense in heading back toward the enemy, even if they are unlikely to recognize the vehicles.
Roger that,
Brett said, keying the send button on his radio.
Look for a gas station on the way to the freeway. This thing has only got a quarter of a tank.
Less than half a tank here, Flagg responded. We'll keep an eye out. The Explorer eased onto the road and Brett followed it. He stayed back a few car lengths on the largely deserted streets. Aiden fiddled with the heater and got it cranking. He noticed the tangle of wires hanging from the dash under the steering column. 2 of the wires had been stripped of their plastic coating and twisted together.
Is that really how you hot-wire a car? Aiden asked. I thought that was just a movie thing.
It works, Brett replied, but only on older cars. New cars have too many computer chips and safeguards for them to be hot-wired easily.
Brett, what do you think will happen?
Aiden asked, changing the subject.
In the long run, I don't know. But for the time being, I plan on getting you safe and sound to Camp David if it's the last thing I do. Do you think Mom called Dad yet?
Brett shrugged. 4. They drove in silence for a while. Up ahead, the Explorer's blinker came on and it pulled into a gas station that still had all its lights on. Brett turned in as well and pulled up to a pump. Outside the circle of lights, Aiden saw the first flakes of snow starting to fall.
Sit tight,
Brett said. He pulled the stripped wires apart to shut the engine off, then got out and went around to the pump. Aiden opened his door a crack.
Can I run inside and grab a bag of chips and a soda for the ride?
No way, the Secret Service agent replied. Aiden knew from his tone of voice there was no use arguing.
Well, can you at least get me a root beer and a pack of Doritos?
Aiden asked.
Sure,
Brett said distractedly. He barely took his eyes off the road and took a keen interest in every car that passed by. Aiden glanced over to the other bank of pumps where Pete was filling the Explorer's tank. The pump blocked his view of the SUV's back seat so that he couldn't see his mom. I'll put it on the company card. Flagg's voice caused Aiden to turn his attention back to Brett. Flagg seemed to have materialized from nowhere. Is there anything else we need besides gas?
Aiden wants some snacks and a soda for the drive, Brett said. Shouldn't we use cash?
Well, I don't have any, do you? Brett shook his head. Don't worry, I doubt they're monitoring Secret Service expense cards just yet. What do you want, Aiden?
Doritos and a root beer, thanks.
And I'll have a coffee, said Denny. Biggest cup they have. On it, Flagg said, heading into the convenience store. By the time they left the gas station, the snow was much heavier. Aiden ate corn chips as he watched the snow falling in the light cast by the headlights. Snow had always fascinated him. When riding in a car, he loved the way the snow almost seemed to swoop toward the car, then fly up over the windshield as if it was playing an endless game of chicken. He wondered if he'd find it so fascinating if he'd grown up someplace that normally got snow in the winter. His mother had told him once that it had snowed in San Diego the year he'd been born. It hadn't snowed there since. The ride to Camp David would normally take about 2 hours under mild conditions. The lack of traffic because of the curfew would normally make it faster, but the snow would nullify that, especially if it got heavier the further north they went. Aiden finished the last of his chips and settled back in his seat before taking a drink of his soda. Flag had bought him 2 cans. "Do you know if we'll be spending the night at Camp David or leaving right away?" It had been at least 20 minutes since either of them had spoken, and Aiden's question seemed to catch Brett off guard. "We were instructed to have you ready to board the plane when we got there," Brett replied. "But if the weather is worse up there than it is here..." He shrugged. "Hey, do you want to listen to the radio?" "I'm good," Aiden said. He'd heard enough Christmas music over the past couple of weeks to last a lifetime, and he was afraid the only alternative would be the news. Frankly, Aiden was worried about what the news might be. Here you go, America. Have some Pyongyang flu. Merry fucking Christmas. An hour later, the snow was falling hard and growing thick on the side of the road as they passed through a wooded area of central Maryland. It was pretty close to being an actual snowstorm. Their pace had slowed considerably. The time of year, snow, and announced curfew had combined to limit the amount of traffic they had seen, even on the freeway. The one car that had been behind them had turned off at an exit nearly a half hour before. Now the only lights to see were the taillights of the Explorer 100 or so feet ahead of them. "She just made the call," Flag said through Brett's radio. "Looks like we'll be laying over at the camp tonight. POTUS says that the snow is falling just as hard there, and his pilot says the runway needs to be plowed before Air Force One can take off." "Roger that," Brett said. "Aiden was asking about that. Now he knows." They drove in silence for another 10 minutes. Aiden was working on his second soda. Boredom was setting in, and he was beginning to think that even an unending stream of Christmas carols might be better than the silence. He was about to reach for the radio knob when he glanced at Brett. The agent was looking in the rearview mirror, concern stamped on his face. "What is it?" Aiden asked. Brett ignored him and reached down to key his radio. "We have a problem," he said. "What is it?" Flag's voice came back. "I've got 2, maybe 3 unidentified vehicles coming up behind us, fast." Aiden had never heard Denny so tense. "They don't have their headlights on, and from their shape, I think they're SUVs." Aiden peered through the back window. He could just make out the shapes on the dark road and wondered how Denny had seen them while he was concentrating on driving. "Be ready for anything," Flag said. "Roger that." Brett released the radio and reached inside his jacket. He pulled the Sig Sauer from his shoulder holster and held it out toward Aiden. "I hope you remember how to use this," he said. "Things might be about to hit the fan." "Yeah, I remember." Aiden took the pistol and held it. The safety was off. He started to pull back on the slide. Brett put a hand on his arm. "There's already a round in the chamber. Just cock back the hammer when you want to take your first shot. Don't shoot unless you have to. This could be a false alarm." 2 of the black vehicles flashed past the driver's side of the Hyundai, while the last one fell in behind them. Both the Explorer and the Hyundai were in the left lane. One of the SUVs whipped in between their car and his mother's vehicle. The other one pulled alongside it and kept pace. "Fuck me. Not a false alarm." Brett slammed on his brakes as the SUV ahead of him did the same thing. At the same time, the vehicle pacing the Explorer swerved into it. Aiden barely had time to register the screech of metal on metal before he was thrown forward against his seatbelt as the Hyundai's brakes locked up. The belt cut painfully into his chest and shoulder, but then he managed to stop before he hit the back of the car ahead of them. Aiden's relief was short-lived. The SUV behind them crunched into them, and he was thrust back in his seat, his head slamming into the headrest hard enough to stun him. The impact forced the Hyundai forward and into the back of the Escalade that had slammed on its brakes. The front of their car crumpled, and the airbags exploded with a thunderous crack. Aiden pushed the deflating bag down out of his face and glanced over at Brett. The agent's face was a mask of pain. "Can you get the door open?" Denny asked. "Yeah." Aiden unbuckled his belt. The door was stuck, but with a nudge from his shoulders, he managed to get it open about halfway. "Quick, run and stay low. Get off the road and into the trees. I'll be right behind you." "What about Mom?"
Pete and Flag will look after her, Brett said, pushing Aiden out. Go! Brett slid out of the door behind him, and they made a quick dash into the trees. Harsh voices began shouting excitedly, and Aiden flinched at the sound of a gunshot. Somehow, they made it into the tree line.
It won't take long for them to find our trail in the snow,
Brett panted, encouraging Aiden with a push.
We need to get deeper into the trees, where there's no snow on the ground. Go!
Aiden looked over his shoulder when they had climbed 100 yards and stopped dead. Through the trees, he could see the Explorer back on the freeway. It had spun around and was facing the direction it had come from. The third SUV was parked close by, and there were black figures running everywhere. Flashes and the sound of gunfire filled the night. Aiden watched in horror as the Explorer shook from the bullets shredding its tires. He started to stand. Brett grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back down.
We can't do anything for them,
the agent said in a quiet, forceful tone.
Now move.
Aiden nodded numbly and began following the agent deeper into the woods. They moved as quietly as they could. A flashlight beam lit the bushes behind them. Somebody shouted. The words sounded Chinese. More beams joined the first. Brett picked up the pace, moving them along as fast as he could without drawing attention by crashing through the brush. Thankfully, the clouds overhead had dissipated enough to allow some filtered light from the three-quarter moon through. Then he avoided the open patches of snow, sticking to the clear areas near the bases of the trees. Aiden noticed that the agent was subtly angling them to the left as they moved further away from the road. The sounds of pursuit faded.
If the others bailed as we did, this angle might put us on a course to intersect their path,
Brett whispered when they stopped for a quick breather. Agent Denny pulled the lapels of his suit jacket closed.
Damn it, I wish I had a heavier coat. It's back in the trunk.
The agent's face was pinched, and he looked like he was suffering the cold much more than Aiden. Even though the snow was still falling, to the boy it didn't feel so cold. The flakes were large and wet.
Do you want to wear mine for a while?
He asked, pinching the material of his heavy quilted jacket.
No, you keep it. Your comfort is more important than mine, and as long as we're on the move, I doubt I'm going to freeze to death. Come on, we'll keep working our way in this direction. From the top of that rise, we might be able to get a better view of the road.
Brett took off again, with Aiden keeping pace behind him. So far, the trees and shrubs that thrived in the area had provided good cover, but as they started up the rise, they had to hunker low as they advanced, sometimes moving quickly over unscreened patches. The going was slower, and Aiden knew that any pursuers would be gaining ground on them. They managed to make it to the top of the rise without incident, and Brett motioned for Aiden to join him behind the trunk of a large oak tree. Stepping up next to the agent, he looked back down from the rise. They had a clear view of the freeway. The Explorer was surrounded by men in black suits now, and there were 3 bodies on the ground. One lay on the road by the driver's side door, 2 others in front. The boy's heart thumped with concern for his mother. While the scene was illuminated by the headlights of the 2 Escalades, the distance was too great to make out who was on the ground. As they watched, a larger truck pulled up behind the black SUVs, and 3 more men in black got out. One of the newcomers seemed to be in charge. The other men snapped up straighter as he approached. Someone handed the leader something, and he raised it to his mouth. A tinny voice emanated from the scene below. "I know you're out there," said the leader, through a bullhorn. He had only a hint of a Chinese accent. "Give yourselves up and come out, or we'll be forced to kill our prisoners." Aiden sighed with relief that his mother was still alive, but the feeling was short-lived. The leader of the men below motioned, and the men by the SUV pulled 2 people out into the open. They took them around to the front of the SUV, where they were illuminated by the lights. From their shapes, he could tell it was Flag and his mother. Both had their hands on their heads. Pete was obviously one of the bodies on the road. A man in black holding a rifle positioned himself behind them and barked an order. They kneeled. "You have until I count to 3 to reveal yourselves, or one dies," the man with the megaphone said. "Do the right thing and come forward. There is no need for more death tonight." "What do we do?" Aiden asked Brett. "We stay here and keep our heads down. We can't give ourselves up or let them know where we are, no matter what. Okay, Aiden said. His voice quavered. No matter what, you understand? Yes. But Aiden didn't really understand. Surely Brett couldn't mean that they'd stand by and watch his mother be shot. 1. Aiden felt a coldness spread throughout his guts.
2. Get the fuck out of here, Denny!
Flagg yelled and drove himself up and back into the man holding the rifle. The top of his skull crunched the man's nose, and they fell heavily to the ground. Flagg grabbed for the rifle with one hand, and they began to fight for control as he punched the other man with his free fist. The commander dropped his megaphone, grabbed the gun from another of his cohorts, and stepped up to the 2 men twisting on the ground.
3!
The muzzle flared as he began firing. Flagg and the man under him twitched in agony as the leader sprayed both men with the automatic weapon, fanning it back and forth even after they both stopped moving. Aiden pounded his fist against the trunk of the oak. He felt like he was going to be sick.
Last warning,
the commander said through his megaphone.
Come out now.
We have to do something,
Aiden said, looking over at Brett. The agent had his back turned to the road and was leaning against the tree with his eyes closed. Brett opened his eyes. They glinted with unshed tears. Do you think that I don't want to do something? There's nothing that we can do. Nothing.
They're going to kill my mom,
Aiden said. His hand slipped into the pocket of his coat, and he grabbed the pistol there.
We have to fight.
We would be killed, Brett said, shaking his head. This isn't a movie, Aiden. We are outnumbered and outgunned. Do you really think these pistols will be enough to take on a dozen guys with AKs? Besides, my main responsibility is to keep you safe, no matter the cost.
But my...
No buts, Brett said, grabbing his arm. Come on, we need to move. Aiden didn't move. He pulled away with every intention of heading back down the rise.
Okay,
yelled the enemy leader.
No more games. Say good night, Mrs. First Lady.
His gun barked again, and Evelyn Riley, the First Lady of the United States, crumpled to the roadway.
No!
Screamed Aiden. Before Denny had a chance to react, the kid ripped free of his grip and brought the SIG up. He fired 4 rounds at the Chinese soldiers before Brett managed to tackle him to the cold ground. Aiden, sobbing and enraged, struggled to get free. Brett held him down. They're over 80 yards away, son. You'll never hit them with a pistol at that range.
Get off,
Aiden cried, tears running down his face.
I don't care anymore. I'm going to kill him or die trying. I'm going to...
The stinging slap of Brett's left hand silenced him as effectively as a mute button. Shut up and pull yourself together. Now, he said in a steely voice. We are getting the fuck out of here. Stay low and follow me, or so help me I'll knock you out and carry you. He climbed off Aiden and pulled the weeping teenager to his feet by the front of his coat. Over the hill and down the other side, hopefully, we can find a house and commandeer a vehicle before they catch us. They heard the eager, deep-throated barking of dogs from the freeway. Shit, said Denny harshly. Don't worry about being quiet. Run. 5. Brett Denny ran down the other side of the rise and Aiden followed. His moment of passion had passed and now he felt nothing, like he was empty inside. He ran because Brett told him to run. He kept pace with the agent as they ran down the hill as fast as they could in the darkness and snow. They reached the bottom of the hill and angled to stick to the lower ground. Aiden thought he could hear running water ahead. He glanced back at Brett and noticed that the Secret Service agent had fallen behind. Aiden paused behind 3 large red cedars that formed a bit of a screen for their back trail. "What's wrong?" he asked as Denny reached him. "I didn't want to worry you before," Brett said, his face pinched and pale. "I think I might have fractured a rib or 2 when those assholes rammed us. I just need a breather. You go on ahead and I'll catch up." "We can't stop now, either of us," Aiden said. "If we get separated, it'll be harder, right?" As unconcerned and indeed excited as he'd been at the beginning of the night, the attack on them and the cold-blooded murder of his mother and the 2 agents had shocked him to his core. Now the baying of the dogs behind them downright scared him. He didn't want to go anywhere on his own. "Okay," said Denny, seeing that the kid was in shock. "Let's keep going, but slower. Head toward the sound of that running water." They continued running. Aiden led. Brett seemed to be breathing easier now that they had slowed, but someplace behind them, closer now, a dog barked. They picked up the pace again. The trees were thicker the lower down the slope they went, with lots of cedar and pine mixed in. It created lots of areas with little or no snow on the forest floor. It made the going easier, but no doubt the dogs would follow their scent easier too. They came to a steep embankment that led down to a wide but shallow creek. It babbled noisily along a rocky bed. There was a clearing on the far side, but there were no signs of human habitation anywhere. "Should we cross here?" Aiden asked. He looked at Brett when he didn't answer. The Secret Service agent was slumped against the trunk of a pine tree and slid down onto his rear as Aiden rushed over to him. "Shit, are you sure it's just a couple of cracked ribs?" "I don't know, but it's getting worse. Aiden, you're going to have to go on without me." "But—" "No buts. Give me your jacket. I'll head back along the bank in the other direction, dragging it behind me. Hopefully it will fool the dogs into thinking that we both went that way. I want you to wade down the center of the creek in the opposite direction. Head downstream until you're well into the area with woods on both sides of the creek, and then get out. Find a house as quick as you can and ask someone for help. You're going to need to get warm and dry as soon as possible when you're out of the water." "What about you?" "If all goes according to plan, I hope to make sure that there are fewer dogs than men chasing you," Brett said. "Then I'll slip away and make my way to Camp David. When you find help, have them call this number." He put his hand under his coat and pulled a business card from his pocket. Aiden took the card. It was plain white and contained a single free call number he didn't recognize. "You're lying, aren't you?" Aiden said. "About meeting me in Camp David?" "Yes," Brett admitted. Aiden nodded, his face pale and worried. "You have to stand up now, Aiden," Brett said. "You have a pistol and the training to use it, but keep it in your belt until you absolutely need it. Find help, but don't tell anybody you're the president's son. After you're warm and safe, call that number. Until then, you're just a lost kid in need of help, understand?" "Okay," Aiden said. The baying of the dogs was getting louder by the minute. "Thanks for everything, Brett." Aiden pulled the Sig Sauer out of the pocket of his ski coat and tucked it into his belt. He removed the coat and tossed it to the agent, then looked at the creek. "This is going to be cold, isn't it?" "Damn cold," Brett said, struggling to his own feet. "Good luck, Aiden." They shook hands briefly, and Agent Denny moved off, holding the ski jacket by one arm so that it was dragging on the ground behind him. Aiden went down to the water's edge and looked back once, just before the Secret Service agent disappeared. He never saw him again. The water was so cold that it burned. The icy current was swift, and he had to watch his footing carefully as he made his way downstream from where Brett had left him. He was thankful that the water only reached halfway to his knees. Even so, the possibility of hypothermia if he stayed in the water too long was very real. He figured 300 yards would be far enough in the stream. Shivering uncontrollably, he'd gone maybe half that distance when the tone of the dogs barking in the distance changed. It became much more agitated, and shortly after he heard pained yelping and a barrage of gunshots before silence fell over the forest again. Aiden had counted 3 distinct exchanges of gunfire. He paused for a moment with the cold water swirling around his calves and wondered if Brett had gotten away. The dogs were quiet for a while, and when they started barking again, they were further away, and it sounded like there weren't as many. He smiled at the thought Brett might have taken a few of them out of the equation. Maybe his plan had worked? 3 minutes later, he decided he was far enough downstream and headed for the shore on numb legs. Rocky banks about waist-high rose on either side of the creek. Aiden scrambled up on the same side he'd entered from. His feet were numb. He literally could not feel them, and that was making walking difficult. When he reached the top of the bank, the only thing he wanted to do was sit down and rest for a while. He didn't let himself think about it too long, though. He knew that stopping now was the worst thing he could do, no matter how appealing it seemed. Even without a Chinese special ops team hunting him, on a night when temperatures were hovering right around freezing, to stop and rest with wet pants and shoes and no jacket was a death sentence. He remembered a story he'd read by Jack London called To Build a Fire, and hoped his story would end better than that of the nameless man who had frozen to death in that tale. Forcing himself to keep walking, Aiden hoped that the movement would eventually warm him. He angled away from the creek, hoping the path he was taking would also avoid the road. The latter was a shot in the dark because the creek had twisted a few times while he was wading along it. He couldn't even be 100% certain which direction the freeway was. The walking seemed to work, and soon his feet and legs went from having no feeling at all to a painful burning sensation. Not perfect, but at least he knew they were there without having actually to look. After another 5 minutes, he came to a clearing with the remains of an old fire in the center. It was dusted with snow, but unmistakable. On the opposite side of the clearing, a dirt path snaked its way into the woods. Aiden circumnavigated the clearing, sticking close to the tree line, and stopped where the path opened out. Paths always led someplace, and that meant it might lead to people. He was about to step out of the trees to follow it when he heard a cough from the other side of the clearing. Aiden froze and slowly looked to his right. His worst fear was realized. A Chinese soldier in the clearing. He was near a tree and looked like he was zipping himself back up after taking a leak. The soldier hadn't spotted him. Yet. Aiden slowly took a step backwards, hoping to get deeper into the shadow. Unfortunately for him, his right foot came down on a stick. It snapped with a loud crack. The soldier turned his way, bringing up his AK-47 before Aiden could reach for the SIG. "Hand in the air or shoot," he said in heavily accented English. Aiden briefly thought about pulling his gun anyway. But given the circumstance, there was no way he could even go out in a blaze of glory. Just a hail of unanswered bullets. "Come out with your hand up," the Chinese soldier ordered. Aiden did as he was told, and the soldier came forward. He held the gun on Aiden and reached into his jacket before pulling out a small object that he put to his lips. The whistle was loud and piercing, and in response, the dogs in the distance barked with renewed enthusiasm. "We wait here, nice and quiet," the soldier said after he tucked the whistle away. He came forward and relieved Aiden of his SIG and dropped it on the ground. The boy felt angry and helpless. If they killed his mom, what was to stop them just killing him? He began to regret not reaching for his gun. The dogs were getting closer now, and he wondered why this guy was out on his own. Must be a tracker. "What are you going to do with me?" he asked. The Chinese man smiled. Then his head exploded. The loud boom of a gun echoed around the clearing, and Aiden, stunned, watched the headless body topple over. He turned around. Standing in the brush on the other side of the path was a middle-aged man in camouflage gear. He had gray hair down to his shoulders and was wearing an NRA cap. In his hands was a large pump-action shotgun. He nodded at Aiden. "You all right, kid?" Aiden was too stunned to speak. "Come out, boys," the man called as he pumped his shotgun. Two figures emerged from the shadows wearing identical gear, except they had black ski masks on. They also carried shotguns. "James, give this kid your jacket," said the man, coughing and wiping his running nose with the back of his sleeve. The bigger of the two boys protested. "But, Pa—" "Now!" The dogs were getting closer. That meant more soldiers, too. The kid pulled off his jacket and threw it at Aiden. "Thanks," said Aiden. He began to pull it on immediately. "We should—" "John, grab the AK-47, and you two go back to your places. Same plan we discussed earlier. You, kid, grab your pistol. We got company coming in hot." Aiden grabbed the Sig Sauer and followed him. The two boys blended into the trees on the left side of the path while Aiden and the father went to the right. They hunkered down in a cleared cubby with a full view of the clearing. There was a sports bag open on the ground. "Shouldn't we run?" Aiden asked. The man looked at him like he was crazy. "You soft in the head, boy? If you think I'm going to let foreign soldiers run through our forest shooting up the place, you got another thing coming." Up close, the man didn't look good at all. His eyes were red-rimmed, and even in the bad light, Aiden could see the yellowish tinge to his skin. Aiden wondered if it was a regular cold or something more sinister as the baying of the dogs reached a crescendo. The man turned his attention back to the clearing and reached into the bag. 2 big black dogs burst through the tree line and headed straight to the body of the Chinese soldier. Doberman pinschers. Aiden knew that their handlers wouldn't be far behind. He raised the cig again and took a deep breath, comforted slightly by the fact that the odds of him surviving were infinitely better than they had been a few minutes before. 4 soldiers burst into the clearing and fanned around the open space, their guns at the ready as they closed in on the dogs who were still sniffing around the body. Aiden could feel the tension of the man beside him and wondered why he hadn't started shooting yet. Another man entered the clearing, his pace leisurely and controlled. Aiden recognized him at once as the leader, the man who had shot Flag and murdered his mother. The boy felt a white-hot rage at the sight of the man and aimed his gun straight at him. Before he could squeeze the trigger, though, the man beside him stood up and lobbed something into the clearing. The grenade landed dead center. The black-clad soldiers froze, only the leader quick enough to dive backwards before it exploded. The man beside Aiden stepped out and fired his shotgun. The soldier closest to the path took it in the chest, flying backwards onto the snow. The boys across the path emerged. John fired the AK-47, mowing down the 4th soldier as the surviving Doberman charged at them. James fired his shotgun at the dog but missed. It hit him hard, a black streak of bristling savagery. The arm he put up to fend it off was soon in the grip of the animal's gnashing teeth. John turned around to help his brother, pulling out a hunting knife and stabbing the dog in the back over and over. Aiden stood and followed the dad, who was stalking towards the leader. The murderer was attempting to crawl away. As fast as he'd been to dive away from the grenade, there was a bloody gash in his shoulder. The old man pumped his shotgun as he reached the injured man. "Where do you think you're going, asshole?" The Chinese leader froze, dropping his face into the ground in surrender.
"Please don't hurt me," he whimpered.
"Turn over. I won't ever shoot anyone in the back, not even a worthless invading piece of shit like you." Now that the soldier was helpless on the ground, Aiden's rage had subsided. He didn't know how he felt about him being shot like a rabid dog. Maybe they should capture him? Then Aiden could call the number. They would know what to do with the prisoner.
Okay,
the man whimpered and slowly rolled over. Bang, bang. Suddenly the man who just minutes before had saved his life was falling backwards, and the leader was bringing the pistol he'd been hiding to bear on Aiden. Instinct kicked in, and the president's son squeezed the trigger of his own weapon. He fired 5 unanswered shots into the chest and belly of his mother's murderer. Aiden heard a wail behind him, and one of the 2 boys ran into the clearing, falling at his father's side and burying his face in the old man's neck. He was dead, his glassy eyes staring up at the cloud-covered sky. The other one came too. He was nursing his arm and was covered in the blood of the dog that had attacked him. Aiden moved away, giving them time to grieve over their father. They talked quietly, and after a few minutes composed themselves.
"You, come here,"
said the bigger of the 2. Aiden approached.
"First, give me back my jacket, asshole."
Aiden wasn't going to argue. It was his jacket, after all. He put the cig on the ground and stripped off the jacket. The other kid darted in and grabbed the pistol as he handed over the jacket.
"You're going to help me carry my dad back to our cabin. Then I'll decide if we let you live or not." "What do you mean? Why would you—"
The big kid stepped forward and clubbed Aiden over the ear with his closed fist.
"Shut up! You should be dead, not Pa!"
he yelled. Aiden had fallen to one knee and put his hands over his head to shield himself from further violence. The bigger boy pulled him up by the collar of his shirt and led him over to the body of their father.
"Come on, you grab his shoulders."
Aiden followed the order, and together they picked up the dead man and began to carry him out of the clearing and along the path. The younger brother walked behind, holding the AK-47. Those steps were the first that Aiden Riley, son of the last President of the United States of America, would take on his journey in the after days of America. Call it bad luck or fate, but his journey would be more arduous and violent than that of some others. Within a few years, the soft, privileged kid that Aiden Riley had been would be transformed. He would become a survivor amongst other survivors, only harder and more ruthless, more ambitious. Part 2. Homecoming. 6. Luke cradled his daughter in his arms the whole way back to Manchester. To Isaac, he looked to be in a state of disbelief. Understandable, given that the whole time he'd been gone, he'd assumed his unborn baby had died along with her mother, Brooke. Ben drove the Jeep that Randall had gifted them. Isaac rode shotgun. Indigo sat next to Luke in case he needed help with the baby. No one tried to make small talk. It didn't seem necessary, and Isaac knew his questions for Luke could wait. For the moment, Randall was keeping the captured members of the Brotherhood and housing the Willetton Green people. Luke had left a note for Diana, telling her he would come for them in 3 days. She had been operated on, but was still unconscious. Randall had told him that the doctors had removed the bullet and advised that she should recover without any serious repercussions. They agreed that Isaac and Luke would return to pick up Diana and her people and to discuss the fate of the captured brothers with Randall. Baby Aaron slept most of the drive back to Manchester, only beginning to stir when they reached the city limits. Isaac looked over his shoulder when the baby began to cry. He couldn't help laughing when he saw the look on Luke's face as he quickly held Aaron out to Indigo for rescue. "She's just hungry," said Indigo. "Do you want to feed her?" "No, it's okay," he said, almost pushing the baby into her arms. "I guess I'll watch the first time." Indigo smiled and took her from him, cooing and rocking Aaron as she expertly pulled a bottle from the insulated bag between her feet and began to feed the hungry baby. Luke watched carefully, like a kid watching his first science experiment, and Isaac had to remind himself that he'd been the same when Max had been born. "What's in the bottle?" Luke asked. "It's breast milk. Some of the mothers have been expressing milk for Aaron." "Is that safe?" he asked, his expression horrified. "Mate, it's perfectly safe," said Ben over his shoulder. "Much safer than cow's milk." Indigo laughed. "Don't worry. Uncle Ben was just as horrified as you when he found out." "I was not," grumbled Ben. Isaac mouthed, "He was." "When can she eat, like real food?" Luke asked. "At about 4 months we can start giving her pureed fruits and vegetables." Luke nodded but looked overwhelmed. Indigo put her hand on his wrist. "It'll be fine. We're all here to help." "Thanks. I have a feeling I'll need it." Indigo and Ben took Aaron upstairs when they arrived back in Manchester. The building they had made their home was just referred to as the Tower now, and Luke had been mobbed like a rock star when he arrived. As tired and sore as he was, he couldn't fail to be anything but overwhelmed by the reception. He doled out lots of hugs and answered as many questions as he could before Isaac dispersed the crowd. "Okay, everybody. Enough questions for now. We'll have a feast tomorrow night in celebration of Luke's return. Come on, everybody back to it." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, some going back inside and others milling around talking happily. Isaac began pointing out work they'd done on the outside of the building when Luke noticed a small figure standing and staring at him. Isaac interrupted his account of the work they'd been undertaking since he'd been gone. "I believe you've met Cade," he said. Luke stepped over to the kid and ruffled his hair. "Sure have. How are you doing, kiddo? You settled in okay?" The boy craned his neck to look up at Luke, the man he'd watched kill his father less than a month before. "I'm good, mister. Everyone has been real nice." Luke smiled. He looked like a different child to the dirty urchin he'd sent to Indigo before he left. His hair was clean and parted on the side, and he was wearing a worn but spotless pair of jeans and a white T-shirt. Aside from the clothes and cleanliness, though, there was something else. The kid looked happy. "Glad to hear it. Tell you what, go on and play with the other kids, and I'll come to find you later for some catch or something." "Sure. said Cade.
I'm glad you got back safe.
The two men watched him go. No troubles?
No,
said Isaac.
He seems to be a good kid, but we keep an eye on him. Hopefully he's young enough to forget the trauma of what he's seen and experienced.
Yeah, I hope so. What happened with the marauders?
I told Colonel Randall about the quick discussion I'd had with their general, that Jared kid. He seemed straight up to me, so Randall had a team monitor Ashland for us. They seem to have given up their aggressive ways and settled in to try and make a fist of it. Time will tell, I guess. He's due to come and meet with us in 2 more months, so we'll have a better idea then. In the meantime, Randall is keeping a close eye on them.
Luke nodded, then put his arm around his friend's shoulder. So, I like what you've done with the place. Show me more.
How's the leg holding up? You sure you don't want to rest?
It's sore. I'm okay for now, though. I might lay up for a while after we're done. For the next half hour, Isaac showed Luke, who walked with the aid of a beaten-up old crutch, around their compound. Using heavy machinery kindly lent to them by Concord, they had set up a perimeter around the Brady-Sullivan Tower, sealing off the roads in and out with blocks of granite taken from other parts of the city. Not enough to keep out anyone on foot, but enough to stop vehicles getting anywhere close. The compound was bordered by Elm Street in the east, River Road in the west, and north and south by West North Street and West Salmon Street.
It's a big area, but should be easy to defend once we get fences up. Jamal's crew is going to start working on that now that the granite blocks are in place.
We have electricity, I see. Randall again? Luke had noticed lights on in the foyer when they had arrived.
Yep, we wouldn't have made anywhere near the progress we have without their help. He reckons we should have running water within a month. Won't that be something?
Amazing. You know about the professor, then?
Yeah, said Isaac. I feel sorry for him, but he seems happy enough.
Well, he's still a genius, apparently.
He is. His latest project is a small oil refinery so that we can have gasoline and other stuff.
Seriously? Asked Luke. His interest piqued as he thought of a good use for fresh gasoline. That would be huge. There's so much oil in storage, if they can make it into gas, it would be a humongous advancement.
Well, apparently it's not so hard. They explained it to me, but it went in one ear and out the other. But if anyone can pull it off, it's the professor.
They went inside after that. The foyer had become a bit of a gathering ground for people. There were tables and chairs set up all across the floor, and in one corner a bunch of kids of various ages watched a cartoon movie on TV.
Ava and Allie set that up for the kids. Of course, none of them had ever seen a movie before, let alone a working TV. They've watched the same 3 movies over and over again.
I'm tempted to watch one myself. I never thought I'd see a movie again.
Confession. Isaac laughed. Indigo and I have been arguing over who gets to bring Max down to watch The Iron Giant.
No way, said Luke. I love that movie. Playdate tonight, dude. I'll see if Ben will babysit Aaron, and I'll bring Cade. You bring Max.
You're on. Are you ready to go up and see your room?
Sure, but it will take me an age to climb those stairs with this leg of mine.
We have power, remember? Isaac said, leading him to the elevator doors. Only one is working right now, but it's probably all we need for the time being. We've restricted it to people on the top 10 floors. Everyone else must use the fire stairs. You and Aaron are on the top story with us, between our room and Ben's.
Okay. Luke was silent on the way up, Isaac's words hammering home the fact that he would be living and raising his baby daughter on his own. Tears filled his eyes. Tears for Brooke, who never got to see her baby. Tears for Aaron, who would never know her mother. Tears for himself. Isaac sensed his friend's mood had darkened, and he pointed out the rooms and who they belonged to. It was a blur for Luke, who was unable to pay attention. They got to the room, and Isaac handed him the key. Thanks, man. Do you think Indigo would mind watching Aaron for a bit longer if I lay down for a while? My leg hurts like hell.
Of course not, said Isaac. Take as long as you need. Just knock on our door when you're ready.
Luke went in and closed the door. The converted office was spacious and had 2 single beds pushed together, along with some other furniture that had been taken from the hotel where they had spent the first few nights in Manchester. He leaned back against the door and looked up as his tears began to flow. After a few minutes, he went to the bed and lay down without taking off his boots. Despite the emotions and his sore leg, he fell into an exhausted sleep within 10 minutes. 7. Rochester, New York. The sun was shining as William Orton left the police building on Exchange Street and began the 10-minute walk to the Brown House on Church Street. That's what Aidan Riley had named the old City Hall building, and it had stuck. Orton thought it was stupid. Just as stupid as taking on the title of president and calling their flourishing nation-state New America. Still, he wasn't going to argue with him. Riley was president in name, but he was in fact a dictator. He'd become a leader through strength and aggression, and while not a tyrant, there was no doubt he was in charge. And William Orton was his right-hand man. In the 3 years since they had met, he had watched and helped Riley transform from a tough teen survivor who'd managed to pull together and lead a large group of survivors into the strong leader of a true nation-state. They had fallen into each other's orbits a year after the Chinese had been pushed back beyond the Mississippi. William and his crew had been forced to move on from their gingerbread house as bigger groups had begun to roam and loot the area around them. They had been a group of 3 when they left. Him, Bo, and Ryan. He'd executed their 4th friend, Rodney, 6 months before. Always a little unstable. The kid had gone stir-crazy or something, and putting him down had seemed like the only option at the time. They grew to 20 after a month on the road. Orton knew that he needed numbers to survive, and willingly recruited people along the way to Lake Ontario. There was no real reason to go there, except that Ryan's grandfather had a cabin on 2 acres. Ryan said it was secluded and big enough to hide out on, given that it was half covered with forest. As a bonus, it had a fully stocked fallout shelter. His grandfather had been a well-known survivalist, not that it had done him much good. He'd had a heart attack 2 months before the attack. Orton's group made it west through Connecticut and were traveling north through New York State when they met an armed group of 25 men on horseback. Met wasn't really the right word. They were ambushed while they were walking along a 2-lane highway through the forest. The attackers had come upon them from all sides. They were quick and well-armed, and Orton and his people were surrounded before they could react. While William was no coward, the odds were too stacked against them to fight or run. "What business do you have in New America?" the leader of the group had asked. He was a fearsome-looking guy, with scar tissue running from high on his forehead and down over his empty left eye socket before finishing midway down his cheek. He wore a black tank top and pants. It was a warm day, and sweat ran down his muscled arms as he slowly brought his horse forward to stop a few feet in front of William. William had always been nervous of horses, and this one, carrying a man with a sword at his side and an AK-47 in his hands, was no different. "Sorry, I'm not sure what New America is," said William calmly, trying to show he wasn't intimidated. "We're just traveling north to Lake Ontario." He had a Glock pistol in his belt, and while not an ideal outcome, he was quite willing to use it if things looked like they were going ass up. He had done some craven things since the end of America, but he certainly wouldn't die like a coward. Their leader climbed out of his saddle and stepped up to William. "The state once known as New York is not called New America, and you're trespassing," said the one-eyed leader, looking up at the taller, crooked-nosed teen. William didn't bother consulting his nervous-looking traveling companions. Whatever the outcome, it would be decided by this one-on-one interaction. "We're sorry. We didn't realize. We can go back and take a different path." "No," said the other. "You're now prisoners of New America. You'll be taken to Albany, and the president will decide what to do with you." The president? Yes, President Riley. What? William's puzzlement was clear. Not the old president, their leader said. Aiden Riley, his son. He's president now. His son? Seriously? It sounded extremely far-fetched, but then so did wiping out the entire adult population of a country with a virus. More importantly, they weren't to die today, at least not right there. No more questions. You'll hand over your weapons and form a straight line. Don't try anything stupid. Anyone trying to run will be shot. No warnings. Do as he says, called William to his people. His curiosity had been piqued, and beside the fact that he really had no choice, he wanted to find out more. He pulled out his gun and carefully placed it on the road as several of the other horsemen collected the few pistols and shotguns the other in his group had given up. The one-eyed leader came back over to Orton when the weapons had been confiscated. William stuck out his hand. My name is William Orton. You are... I'm Cyclops, the other teen said, ignoring William's hand and turning back to his horse. Of course you are. What's that? Said the leader, turning back to him with one foot in the stirrup. For a teenager with only one eye, his stare was intense. I said, of course we'd love to come. Cyclops glared at him a moment more, then finished mounting his horse. Make sure your people keep up, or you're the one who will be punished. That had all happened in the very early days of New America, and Cyclops' statement that the old New York State was now New America had been optimistic at best. While Aiden Riley's group were by far the biggest group in New York, it was still a wild frontier with pockets of survivors scattered throughout. At that point, there was no way it could be described as a nation under one rule. Albany was impressive, though. The bridge across the Hudson was a well-armed checkpoint, and the inner city itself had been fenced and blocked to effectively form a walled semicircle south, north, and west, with the river providing a natural barrier to the east. The streets were crowded with people. William, who hadn't been in a crowd in a long time, found it almost overwhelming. This many people together in one place was more than he'd seen in the whole time since the invasion. Generally, they appeared happy and busy. There were lots of armed folk around, men and women. They wore mismatched clothes, but all in black. The people on the streets gave the procession plenty of attention, but steered clear of the horsemen. Eventually, they pulled up in front of a massive 3-story stone building. It had a portico held up by 6 marble arches, and no doubt had been a courthouse or something similar in its previous incarnation. There were more of the black uniformed guards milling around the steps. William counted at least 20. One came down the steps to greet Cyclops. "What have you got?" the man asked. The black beret he wore was the only thing that seemed to differentiate him from the rest of the guards. "Group we caught west of Salisbury," said Cyclops in a bored tone as he climbed down from his horse. "I'll take their leader in to see the president." The man in the beret looked William Orton up and down, then nodded. "Okay, him only, and 2 of my boys will accompany you." "Fine." Orton had the feeling the two had a history. "Come on." William followed Cyclops up the steps with 2 guards on either side of him. They entered a large marbled foyer that was manned by more of the guards, and then went up another flight of stairs and took a left along a mezzanine level. At a big set of wooden doors, they were greeted by 2 more guards. "What's up, Cyclops?" said the one on the right, a muscular black kid with a deep voice. "Hey, Bennett, I have a captive to see the president." "He's kind of busy with something." "Well, you know the rules. Any group we catch larger than 10, he wants to talk to the leader." Bennett looked at William, then back at Cyclops. "How many?" 20 exactly." "Okay, wait here." Bennett opened one of the doors and slipped in, closing it quietly behind him. William didn't bother making small talk with Cyclops. He was about to meet the real deal, so why waste breath on a belligerent underling? Instead, he took the opportunity to look around the old courthouse. He wondered what kind of justice was being served by its new owners. He was about to find out. The doors opened after a few minutes, and they were ushered into a courtroom. The seats in the public gallery, along with the defendants' and plaintiffs' tables, had been removed. It left the cavernous room empty, except the jury box and the judge's bench. There were only 2 guards in the room. They were facing the front and stood on either side of a boy of about 14. The kid had his head bowed, and William noted that one of the guards next to him held a samurai sword. In front of them was a large metal brazier packed with glowing coals. The smoking embers cast the faces of the 3 in an orange glow. To the right, 3 girls sat in the jury box. They were all around William's age and wore makeup and what could only be described as revealing clothing. His entrance seemed to pique their interest, and they watched him like cats who had just eaten their fill watching a mouse, too full to pounce but unable to tear their eyes away from a potential meal. William let his eyes travel to the judge's bench. A tall teen sprawled on the big leather chair, his booted feet crossed on top of the bench. He held a wooden gavel in his hand and was tapping it on his thigh. His face was hard, and his brown hair shorn to stubble. But there was no doubt in William's mind. This was Aidan Riley, son of the last president of the United States. "Don't be shy. Come on down," he said. Cyclops exited and pulled the doors shut. The guard called Bennett accompanied William as they headed towards the front. "You might want to give my boy some space. Why don't you stand over by the wall until this matter's sorted?" William nodded and headed to the wall opposite the jury box shadowed by Bennett. "Where were we?" Aidan Riley asked the boy in front of him. "Oh, yes. You stole a loaf of bread. That makes you an asshole. What do we do with assholes who steal, girls?" "Chop off their hand," called the girls in the jury box as one. "Yes, that's right. And we know he's guilty because he confessed." "Correct." The boy began to cry. "Oh, look, it won't kill you, son, but you must learn from this. After all, you know the 2-strike rule for petty crimes, don't you?" The kid sniffled and nodded. "Say it." One strike, lose your hand. 2 strikes, lose your life." "That's right." "Okay, let's get this over with." One of the guards grabbed the kid's arm and pushed it out in front of him. The other turned to face him, hefting the sword in his hand. The kid struggled, but the man holding him was too strong. William Morton watched, fascinated, but unmoved. He was, after all, a sociopath. "Please," bawled the kid, as the sword was raised high. "I'm sorry, I won't." The blade flashed, and the kid's hand fell onto the timber floor of the courtroom with a soft plop. Amazingly, he didn't scream, just looked down at the hand with a surprised look on his face. He didn't have time to contemplate it long. The guard holding him put an arm across his chest and shoved the bloody stump into the glowing embers of the brazier. The kid shrieked in agony as blood and flesh sizzled before passing out from the pain. The stench of burned meat assaulted William's nose. He noted that the girls who had pronounced sentence so gleefully just a few minutes before now looked a little off color. "There we go," said Riley in a regretful tone. "Okay, take him out. Let's hope he's learned his lesson." The guard picked the boy up and slung him over his shoulder before taking him past the judge's bench and through a door in the back wall. The man with the sword picked up the severed hand and put it in a Hessian bag attached to his belt. "Right," said Riley. "Let's get on with it, shall we? You can come forward." Accompanied by Bennett, William confidently strode to the spot where the guy who had picked up the hand was now wiping up the blood with a rag. William was nervous but didn't let it show. Riley smiled down at him. He smiled back. "Something funny?" William's smile disappeared. He was on dangerous ground. "No, sir. Just being friendly." "I see," said Riley, nodding. "Not enough of that these days. So, what's your name and where are you from, Mr. Friendly?" This drew a titter from the girls in the jury box. "William Morton. I'm from Massachusetts." "Massachusetts? You're a long way from home. Yes, sir, it's been quite a hike. Why aren't you still in Massachusetts? It became too dangerous. We were only a small group, and there were gangs springing up everywhere. Aiden Riley weighed him up a moment. How many were in his group, Bennett?
20.
20, he said to William. That's not a small group. Why are you traveling through my country with a group of 20? We were only 3 when we started out. We took people in as we traveled. We were headed to Lake Ontario. We didn't realize we were trespassing. You seem fairly unscathed by your experiences, said Riley, looking him up and down. Still well fed, too, considering you've been on the road so long.
William nodded.
How? Why aren't you a thin, ragged refugee?
Now it was William's turn to weigh up Riley. Lie or truth? He went with the truth.
I made a deal with the devil.
Riley's feet came off the bench and he straightened in his seat.
Tell me more, sport. What deal, and with which devil? The Chinese. I'm not proud of it, but we were about to be put in a chain gang.
Riley held up his hand, and from the corner of his eye he saw the girls in the jury box lean forward eagerly.
What deal? I offered to trap kids who were on the run from them. Kids they were having difficulty rounding up. My 3 friends and I had been hiding out in my grandmother's house. It was big and comfortable and on the main highway. We saw lots of kids going past. I came up with the idea on the spur of the moment. I was desperate. I see. And did you deliver?
William looked at the floor and nodded.
Anything else?
They gave us food and weapons.
So let me get this straight, said Riley sharply. To keep your own ass out of the fire, you offered to trap your fellow survivors and hand them over to the Chinese for a lifetime of servitude or death.
William's heart began to pound, sure now that he'd made a terrible mistake. Riley turned to the 3 girls in the jury box.
What do you say, members of the jury? Is he guilty or not guilty of being a traitorous asshole? Guilty, they called as one. And what do we do with traitors? Chop off their head.
Riley nodded, looking regretful. William tensed, and the man holding the sword smiled at him.
Luckily for you, said Riley, looking at him, I make the decisions around here. While I think you're guilty of being an asshole and a traitor, it wasn't me you betrayed. Mr. Friendly, I respect survivors, especially ruthless survivors. Here's the deal. Your group can stay or go. However, if they choose to go, they'll be shot. That's the way New America works. You join or you die. You, though, I think you might be too dangerous to let loose in my city without someone to watch over you. What do you say about joining my guard? I'm always looking for ruthless assholes who can think quick on their feet.
Having been sure his life was about to end moments before, a surprised William took a second to realize he was being given a reprieve. Not only a reprieve, but a job.
Yes, he said after he gathered himself. You won't find a more ruthless asshole than me. I promise. Excellent. Welcome to New America, William.
William Orton kept his promise and then some. He had quickly worked his way up through the ranks of Riley's guard and had eventually been awarded the title of general, the commander of the entire army of New America. It was an army now. Since Orton had arrived 3.5 years before, it had grown from just over 100 poorly armed boys and girls to more than 3,000 strong. They had 3 tanks, trucks, and 200 horses. Orton, it seemed, had a knack for conquest. He had taken Aiden Riley's dream to create a new America and had channeled it into concrete action. His ruthlessness, coupled with a talent for organization and strategy, complemented Riley's expansive ambitions.
They hadn't outgrown Albany, but Orton had convinced the president that Rochester was more easily defensible and a larger, more suitable capital for New America. Besides moving their capital, they had conquered the rest of old New York State and started making inroads to the neighboring states of Massachusetts and Vermont. So far it had been easy. Their army was far superior to anything even the largest settlement had to offer. Generally, these settlements were just ragged pockets of undisciplined rabble, living like peasants in their own filth. Those that chose to lay down their arms and be absorbed into New America didn't regret their decision long, and it always puzzled President Riley when they resisted. Orton liked it better when they chose to fight, though. He always led the attack and kept a bloody tally of his kills, 290 at last count. As he walked up the steps to the Brown House, a Romanesque castle-like structure that would have looked at home in a field surrounded by a moat, William knew Riley would be as excited by the information they had obtained from the captive as he was. It would now be his job to keep a lid on that enthusiasm and make sure they did their homework before rushing headlong into what could be their first serious opposition.
Army? That can't be right. He was lying to you. They were wiped out when the flu hit.
I don't think so, said Orton. He was annoyed that Riley had kept him waiting for 10 minutes, but hid it well. We'd broken him by that point. He claims that the core of their personnel is a contingent that was inside an underground military facility.
You trust what he told you?
Asked Riley. Not fully, but men broken like that usually only spill the truth.
Tell me everything.
They have a population of around 500, but at least 350 can be called upon to fight. From what he said, they're well armed and trained. Their leader is called Randall, a colonel. They have running water and electricity courtesy of a man he called the Professor. It's a small operation, but they're taking in refugees and slowly growing.
Electricity, we have that.
It's nothing, but
running water, that's very desirable.
The electricity isn't just from portable generators like ours, sir. They have an entire power station up and running, which is exactly how they pump their water. Riley's eyes widened, and Orton could see his leader's brain working overtime.
We must make the offer to them. This Professor sounds invaluable, and Concord sounds like the perfect staging point for our expansion to the East Coast.
Orton knew by offer he meant ultimatum. I agree. How do you want to proceed, sir?
Well, now that your men have slaughtered and tortured their scouting party, an envoy would seem to be out of the question. Still, we can deny any knowledge. I would rather take the city intact, and I'm sure they'll be willing to swear allegiance when they understand we can crush them if they fight. Might I suggest sending our own scouting party with strict instructions not to engage first? It would pay to size them up before giving the ultimatum.
Yes, all right, said Riley after thinking for a few seconds.
I guess we're in no rush, and a clearer picture of what we're dealing with would help.
Yes, sir. I'll organize it right away. Riley watched his general go. He was aware that William Orton didn't always agree with his decisions or the way he ran things. He didn't care. The fact was, Orton was a big part of the reason they were where they were today. His strategic thinking had been crucial to their rapid expansion, and Riley was careful to heed his advice. The downside was, the man had a cruel streak and bore careful watching. Minutes before Orton arrived, one of Riley's spies had already informed him of the death of the Concord man and everything he told Orton. He also knew Orton had stayed to watch the man die. Yes, Orton had his secrets, but so did Riley. One of them was the fact that Riley had ordered a tunnel from the Brown House to the secret police headquarters be built. It hadn't been dug from scratch, but his hand-selected team had made clever use of the old sewers, only having to dig through 3 sections to fashion a tunnel that ran almost directly from one building to the other. Yes, best to keep an eye on things. No one was 100% reliable. 8. 2 days after Luke's homecoming, he and Isaac were traveling back to Concord. Luke had spent those days getting to know his daughter and was surprised at the depth of emotion he felt now at leaving her for just a few hours.
It's okay, Luke. I'll look after her, and I have Uncle Ben to keep me in line, okay? Indigo had told him. Go. Have fun.
After another 2 minutes of instructions and hugs and kisses, Isaac had finally dragged him through the door. Isaac drove to Concord in the Jeep. They had a meeting scheduled with Randall to discuss the captured members of the Brotherhood. Luke also wanted to pay a visit on Diana and find out how long before she was fit enough to move to Manchester. He didn't say as much to Isaac, but he was also looking forward to seeing Becky, the Colonel's PA, again. As for the brothers, he had mixed emotions about how to deal with them. While he knew they couldn't all be bad, the only experience he'd had with them was that they were either killers or following the orders of killers. There was a new checkpoint on the road into Concord with 2 armed guards stationed at a boom gate. Orange water barrels blocked the sidewalk on both sides of the road.
What's this?
Asked Isaac as he pulled up. No idea, said Luke. One of the guards, a fresh-faced kid who could have been no older than 17, came over. Hello, sirs, he said, clearly recognizing them.
Morning. We're here to see the Colonel.
Yes, sir. We were told about your visit. You can drive on through.
What's with the new checkpoint?
Isaac asked him as the other guard raised the boom gate. Colonel's orders, sir, he said. They're on all the major roads in, north, south, and west.
Do you know why?
The kid looked like he was going to say something, but then changed his mind. It's above my pay grade, sir.
Okay, then. Thanks. See you on the way out,
said Isaac, heading through the checkpoint and into town. They noticed more activity as they drove, side streets being barricaded, people in a park filling sandbags with soil.
Looks like he's preparing for an invasion, said Isaac.
Maybe the scouting party Randall sent east is back. While security on the roads had been beefed up, they walked into Randall's headquarters without anyone stopping them. Luke led the way up to the 3rd floor, his leg and crutch making it slow going. Becky was behind her desk, just as he had imagined. She looked up as they approached. Luke, she said, standing up from behind her desk. She was dressed, as she had been last time, in a black skirt and white blouse, but her hair, rather than being pulled back in a tight bun, was down and fell over her shoulders in soft waves. Hi, Becky.
I heard you were back, she said, meeting him and giving him a brief hug. You were the talk of the town the other day. How is your leg?
It's okay. Hopefully I'll get rid of this crutch in a few days, he said, then thought back to his rescue and being reunited with Aaron. Yeah, the other day was all a bit of a blur. Sorry I didn't get to see you. You know Isaac?
I sure do. We met when he came to visit the Colonel last time. Hi, Isaac,
she said, and held out her hand. Isaac shook it.
Hey, Becky, is the boss in?
Sure is.
1 sec.
Becky turned and knocked on the door. Luke pretended not to notice Isaac looking at him curiously.
Isaac Race and Luke are here, sir.
Show them in,
came the gruff voice. Becky held the door open for them. Luke felt his face heat up as he squeezed past the smiling girl. Randall came around the desk and shook both their hands as Becky closed the door behind them.
Have a seat, boys. How are things going in your neck of the woods?
Pretty good, said Isaac. The tower is fully populated now, and we've been working on our defenses. Speaking of...
the checkpoints. Seems a bit of overkill given how well defended we are, I guess.
He looked troubled.
The team I sent east to scout and find out more about this army is a week overdue. I thought it might be time to plan for the future.
Maybe they're just delayed, said Isaac.
No, not these guys, said Randall, his face a little pinched. If they were physically able to, Branson would have had them back. No, a week means they've been intercepted, and I have to assume the worst.
No comms, obviously.
No. Sat phones are useless junk since the Chinese took control of our tech during the invasion. We have walkie-talkies and CB radio, but obviously they were out of range.
You think they've been killed?
Captured at the least. Maybe killed. I'm assuming a worst-case scenario.
Which also means you have to assume they might have been interrogated, said Luke. Randall nodded.
Are you sending another team?
asked Isaac.
Yes, I liked your tactic of the boys on the motorcycles when you were dealing with the marauders. It was clever. So this time I'm sending Bowman and another man. 2-person tag team. I want intel this time, so they're under strict instructions to return once they have something to report, or in the case of a troop movement, to get their asses back here ASAP.
You really think this new America is that aggressive? Asked Isaac. It seems a long way to come.
If what I've heard is correct, they will come. They hold sway over the entire state of New York. More concerning is that they have a large presence in Albany. Apparently it was their first capital. I'll send Bowman and the other man to watch the main route between Rochester and Albany. I assume if they make a move, they'll head from Rochester to Albany first, then make that their staging point if they do decide to cross Vermont and come after us.
Hopefully they stay on their side of the border, said Luke.
We'll see. Now, how do you boys want to deal with the 7 prisoners?
I'll let Luke tell you his idea,
said Isaac. I think we should send them back, said Luke. I'd like to talk to the one who ordered them to surrender. He saw Brother Jared had betrayed them, and while I don't like the way they do things, I think if we allow them to return with a message that we're not looking for a fight, it will be one less thing to worry about.
Good plan, son. They've been treated well since they surrendered, so I don't think there'll be any complaints. They're in cells at the PD. When do you want to do it?
Now's as good a time as any, I guess, he said, waving vaguely in the direction of the police department that was 2 doors down. It's close.
Yes, I'll come with you. Maybe my gray hair will lend some authority to the situation.
A short time later, one of Randall's men opened the door of the first cell. It contained the one called Simon and 3 more. Simon stood when the door opened, his eyes widening when Luke, leaning on his crutch, filled the doorway. The other men stood up, alarmed. "It's okay, boys," he said, holding up his good hand. "I'm only here to talk."
"What do you have to say?"
said Simon, taking a step toward him. "I have an offer for you, but let's go somewhere more amenable to conversation." A minute later, Luke led Brother Simon into the conference room of the station where Isaac and the uniformed colonel waited. Simon stopped in his tracks when he spotted the old man. While he'd seen that some of the soldiers were in their 30s, he hadn't seen anyone with gray hair in nearly 6 years.
"You look like you just spied a ghost, son. Take a seat."
"He kind of did," said Luke, as Simon sat down. "Not many of you elders around anymore."
"Sorry," said the still shocked brother. "I haven't seen anyone really old since before."
Randall laughed as Isaac and Luke suppressed giggles.
"Well, there are a few of us around," he said. "More here in Concord than you're likely to see on the entire continent. But let's get to it. Luke?"
Luke sat down at the head of the table and looked at Simon earnestly. "We're letting you go."
"I see,"
said Simon after the words had sunk in.
"But—"
"No buts, just a proviso. You're free to head back to your people, but we want you to give a message to your leadership. Stay in Maine. No revenge attacks. No mischief this side of the border. You've seen our firepower here. We have an army of more than 1,000 men." Luke ignored the quick look Isaac gave him. "Understood?"
"You're letting us go?"
asked Simon, perhaps more used to the Brotherhood's version of justice. "Yes. We're willing to let bygones be bygones, even after the pain and suffering you caused for the people of Willetton Green. But any aggression from the Brotherhood will be met with fire and fury. Is that clear?"
"Yes, sir,"
said Simon.
"I'll be sure and tell them how well we were treated, too."
Luke nodded and held his hand out to the younger man. They shook.
"Excellent," said
Randall, standing up.
"Now that is settled, I'll see you on your way with some supply packs."
Simon stood. He flinched when Randall put a big paw on his shoulder and squeezed as he directed him through the door.
"Don't let us down, son."
After they'd gone, Isaac looked at Luke.
1,000 men?
Fire and fury?
Luke grinned. Well, it doesn't hurt to embellish details a little. Was fire and fury too much? I was going to go with shock and awe, but I've always been a fan of alliteration. Friends will flip-flop fast when facing trouble.
Come on,
said Isaac, shaking his head happily. Clearly the old Luke was on his way back.
Let's go see your friends.
Diana was on the mend and happy to see Luke. Samuel was being looked after by Kathy in a wing of the hospital that had been set aside for accommodation. He got to see his mom every day. So, you haven't changed your mind about coming to live in Manchester? He asked. I mean, they're a bit more advanced on the road to civilization here in Concord.
No, not at all. Besides, Sammy would kill me if I told him we weren't going to go and live with Uncle Luke. That kid idolizes you.
Can you blame him? Luke joked.
No, I can't,
she said seriously. Isaac rolled his eyes at Luke's aw-shucks face. They made small talk for 20 minutes before Isaac and Luke stood up. The medic says you'll be fit for travel in a few days. We'll be back to take everyone then. He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek.
Okay, she said as they headed to the door. And Luke, thanks again for everything.
No sweat. I'll see you in a couple of days. 9. Luke eased into his new life as a father with a lot of help. Indigo, Ben, and Diana were his main support when it came to Aaron, and while tentative in the first few weeks, within a month he couldn't have imagined how life was before she arrived. Diana and her group had been transported to Manchester as soon as she'd been fit enough for travel. Luke had insisted upon it. Diana and Samuel had moved in on the top floor with the rest of the core members of Isaac and Luke's original group, in a room next to Ben. Like Luke, who had discarded his crutch after a week, her wound had healed nicely, and apart from stiffness in her back on cold mornings, she appeared unaffected by her ordeal. In fact, the weight of the world looked to have been lifted from Diana's shoulders since her arrival, and Luke realized how much being responsible for the people of Willett Green had worn her down. She looked years younger and just plain happier than the taciturn, jaded woman he'd had the good fortune to meet the night the dogs had attacked him. To his great satisfaction, she and Ben also seemed to have hit it off. While he and Isaac had spoken of the obvious attraction between the two, so far it hadn't bloomed into anything other than friendship. They were careful to avoid the usual ribbing they might have given their English friend. Hopefully it would morph into something more in its own time. As a bonus, Samuel and Cade had become good friends, and by the end of their first month, Cade had been adopted and moved in to live with Diana and Samuel. In late September, 6 weeks after Luke's return, they had their first council meeting since populating the Brady Sullivan. They met in a large conference room on the 19th floor. The first item on the agenda was voting for the 3-member leadership team. I nominate Isaac, said Luke automatically.
I second that vote, said Ben, and I also nominate Luke for the leadership team. I second both of those votes and nominate Diana for the 3rd position, said Indigo. Oh, I don't...
Diana was interrupted by Paul, Allie, and Ava. Second.
Anyone else?
asked Paul, who was chairing the meeting.
I nominate Paul,
said Diana, finally recovering from the shock of being nominated. She had been watching Paul and his organization skills as he oversaw the population of the building and allocation of jobs, and thought he was great leadership material.
No,
said Paul, immediately reddening at the sudden attention.
Sorry, I'm not really a leader. These guys definitely are, and you too, by all accounts.
No one else was nominated, and the 3 were voted to the leadership group with no dissenters.
Next on the agenda is birthdays,
said Paul.
Indigo? Thanks, Paul,
said Indigo, standing up.
Well, some of you mightn't be aware, but Isaac turned 21 while we were on the run from the farm. He made me swear not to remind anyone, but now that we've settled into our new home, I think it's time to celebrate. Not only that, but Luke is also turning 21 on November 10th.
There were oohs and ahs from the rest of the people around the table. The boys just looked embarrassed.
We don't need to, started Isaac.
Yes, we do, said Indigo. "I propose we have a 21st birthday celebration party on the roof of the tower on the 10th of November. A chorus of seconds followed. Neither of the boys was fond of the idea, but they were outvoted 11-2. "Fine," said Luke in the end. He was more of a showman than Isaac, and the idea of being the center of attention began to grow on him almost immediately. Isaac was watching him as the hands went up around the table, and just shook his head laughing as he watched his friend's face change from reluctant to supremely happy in the space of a few seconds. "What?" Luke mouthed. Isaac just shook his head and conceded the party would go ahead. The rest of the agenda covered more mundane topics, such as the continuing work on their new home. "Jamal, do you have an update on the power situation?" Paul asked. "I sure do. It's good news. The team that Colonel Randall sent last week has gotten everything ready with repairs, but came across something we couldn't fix. The professor arrives tomorrow, and he should be able to kick the plant into gear within a few hours. When it's done, we can move off the generators and can distribute power to the whole Manchester grid as we get bigger." "Wow, that's awesome," said Isaac. "Even better that we have a hydro-powered plant so close." "Yeah, the Merrimack River turned out to be a real bonus. It has power plants dotted right along it. That's also how they power Concord." "So we'll have the water plant going too?" "A part of the team has already headed over there. Once the power is on, they can start up the pumps and filtration. It will be a few days before it's clean enough to drink without boiling, though." "And the sewer?" asked Allie, her nose wrinkled. "Well, it's connected," said Jamal. "So yeah, that will be on too." "Oh, wow. It will be so strange," said Indigo. "Yeah," agreed Luke. "Just in time for winter. Oh, I forgot, Luke. The fuel and car battery you requested will be arriving with the professor." "What's this?" asked Isaac. "You'll see," said Luke mysteriously. The rest of the meeting covered some general housekeeping business and broke up 20 minutes later. "Seriously, what's the gas in the battery for?" asked Isaac as they headed out of the conference room. "Oh, just a little project." Isaac's shoulder bumped him. "Come on, you're not going to tell your best friend?" "Oh, leave him alone, Isaac. If I know Luke, whatever it is won't be a secret for long," said Indigo with a laugh. "There," said Luke. "Your boss has spoken. Now, excuse me, I have to relieve Ava. She's been babysitting Aaron and the rest since before dinner." They took the stairs as they were only one flight down from their floor. Luke led the way with Isaac and Indigo following. Diana and Ben followed behind, more slowly. "Great meeting, huh?" said Diana. "As far as meetings go, I guess," Ben said. Diana giggled. "What?" he asked. "I was just thinking how lame that attempt at making small talk was. Great meeting. Wow, I need to work on my social skills." He laughed. "No lamer than my answer," he said, then mocked himself in a BBC accent. "As far as meetings go." "You did sound a bit famous five," she laughed. "Oh," he said, surprised. "You know them? You read Enid Blyton?" "Well, yeah, my friend had the whole collection. We used to giggle over the names, you know, Dick and Fanny." He laughed. "They're really old-fashioned now, but I loved them when I was a kid. They were great adventures." "Yeah, actually, you remind me of how Julian might have looked. You know, tall and blonde and handsome. All you need is a striped jersey." Ben's cheeks burned at this unexpected compliment, and he focused on the steps as they reached the top of the fire stairs. The others had already disappeared through the door to the top floor. Ben paused with his hand on the door handle. I was wondering if you'd like to go up on the roof later. You know, after the kids are asleep." "The roof?" "If you want," he stammered, "just to look at the stars and talk." "I'd love to." "Shall I knock on your door when it's all clear?" she said in a British accent. "That would be nice," he said, smiling. "It's a date." On the western side of the Merrimack River, a group of 3 armed men was hiding out in a condominium overlooking the large waterway. They were situated directly west of the Brady Sullivan Tower, and from their top-story room were able to see the upper portion of the tower unimpeded. They also had a man on the roof. Their leader was Dan Eshman, a 20-year-old from Albany who had joined the ranks of the new American Army 4 years ago. He was tough and competent. He'd been raised with guns, and his father had been a Marine. When the president's son and his army had risen up to start taking back control of New York State, it had been a no-brainer to fall in with them. Dan had risen through the ranks quickly and was now head of the Special Ops team. They did all the reconnaissance and forward probing for New America, and what they had seen on this mission made the rest of their missions pale into insignificance. They had reconnoitered and studied Concord for over 3 weeks, and it had been the most difficult assignment yet. The city was well armed and patrolled. The level of sophistication of their security meant that the team had only been able to operate on the edges of the city and in the dark. They had learned enough to take back some very disturbing intel regarding the size of the settlement and their manpower. It was only a fluke that they'd spotted a few vehicles heading south out of Concord the day before. They'd been about to return home, but given he'd been ordered to take his time and make sure they covered every angle, he had thought it might be worthwhile tracking them. It had been. Not only would he be confirming that Concord was better organized and defended than any settlement or enclave they'd attempted to take before, but that they'd expanded to Manchester. At this stage, the southern city didn't appear as populated or well defended, but one had to assume it was on the agenda. The walkie-talkie on Eshman's hip hissed. "Echo Foxtrot Charlie, we have movement on the roof, over." He put down the plate of beans he had heated over the small butane cooker and snatched up the walkie-talkie. "Roger, Hawk 1. What do you see, over?" he said, picking up his M24 sniper rifle and heading to the balcony. "Lights on the roof, along with 2 targets, male and female, over. I have a clean shot." "Negative, Hawk 1. You know the orders, Bruno. Observe and await instructions, over." Eshman put the walkie-talkie back on his belt and slid the glass door open, wondering if it was time to put someone else on lookout duty. Bruno was a novice and keen as hell to shoot someone. This was the wrong mission for him. The cold night air hit Eshman like a hard slap. He knelt beside the rail and put the stock of his M24 to his shoulder and peered into the scope. 430 yards away, the roof of the Brady Sullivan was lit up like a Christmas tree. The couple was easy to spot, even though from his vantage he could only see from their shoulders up. They had drifted to the southern end of the roof and were looking over the city. He focused the scope and took a closer look. One was a tall male, the other a dark-haired woman. Both appeared to be around 20 and were unarmed. They leaned over the rail and chatted. From his end of the rifle scope, they looked carefree and happy. Eshman scanned the rest of the roof to make sure no one else was around. By the time he'd swung his scope back to the couple, he found them engaged in a kiss. "How romantic," he said under his breath and took his eye away from the scope before heading back inside. "Hawk 1, he said into his walkie-talkie. "No threat, just a couple of lovebirds. Keep an eye on them. An eye only. Understand, Bruno?" "Roger, Echo Foxtrot Charlie." "Good. I'm going to get some shut-eye. Over." Eshman sensed the disappointment in the voice of his man on the roof. He understood it. His team was used to a more hands-on style when reconnoitering, and Bruno was on his first mission. He was a skillful marksman and a good kid, but way too gung-ho. Still, the order was to gather intel and under no circumstances engage unless their hand was forced, and that's exactly what they would do. On the spur of the moment, he decided to go up on the roof and give Bruno a quick pep talk before he rested. On the roof, Bruno Giuliano kept his rifle trained on the couple. He was frustrated. This was his first mission, and after hearing stories of killing and glory on their previous missions from the other men, this one was plain boring. In fact, it was a fucking letdown. Feeling pissed, he put his finger back on the trigger and peered through the night. The crosshairs of the sight split the back of the guy's blonde head into quadrants as he kissed his girl. They wouldn't know what hit them. With one shot, he could take both of them so easily. Recklessly, he squeezed the trigger ever so slightly. "You're a good kisser," said Diana, breaking away from Ben and leaning back over the rail as she took a breath. "You too." He smiled, pleased, and joined her at the rail, looking back over the dark city. "So, I'd really like to see you again," said Ben. Diana laughed, and Ben's face fell, wondering what he'd said wrong. "Sure," she said, and put her hand on his. "Me too. You're very nice. Very British. Shall we go on a date?" "Yes, I'd like that." "Me too." "Well, I guess we better go in." "Yes," he said as they turned from the rail. He put his arm out and was taken aback when Diana ignored it and leaned in to kiss him again. Her lips had only just met his when the crack of a gunshot shattered the silent night. 10. When Eshman emerged onto the roof of the building, it took a while for his eyes to adjust to the dark. He spotted Giuliano, a dark shadow against the low wall that edged the flat rectangular roof. He was laid out full length, shoulders tense, his eye against the scope of his rifle. Eshman began sprinting silently across the roof, glancing across the river as he closed in quickly on his team member. Even from this distance he could see the silhouettes of the couple on the roof of the Brady Sullivan. Time seemed to slow as he turned his attention back to Giuliano. The kid's finger was on the trigger. Eshman dived. "Did you hear that?" Indigo asked Isaac. He was busy horsing around with Max on the carpeted floor of their apartment. "Huh?" "A bang." The words were no sooner out of her mouth when there was an urgent rapping on their door. Isaac flipped his laughing son onto his back and stood up, running to the door. It was Luke, his hair wild. "That was a gunshot," he said, waving a pistol in the general direction of the river. "I think Ben and Diana are on the roof. Come on." Isaac looked back at Indigo as Luke ran for the fire stairs. "Go," said a pale Indigo. Isaac barreled at the door, only remembering he was unarmed as he entered the stairwell and began chasing Luke the one flight of stairs to the roof. No time now. The door was open when he got to it, and the big switch that controlled the lighting on the roof was switched to the off position. Luke was down on his haunches a few feet out onto the roof, peeking cautiously around a large air-conditioning box. 30 feet away, 2 figures lay unmoving on the tar-sealed roof. Eshman struck Giuliano hard in the side. The rifle spat death with a loud report as his momentum rolled him over. Eshman's ears rang painfully as he wrestled the other man onto his back and punched him hard in the cheek. The kid released his rifle and held his hands up to protect his face. "What the fuck, Giuliano?" "I wasn't going to shoot, boss. I was only playing." "You took a shot, asshole." "I was just testing the trigger to see how it felt. It only went off 'cause you surprised me." Eshman shook his head, barely able to refrain from punching him again. There was no time to waste. Whether he'd meant to shoot or not, he had, and they needed to be gone. He pulled Giuliano roughly to his feet by the collar and glanced across to the tower in the distance. The couple was nowhere to be seen. Before he turned away, the lights on the roof went black. "Grab your gun. We have to pull out right now." Luke, with his heart in his mouth, crouched and ran as fast as he could to where Ben and Diana were sprawled. Isaac followed close behind. "Some bloody bastard shot at us," called Ben, popping his head up as the two arrived. "Oh, Jesus," said Luke, falling to his knees next to them. "I thought you were dead." "No, they missed us. It hit over there," said Diana, pointing to the wall that ran parallel to Elm Street. From the angle of her gesture, the shot hadn't missed by much. "What direction did it come from?" asked Isaac. Ben pointed west. "From across the river, I think." "Come on," said Isaac. "Let's get inside." All 4 of them stayed low and made their way back to the open door before racing down the steps to the top floor. The door to Isaac's room opened and Indigo came out to meet them. She was in jeans and a jacket with a pistol tucked in her belt. She carried another. "I have Ava and Allie watching Samuel, Cade, and Max," she said, handing Isaac his Glock. "What happened?" "Someone fired at Ben and Diana from across the river while they were on the roof," said Luke. "Right. Are we going to investigate?" "Yes," said Isaac, moving to the elevator and pressing the down button. "Ben, you and Diana take the stairs and grab Jamal from the 5th floor. Meet us down in the lobby. We'll have weapons waiting. Hurry." Luke, Isaac, and Indigo stepped into the elevator. "You think it's a loner?" asked Indigo.
"No idea," said Isaac. "We'll take 2 semi-automatics in case."
"Yeah, we should probably go on foot. They'll hear the jeep coming a mile off." 4 minutes later, the 6-person group was crossing the bridge at a cautious sprint. "I can't be sure, but I think it came from the direction of those buildings," said Ben, pointing at the row of structures that lined the western riverbank.
"Okay, we'll head there."
Isaac paused in the shadows on the other side of the bridge.
"Luke, you, Ben, and Diana go around the front. Jamal, Indigo, and I will enter from the rear. We'll check the buildings one by one. It will take a while, but we have to go floor by floor and room by room, okay?"
"Roger, let's go. Be careful." As it was, they found what they were looking for in the first building. Luke, Ben, and Diana found a room on the 4th floor that had clearly been occupied until recently. The faint smell of smoke lingered in the air, and the sliding door to the balcony was open. Luke went to the kitchen and found a pile of beans in the sink. He stuck a finger in them. Still warm. "They were definitely here," he said. "Come on." They met Isaac and the other 2 in the hallway, and Luke nodded to the door he'd just come out of and mouthed, "They were in there." He then gestured to the door at the end of the hallway marked roof. Luke and Jamal had the 2 semi-automatics and went through first. There was no one on the roof. After they'd made sure, they all walked to the edge and looked over the river. "The tower is pretty easy to see from here. Do you think this is where they shot at us?" said Diana.
"I'm sure of it,"
said Isaac, bending over and picking up something from the rooftop and holding it up for all to see. It was a bullet casing. He handed it to Luke. 8mm, said Luke, and sniffed it. "That's what they fired at you." Ben's eyes were wide. "Who do you think it was?" "No idea," said Luke. "But based on the mess they made in that room, there was more than one."
"Not sure what they hoped to gain by shooting," said Isaac. "We should report this to the colonel."
They all agreed that Luke and Isaac would head over to Concord the next day before cautiously making their way back to the Brady Sullivan. Eshman and his men made their way on foot back to the spot they'd left their transport. It was in a little town west of Manchester. General Orton had picked it for its proximity to Concord and the fact that it was well away from the main arterial roads. It was a fluke that it was close to Manchester, a part of the Concord expansion they hadn't been aware of when they began their mission. Now it was a little too close for comfort, and even though he would have liked to have monitored the small offshoot in Manchester for another 24 hours, it was out of the question now. Giuliano and his reckless actions on the roof had seen to that. Still, they had enough intel to take back. Eshman was sure General Orton would be quite interested in what they'd learned about Manchester. Something told him when they finished with Concord, it mightn't be in a fit state to be the first choice for their first New Hampshire outpost. Yes, Eshman did not doubt that young Bruno would have more than enough shooting in his near future. That's if he wasn't summarily shot after Eshman made his report to the general and president. Part 3. War Footing. 11.
"Thanks for the intel. That's pretty concerning, but only goes to show we're doing the right thing by increasing security."
Randall paced his office as Luke and Isaac drank the coffee that Becky had brought in.
"So you think maybe it was a forward team of this New America?"
asked Isaac.
"Well, the casing you found indicates they had at least one high-powered rifle," the older man said, sitting down. "If it was a random loner, they sure chose an interesting spot to camp out and take a pot shot. It may well be unrelated to New America, but we should assume the worst case here. If I put myself in their shoes, I'd be sending out a team or teams to assess us just like I did them. If they did get information from my missing team, it means they know we're big and well-armed."
"What do you think they were doing in Manchester, then?" asked Luke. Randall shrugged.
"I'm pretty sure if they were scoping you out, they've scoped out Concord, too. Maybe they've seen the comings and goings. From the outside looking in, it might even appear that we're a part of the same group expanding over 2 cities. Perhaps it's time to come to an agreement," he said, nailing Isaac with a look.
"What sort of agreement?"
Well, you know I'm not interested in expansion, but I would be willing to station a contingent of men in Manchester on a semi-permanent basis, at least until this all blows over. It's in both our interests to have a strong ally close by.
I think we'd be open to that. We'll need to put it to the council, of course. How many men are we talking?
10% of my force, 50 men. They can blockade the bridges and roads from the south and patrol anywhere you think you need.
Well, you have my vote, Luke said to Isaac. Pretty sure there won't be a problem getting a unanimous vote. Everybody was pretty shaken up.
Yeah. All right, that's settled then. I'll begin the preparations. You just get a message to me when you've cleared it with your council, and we'll get to it. I'll see you out.
Yes, sir.
They followed Randall out.
Bye, Luke,
said Becky with a smile. Bye. He responded as nonchalantly as he could, knowing full well the heat in his cheeks was a giveaway.
That Becky girl seems nice,
said Isaac as they passed through the final checkpoint and began following the road back to Manchester. Are you fishing, dude?
Are the fish biting?
Luke folded his hands over his chest. Nope.
To tell the truth, I think she likes you.
Dude, just drive. The truth was, he liked Becky, and it was pretty obvious the feeling was reciprocated. He wondered if she knew he was a dad and if that would make a difference to her feelings. Anyway, it just seemed way too soon to be thinking about another woman. On the morning of the second day after the errant shot by Giuliano, Eshman waited in General Orton's outer office. The drive back to Albany had taken nearly 9 hours, and they'd stayed for the night there before heading on to Rochester at dawn. He imagined that in the old days it would have been possible to travel between Manchester and Rochester in about 6 hours. While the roads in New York State had been pretty much cleared by Riley's people, they'd had to stop frequently on the country roads of New Hampshire and Vermont to move obstructions like fallen trees and dead vehicles. The intercom on the receptionist's desk buzzed.
Send him in.
Yes, sir, said his receptionist, a big guy who no doubt had 2 roles to play for his boss. He looked across to Eshman. You can go in.
Morning, Eshman,
said William Orton. Despite the early hour, he looked fresh and his gaze was sharp.
Morning, sir. Sit down and spill.
Yes, sir.
Eshman pulled a notepad from his pocket and proceeded to tell his general everything they'd learned, day by day, in the month they'd been out. Orton made notes, asking a pertinent question here and there. He didn't show surprise at any of the facts and figures, but Eshman knew he must have been at the very least a little shocked. In fact, the only time he showed any real emotion was when Eshman got up to the final day in his notes and explained what had happened on the roof.
What were my orders?
He said in a low voice. Eshman would have preferred shouting.
Not to engage, sir.
And yet...
Look, sir, the kid is young. Maybe it was my fault for putting him on the roof.
You're right, it is your fault. He leaned over the intercom and stabbed the button with his finger.
Goulding, have the MPs come and escort Mr. Eshman to the square. Turn out the barracks. There's going to be a whipping in 30 minutes.
Eshman's face went white. Yes, sir.
Oh, and make sure that Eshman's team is front and center.
He sat back and looked at Eshman. Do you have something to say? Eshman didn't want to be whipped. It wasn't only about the pain. It was more the humiliation, but he knew if he argued it would probably only make matters worse.
No, sir. I didn't think so.
Exactly 30 minutes later, Eshman, stripped to the waist, was tied to a post in front of the Brown house. The post was on a rude concrete stage that had been constructed for just this purpose, making examples of people who had done the wrong thing. Usually it was floggings, but just occasionally an execution for the worst crimes. The entire barracks had gathered around, and civilians had also begun assembling as news of the flogging spread. Eshman eyed his team, noting that they all gave him nods of support. All but Giuliano, who stared at his feet. He caught movement in his peripheral vision and raised his head towards the roof of the Brown house. On the roof, a small group of people was watching. Eshman spotted the tall figure of the president watching silently amongst the other watchers, who appeared to be talking animatedly. The crowd at the foot of the stage parted to allow a big, bald guy carrying a bullwhip through. He wore a black tank top, with khaki pants tucked into his boots. The crowd started to chant, "Bull, Bull, Bull." The name was apt. General Orton's multi-purpose strongman was tall with massive shoulders and a neck as wide as his big head. He was feared and adored in equal parts by the public, and hated by the soldiers for his ruthlessness and favored position. It was a silent hatred, though. No one dared voice their opinion to the general, and most definitely not to Bull. He had snapped the neck of the last soldier too drunk and stupid to know better. Bull was followed onto the stage by William Orton, looking resplendent in his black uniform. Eshman briefly wondered if he'd found it in a costume shop. It looked a little like a cross between the uniform of a Death Star commander and a German SS uniform. Orton turned on the stage and raised his hands. His blond hair blew in the wind as the crowd slowly hushed. "Friends, soldiers of New America," he called in a loud voice, "we are gathered to see punishment. A punishment earned for disobeying a direct order. 5 lashes of Bull's whip. Let this be a lesson to all." For once, Eshman wished that Orton had had a longer speech prepared. Then again, maybe not. Perhaps the anticipation was worse than the actual punishment. Orton stepped back, and Bull, the same man who had recently tortured the captured soldier from Concord, theatrically walked to the back of the stage and held his hands wide, allowing the length of the whip to fall and slap the concrete. The chant went up again. "Bull, Bull, Bull." Eshman allowed himself to flop against the pole and looked down into the first row. Giuliano met his gaze this time, and Eshman thought he saw at least 2 emotions: guilt and relief. Bull held up his left hand and jabbed a meaty finger into the sky as he began to heft the handle of the whip in his right hand. "One!" called the crowd. Crack! The pain was excruciating. Eshman felt like someone had drawn a line of gasoline across his shoulder blades and lit it with a match. 2! Crack! 3! Crack! He blacked out, but the reprieve was short-lived. He came to, slumped against the pole, unable to straighten his legs. 5! Crack! The 5th stroke was like a punch. His whole back was aflame with agony, and he only felt the physical impact. The burning didn't get any worse. Eshman gave up trying to stand and slid down the pole as far as the ropes around his wrist would allow. The crowd roared its approval. "Bull! Bull! Bull!" Orton stepped up to the edge of the stage again and held up his hands. "The punishment has been served," he said, gesturing to the bleeding, slumped form of Eshman. "Let this be a lesson. Some mistakes will be tolerated and discipline meted out. Other mistakes will not be tolerated." With that, he stepped up to the edge of the stage and produced the small handgun he'd been holding behind his back. Now there were screams from the crowd as they shrunk back in horror. Eshman barely registered surprise, though. He was in a state of shock and didn't react when Orton shot Bruno Giuliano between the eyes. He passed out again as Giuliano fell at the feet of his team, a look of surprise on his face. 12. An hour later, Orton was in President Riley's office, sharing the intel Eshman's team had gathered from their mission into New Hampshire. "So it's confirmed, then," said Riley. 2 cities, a combined population of around 1,000, and an army of at least 500. It doesn't sound like they'll have a choice but to capitulate, given we outnumber them by at least 3 times. I think it's time we send an envoy."
"For that reason, I think we should take them by surprise," said Orton. "If we send an envoy, we give them a warning and a chance to gather themselves to defend. This is former military we're talking about, and I don't think their leaders will surrender."
"Yes, we outnumber them," said Riley. "But remember, we'll be on their turf, and they have battle-hardened soldiers, real soldiers, U.S. Army soldiers from before the attack. They'll be well-armed and disciplined, not like the scrappy gangs of toothless kids we've been knocking over."
"It will be a challenge, Mr. President, but I think we must take decisive action."
Riley waved his hand. "Go on. What do you suggest, then?"
"No attack. Not at first, anyway. We should roll our entire army up on their doorstep, then parley with them. Give them the same opportunity you give everyone else we conquer."
He stood up and leaned over the map of the eastern United States on the table between them. He ran his finger from Rochester directly east across the map until it stopped just to the west of Concord.
"I think we should send 3,000 men to this point, with me in command. Meanwhile, we send 250 men led by Cyclops to secure Manchester. We make both cities the offer. Submit and become the most eastern outpost of New America or die. Faced with our larger forces, this colonel should see sense."
"Go on," said Riley, his face thoughtful.
"We'll send the contingent of 250 from Albany. They can head south and then curl north back up to Manchester. Eshman's team had to return before they had hard numbers, but based on what they saw, he didn't think there could be more than 500 souls there, and at least half would be women and children. That would leave roughly 300 soldiers to cover a worst-case scenario to protect our border."
Riley steepled his fingers and stared into the distance. Orton waited patiently, aware of his leader's penchant for the theatrical. The seconds stretched into a minute, and finally Orton cleared his throat. Riley put his hands flat on the table and looked at Orton with an intensity rare even for him. "This is what we'll do. I will lead the army. All 3 tanks and 100 cavalrymen east to Concord. You'll be by my side. We'll send the entire Albany division of 500 to Manchester. If they decide to fight, Manchester will be crushed quickly as we attack Concord with our main force. Then Cyclops and his men can come up on Concord from behind to mop things up. It'll be over in less than a day if it comes to a fight." William held his tongue. He wanted to argue that it was dangerous to show their full hand, but the glint in Riley's eyes was a dangerous one. Aidan Riley saw his doubt. "Have I ever told you what happened to me when we were evacuated from the White House, Will?"
"Only that you managed to escape the Chinese when they killed the team assigned to protect you and your mother."
"Yes. I ran alone through the woods because my Secret Service man was injured. He sacrificed himself to lead them away from me. I thought it had worked. It hadn't. Not long after, a lone Chinese soldier had stumbled upon me. It was comical, really. We were both as surprised as each other when it happened. Anyway, his surprise wore off, and he was quicker than me. He ordered me to put up my hands. Then his head exploded. He was blasted by a man hiding out in an ambush with his 2 sons. They were preppers, armed to the teeth and fighting for their country guerrilla style. They killed the rest of the Chinese pursuing me in an ambush. Lucky me, right?"
"Sure," said Orton,
unsure where this conversation was heading, only knowing it was making him uncomfortable. "Wrong! You see, the old man got killed as he was about to plug the leader of the Chinese. The boys took me. I'd been saved from the Chinese, but now was held captive by 2 sons mourning their father and blaming me for his death. When they found out who I was, it got worse, not better."
"Sorry."
"Nothing for you to be sorry about, Will. They kept me in their basement for over a year.
They fed me every few days and would bring down kids they'd met and recruited to show me off as a sign of their power. They pretty much had a house full of survivors and had trained them into quite a little force by the end of that 12 months.
I don't need to tell you some of the things they did to me down there. You would probably guess what two angry, out-of-control teenagers could do to someone they perceived to be the cause of all their problems. But do you know how I turned it around?
No, sir, said William quietly.
I overwhelmed them, William. I got loose one morning while they were out hunting. I found a hammer in an old toolbox, and I waited for them to come down for their nightly party. It was usually after everyone else had gone to bed. I was skinny and in pretty poor shape, but I was desperate, and they were complacent. I clubbed those boys into submission with that hammer. They begged for mercy, and I gave it to them. The same mercy they'd shown me. I beat those boys until their heads were nothing but puddles on the ground.
William felt a jolt of fear. No stranger to inflicting violence himself, the cold way Riley told the story hammered home why he was such a dangerous man. A product of his circumstances, no doubt, but how he got to be that way was a moot point.
I lead. I show the people of Concord our full strength, and if they refuse the deal, we overwhelm them. That will be easier if I have every fighting man and woman in New America at their doorstep.
Yes, sir.
Good. See to the preparations. How long?
4 weeks. That will give me enough time to prepare, and we can make our move early October. Riley looked as though he might argue, but in the end, waved vaguely at Orton.
Fine. Get to it.
Yes, sir, said Orton, standing up and starting for the door.
Oh, and William,
said President Riley, as his general reached for the door handle.
Don't shoot any more of my men without a trial. If we're to maintain law and order, we need to be showing the people that we are just. I don't want to have to sacrifice you to do that. Understand?
Yes, sir, said Orton without turning around. He went through the doors, seething. You little fuck. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have people. By the time he got back to his office in the old police headquarters, he had calmed down. He poured himself a shot of whiskey and sipped at it, allowing the liquid to burn his mouth before swallowing it and pouring another. Perhaps it's time for a change of leadership, he said quietly. A plan began to formulate in his mind. 13. It's that one there, said Luke, gesturing to the house where he'd found the Mustang. Paul pulled the Jeep in front of the abandoned home and switched the motor off. It was a bright, sunny morning on the last day of September, and 3 weeks since the shot that had been fired at Diana and Ben. While everyone had been in a heightened state of alert initially, the passing days and an extended period of hot weather meant that for most of the people of Manchester, things had pretty much gone back to business as usual, apart from the presence of the encampment of soldiers in the old U.S. Army facility just down the road. In fact, life was good. They had power, running water, and sewer in the tower. They were now, in fact, more comfortable than they'd been back at the farm. That morning, Luke had decided to recruit Paul and Jamal to help him try and wake the '69 Mustang from its long hibernation. Once out of the Jeep, Luke strode down the driveway to the garage door. Standing behind him, Jamal and Paul looked on curiously as he pulled up the door. Dust motes played in the rays of sunshine as Luke looked around the enclosed space. Everything was just as he'd left it. The Mustang was still under its cover and dominating the room. The locker door that he'd taken the motorcycle leathers from was still open. A strange emotion washed over him. It wasn't sadness, exactly, more an echo of the mourning he'd done in the house on the first few nights of his self-imposed banishment.
"Well, let's see it,"
said Paul eagerly. "Okay, sure." Luke stepped up to the car and gripped the front corner of the cover and hoisted it. He pulled it up and over the hood with a flourish before dragging it back over the roof and the rest of the body. Both Paul and Jamal made genuine noises of approval.
"Wow, she's a beauty," said Paul, running his hand over the gentle curve of the right fender.
"I know, right?" said Luke.
"Are you sure you'll be able to start it?"
"I think so," said Jamal. "You have a key, though, right?"
"Yeah, I left it on the passenger seat."
"Okay, pop the hood."
Luke climbed in behind the wheel and pulled the lever. With a click and a springy sound, the latch released. Jamal reached under and unclasped the latch before lifting it and revealing the engine.
"Well, the good news is, it has a motor," said Jamal.
Luke and Paul laughed. Jamal was a serious guy and hardly ever joked, apparently seeing the V8 American-made muscle had put him in a good mood.
"Okay, I'll need my toolbox and the battery. We'll get that done first, then put the gasoline in."
Paul and Luke grabbed the battery and tools as Jamal looked over the engine. "What if it's already got gas?" asked Paul when he put the battery down on the floor.
"Well, hopefully they never used an ethanol blend. It's bad for seals and fuel lines and can cause rust if it's left sitting. Usually someone with a car like this will look after it, so we might be in luck, especially if he used a fuel stabilizer. Again, if he wasn't using it every day, he might have."
Jamal bent over and started picking tools out of the box. 10 minutes later, they had the fully charged battery in place.
"Now we'll put the gas in,"
said Jamal, opening the fuel cap of the car.
"And let the fresh stuff mingle with whatever's left in there. Probably the emptier the tank is, the better."
Luke grabbed the 5-gallon jerry can of Concord refined fuel they'd been gifted by Randall's men and fitted the spout into the opening and began to pour.
"I think it's pretty empty,"
he said, based on the splashing sound in the tank. He put the can down by the wall when he was done and looked at Jamal.
"Okay, so you ready to do the honors?"
said Jamal, holding out the keys. Luke took the keys.
"You betcha," he said, grinning. "Drum roll, please."
Luke climbed in and without any further ado turned the key. The car began to crank, but didn't fire. He turned it off and tried again. Once again it cranked without firing. Jamal opened the passenger side door.
"See that button down there? It's called a choke. Just pull it out a little and try again."
Luke didn't have much hope. He knew how this would go. They'd try, and it would never start. He turned it again. This time it cranked and made 2 loud pops accompanied by a puff of white smoke from the exhaust. Then it went back to the horrible cranking sound.
"Give it a little more,"
said Jamal, indicating Luke should pull the choke a little further out. Luke turned the key again, and this time the engine roared to life, spluttering and hiccuping for 10 seconds or so until Luke tapped the accelerator.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Jamal shut the passenger door and gave Paul a high five, and they both proceeded to do a little victory dance.
"Take it out onto the driveway,"
called Paul, stepping out of the way. Luke put the car into drive and pressed the gas. It jerked forward.
"Whoa,"
he said, before hitting the brakes and then easing his foot off, this time a little more gently. He nursed the car out onto the driveway and cranked down his window.
"Come on, let's go for a spin."
He didn't need to give them a second invitation. In a flash, they were in the car, Jamal in the front and Paul in the back, leaning between their seats as Luke drove around the Jeep they'd come in and headed onto the street. They spent 30 minutes or so taking turns and driving around the small neighborhood before Jamal pointed out if they didn't get it back to the tower soon, they would probably run out of gas.
"Okay."
They headed back to the house. Jamal and Paul played rock, paper, scissors to see who would have to drive the Jeep back. Jamal won.
"Did you want to drive?"
Luke asked.
"No, maybe another time. This is your baby, so I'm sure you'd like to be the one who rolls up to the tower behind the wheel."
Luke grinned and nodded. Things only got better when he tested the horn on the way home and was rewarded by the first 12 notes of the song Dixie.
"That's the same as the General Lee in the old Dukes of Hazzard show. Me and my dad used to watch the reruns." "Oh, they're going to know you're coming now," said Jamal. Once Luke was through the checkpoint manned by 4 of Randall's now very impressed men, he began hitting the horn over and over. By the time they pulled up, a sizable crowd had come out onto the steps to see what the commotion was. Isaac just shook his head in wonder as Luke and Jamal climbed out of the black and chrome beast. Paul pulled up behind them in the Jeep and rushed to join the other 2. The car was soon surrounded by a crowd, 3 people deep. Luke received lots of requests for rides, but begged off, using fuel as the excuse. The truth was, he already had an idea about who he wanted his first guest passenger of honor to be.
"Do you think the Army boys will let us have another jerry can full?" he asked Jamal as they went inside. "When they get a look at that thing, I don't think it will be a problem. That'll get me to Concord, right?" "Yeah, and they have a running fuel station there. You might have to call in a favor from the colonel to get a full tank, though." "Leave it to me. I'll see what I can do."
Luke spent the rest of the day with Erin. He was surprised by how quick she was developing. She could now sit on her own with only the occasional wobble, and had taken to solid food like a trooper. "She'll be crawling soon, and then you'll be in trouble," said Diana. She and Ben had come to visit. They sat holding hands on the sofa, watching Samuel playing with Erin as Luke made them a drink. He handed them each a glass of the fresh lemonade that Allie and Ava had been making every day and sat down opposite them. "Delicious as always," said Ben, smacking his lips. "I'd still like to know how they keep up a fresh supply of lemons to make this stuff."
"Some deal they did with the boys, I believe," said Luke. "They found an orchard within an hour's ride, believe it or not."
"Orchard might be a stretch. I heard it was a backyard full of trees behind a big old house," said Diana.
"Sounds more plausible given the locale." "I'm glad you guys came by," said Luke. "I wanted to ask you something."
"What is it?" asked Diana, concerned by his troubled face.
I'm not sure how to say it."
"I'm sure we can help if it's advice you need," said Ben.
"Well, it's not advice exactly," Luke said, looking at Ben. "It's more like permission, I guess."
"Permission? I don't understand."
I was wondering if you thought it would be okay, or if you would mind if I asked someone out on a date."
A flash of pain passed over Ben's face, like a cloud across the sun.
"Sorry," Luke blurted. "It's too soon, isn't it? Shit, I shouldn't have."
Ben put his hands up to placate Luke. "It's fine, mate. Really, there's no designated time for these things. I'm sure Brooke—" He took a second to gather himself and wiped away a tear with his sleeve. "I'm sure she'd want you to get on with your life, for your sake and for Erin's." Luke nodded, not able to trust his voice would make it past the lump in his throat. Diana squeezed Ben's hand in support. "So, who's the lucky lady?" she asked to lighten the suddenly somber mood of the room. "Yes," said Ben. "I'm certainly curious."
"It's a girl called Becky, in Concord. She works for the colonel."
"Well, you'll have to introduce us."
"I will, definitely. Who knows, I haven't asked her yet. She'll probably say no."
"I'm sure she'll say yes to at least one date," said Diana. Ben and Diana stayed late into the afternoon and were eventually joined by Isaac, Indigo, and Max. They were also fine with the news Luke had broken. "Let me guess," said Isaac. "The colonel's assistant?" Luke nodded. Isaac left off his normal ribbing, understanding the sensitivity of the situation. "Well, she looks nice. I hope it goes well for you. Should we go down for dinner?" There was a chorus of agreement, and Diana made a beeline for Erin. "I'll take this little cutie pie." "Ooh, Ben, watch out. Someone looks clucky." Diana laughed, but didn't deny the charge. Ben just blushed. Luke grasped his arm before they went through the door. When Ben turned, he pulled him into a tight hug.
"I just want to say thanks for everything you've done for Erin and me, and for, well, you know, not being awkward about this whole dating thing."
"No worries," said Ben. "You're a good bloke, and I know Brooke's smiling down on us." "Are you ready, sir?" asked William Morton when he was led into the president's office. "I am," said Riley, turning from the full-length mirror where he had been patting his hair into place. Orton had to admit Aiden Riley looked the part. Freshly shaved and wearing a blue suit with a red tie, the 21-year-old bore a striking resemblance to his father. "How do I look?" "Presidential, sir." "Good. Is the car ready?" "Yes." "All right, let's go then." As they headed for the doors and out into what had been dubbed the plaza, President Riley took in the breathtaking sight through the glass. The whole civilian population of Rochester had turned out. They lined both sides of the plaza, each one of them waving small flags. The flag of New America had been designed by Riley himself. It was a gold Liberty's torch against a stark black background. The flag was also painted on the sides of his presidential vehicle, a midnight black Mercedes sedan with darkened windows. More impressive even than the 2,000 or so people waving his flag was the army itself. It was in the plaza and ready to march. The 3 black tanks stood on the street like rhinos ready to charge. Behind them, the horses and their riders shuffled in place, seemingly eager to be on their way. The line of infantry in their black uniforms snaked down the length of Church Street and out of sight around the corner, their weapons bristling like the spines of a porcupine. 2 armed soldiers stepped through the door before Riley, and the crowd started to cheer. When Riley emerged into the noon sun, the cheers became a roar, the flags fluttering with vigor as he followed the soldiers down to the stretched Mercedes at the foot of the steps. General Orton followed, basking in the glow of what he had helped create and what, if his plans went well, would be his to enjoy as leader, the second president of New America. Bull, also in a black uniform whose buttons strained to contain the heavy muscle of the big man, followed him closely. Aiden Riley waved graciously to the crowd as he walked down the stairs to his car. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and for the first time he thought he had a small sense of the feelings his father must have experienced when he was sworn in or had to speak in front of big crowds. This wasn't the first time he'd been in front of his people, of course, but the last time had been over 2 years ago, and this was a much bigger crowd. Additionally, there was a tangible difference this time. A heightened sense of excitement that was no doubt due to the fact they were marching out to conquest. They'd never assembled an army this big before, never had to, and it definitely seemed to get the juices of the city flowing. Aiden gave a final wave to his adoring crowd. The roar was deafening. He got into the car, buzzing with excitement. Orton slid into the seat beside him while Bull and one of Riley's escorts sat opposite them. The other guard got in the front with the driver. The president sighed and let his head loll back onto the plush headrest. He turned his head and looked at his general. His eyes narrowed. "Nice little plan, William." Orton felt his guts turn to water as a shot of adrenaline went through his body. He eyed the guard opposite him and then looked back at the president. "Plan, sir?" "The march," said Aiden Riley. "And the flags, of course. Everything. Well done." "Thank you, Mr. President," said William, managing to keep the relief from his voice. The walkie-talkie in Orton's pocket crackled. "Iron Fist is locked and loaded. Let's move out." The Mercedes moved onto the roadway, easing in between the tanks and the small cavalry. Riley patted Orton on the knee. "Here we go." It wasn't long before his excitement would turn to sheer boredom as the reality of the long, slow journey to New Hampshire sunk in.
14. 3 hours later, Daniel Bowman, a former lieutenant of the U.S. Army, began eating the cold can of baked beans he had just opened. He was about 12 miles out of Rochester on a hill overlooking the 490. His partner, a kid called Mel Gunnerson, was taking some shut-eye in preparation for his turn on watch when the sun went down. Bowman was on his 3rd spoonful of beans when he heard a low, rumbling sound. He stopped chewing, the beans in his mouth suddenly losing their flavor. He grabbed a pair of binoculars from his backpack and crept up behind the boulder that he had been sitting against. He viewed the road 3/4 of a mile away and took the opportunity to chew the beans in his mouth.
He focused the binoculars on a clearing between two sets of trees and waited while the rumbling grew louder. Of course, he knew what the sound meant, but a visual would give him confirmation. He swallowed the beans and held his breath. The tank rolled into view, and then another, and then another. They moved slowly and were followed by a black, stretched Mercedes. Then came men on horseback. Bowman counted 100 horses with men on their backs carrying rifles. After the horsemen came infantry, men, and women on foot. They wore black uniforms, and every single one of them held a long gun. Bowman could only estimate the numbers. It took them approximately 10 minutes for the entire column to pass through the gap where he had his binoculars trained. He thought the number was somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 men. Gunnarsson joined him just as the last of the infantry passed. "What's going on?" he asked. "Big trouble." He watched for a while longer to make sure there were no stragglers, then stood up. "Okay, it's on. I want you to grab your bike and head back to Concord as fast as you can go. Take the smaller roads, stay away from the 90. Tell the colonel there are around 3,000 men, all armed, plus 3 tanks and cavalry." "What about you?" "I'll head back along the 90. "If they're on the march now, shouldn't we both go back the same way?" "We haven't been on the 90 at all since we began the surveillance. While it is the fastest way back to Concord, we don't know if it's guarded or being watched. Trust me, it's safer this way. No matter what happens, splitting up means at least one of us should get back in time to warn Randall." "Okay. Now?" Bowman clapped him on the back good-naturedly. "Yes, now, Gunny. Go." Bowman waited until Gunnarsson had packed up his gear and gone before strapping on his own backpack and mounting his Yamaha. Strangely exhilarated, he sped down the mountain. It was a small, single-lane road that led to the 90 just ahead of a little town called Farmington. That would bring him out well ahead of the slow-moving column. Bowman didn't waste any time. Once he turned onto the 90, he gunned the Yamaha and sped east. As he rode, he thought about the briefing that Randall had given him before he left. The reality of the situation was even worse than Randall had imagined. While he was confident in Randall's ability as a general, the sheer size of the army they would be facing was daunting, and while not a pessimist or a coward, Bowman did not see how they could overcome this foe. He wasn't sure if Randall would listen to his counsel, but he would be recommending they retreat to somewhere more defensible than Concord, or even come to some agreement with the New America people. Bowman rode as fast as he dared. While the roads had been cleared of wrecks, there was still the occasional fallen tree or other debris that could bring him down. 40 minutes later he passed by a little town called Montezuma, barely a third of the way back to Concord. Here the 90 was a 4-lane highway called the New York State Thruway, the 2 lanes going each direction separated by a large overgrown median strip. He rounded a bend and slammed on the brakes. Shit. 200 yards ahead was a manned roadblock. There were vehicles and barriers spread right across the thruway and median strip from tree line to tree line. While it had obviously been set up to guard against a threat coming from the opposite direction, Bowman and his bike had caught the attention of the men manning it. Clearly not expecting trouble from the direction of Rochester, they milled around and regarded him with curiosity. One even raised a hand. When he saw another man raise a pair of binoculars, he took his cue to get the hell out and swung the bike around before zooming off with a skid of rubber. Like an ant's nest stirred by a kid with a stick, the men suddenly burst into movement and scrambled for guns and vehicles. The chase was on. At the roadblock, the leader of the small group of New Americans was none other than Dan Eshman. After his punishment, he'd been demoted by Orton and sent to the outposts. Roadblock duty was boring, but Eshman, still in pain from the flogging, passed the time fantasizing about killing Orton in all manner of nasty ways. The punishment meted out to him he could handle. It was, after all, he who had been in command. Orton killing Giuliano in cold blood, though, that aided Eshman, and he couldn't let it go. The kid had made one mistake, and he was killed for it. It proved to him that Orton was a rabid dog, and the only thing to do with a rabid dog was to put it down. He probably would never get the chance, but in the meantime, it seemed like good therapy to mull it over. Eshman had been as curious as the others when the motorcycle came up behind them. They weren't expecting any company until early tomorrow morning, and even then it was supposed to be tanks and troops. Maybe it was a messenger? Then the motorcyclist had made a run for it, and Eshman was buzzing. He sent a Hummer with 4 men to pursue the stranger who was almost certainly a spy. "Try not to kill him. Just capture him," he ordered, not expecting they would have any luck catching the rider. He had too much of a head start. He watched them go and then headed for the command tent. He stalked up to the map and quickly ran his finger along the roads north and south of 90. He judged that it didn't matter which way the bike turned to lose his men. At some point they'd end up back on the 90. It was the quickest way east, and if Eshman was right, the rider was from the group in Concord. On the map, he picked the most likely point to lay a trap, then went to the back of the tent and pulled out the bag that contained his M24 sniper rifle. He left it in the bag and carried it outside. "Johnson, start the Jeep. We're going for a little ride." Somehow, Bowman managed to lose his pursuers. He turned off the thruway and headed into Montezuma. They'd been hot on his tail for a while there, but the bike's ability to get through tight spots in the abandoned town and its speed once he was on the back roads meant that he'd given them the shake. He pulled over and consulted his map as he took a sip of water. He was on a small road northeast of Montezuma and plotted a course that would take him further east and let him merge back onto the 90 about 5 miles past the roadblock. He folded the map and put it away. Before setting off, he tapped the fuel tank with his knuckle. About half a tank left. He knelt and reached under the seat, unclasping the second, he'd already used the first, of the makeshift fuel bottles the professor had fashioned. He quickly set about emptying it into the bike's tank. The bottle didn't fill it up, but he was confident he had enough fuel to make it back to Concord. He set off as the sun was sinking below the horizon. He'd hold off putting the headlight on as long as he could. He made it to the 90 with no drama and paused, looking both ways to ensure there was no unwelcome company in either direction. There wasn't. He gunned the bike and took off towards home. Eshman had only just scrambled onto the roof of the old roadhouse when he heard the buzz of a motorcycle coming from the west. He quickly scrambled to the ridge, staying just below its line, and pulled his always loaded weapon out of its bag. He didn't have time to deploy the tripod, and it wasn't suitable for his position on the roof anyway. With rifle in hand, he edged closer, pausing as the bike got louder. When it was past, he quickly leaned over the edge, resting the barrel on the ridge, and put the scope to his eye, efficiently cocking the bolt as he put his finger on the trigger. As the bike moved away, he smoothly followed it through his scope. "One shot only. Make it count." He exhaled and pulled the trigger. Gunnarsson was making good time. He'd also stopped just before dark to consult his map, have some water, and put the last of his spare gas in the tank. He was following the 20. It ran parallel with the 90, but was only 2 lanes and a lot more overgrown and damaged. He'd put his light on and was moving as fast as he dared. About the time Bowman was making his dash away from the roadblock, Gunnarsson crested a hill and looked down on a nice, straight stretch of road. Here the 20 was a dark ribbon lined on either side by thick scrub, and there were no obstacles for as far as the eye could see. Gunnarsson gave it a little more and began to wonder if he could beat Bowman back to Concord. He sped up as he thought of the look on his mentor's face when he arrived to find him already enjoying a cold brewski. He didn't see the deer until it was directly in the beam of his headlight. It was a big buck and appeared from nowhere, walking across the road at a leisurely pace as it headed for the greenery on the other side. He barely had time to touch the brakes before he slammed into the side of the creature. He died instantly, his neck breaking as his head crashed into the ribcage of the big animal. They all went down, man, machine, and animal, in a concussive end to all 3. While luck ran out for Gunnarsson, for Bowman it held up. Just as the unseen sniper pulled his trigger, he veered left to avoid a pothole. He saw the spurt of asphalt and dust spray into the air barely 5 feet away and knew he had literally just dodged a bullet. Adrenaline shot through his system, and he twisted the throttle sharply, speeding to get out of range as he veered this way and that to throw off the shooter's aim. He needn't have bothered. Eshman knew he'd only had 1 shot, and he'd missed it. He wasn't too upset. Not about the shot, anyway. He'd missed it through bad luck, not poor execution. The rider would disappear around the gentle curve in the road ahead before he could get set for a second shot. He was disappointed they lost the rider. If the scout had seen the army leaving Rochester, the conquered people would now have at least a day's warning. He thought he might just keep that fact secret from William Orton when they passed the checkpoint. No sense tempting fate a second time. Besides, forewarned or not, Eshman had no doubt New America would crush Concord if they rejected the president's offer. He had every intention of tagging along with the infantry when they passed. One never knew when an opportunity might present to set some things right. 15. The next day at around 4 in the afternoon, Luke walked down the steps in front of the tower with Indigo and Isaac in tow. He had a fresh haircut and trimmed beard courtesy of Indigo. He wore a white button-up shirt straight out of its cellophane wrapping and a pair of dark pants. On orders from Indigo and Diana, Isaac and Ben had sourced the clothes on a mission into the heart of Manchester. They'd found a men's clothing store on the main street and had climbed through its broken plate glass window. There had been plenty of clothes to choose from. Apparently, smart casual apparel wasn't high in the wish list for most post-apocalyptic survivors. Luke was most proud of the gray snakeskin boots Ben had picked and brought back for him. "They don't really go with the clothes, you know," Isaac had said while he was getting dressed and holding out the tan dress shoes he'd picked out. "You sure you don't want these?" "Sorry, dude, they're just too sensible," he said, zipping up his ankle-high boots. "These, though, kick ass." Luke slipped on the aviator glasses he'd found in a desk when they were moving furniture into the storeroom the day before. "How do I look?" he asked Isaac and Indigo, holding out his arms while doing a twirl on the heel of his boot. "Very handsome," said Indigo. "I'm sure she'll be very impressed." "Unless she was really into your shaggy look." "Ha-ha," said Luke, cuffing Isaac playfully over the ear. Indigo handed him the picnic basket she'd prepared. "It's just some cold cuts of chicken, some bread, grapes, and a bottle of red wine. Hopefully she likes it." He put the basket in the trunk and then hugged Indigo. "Thanks for my makeover in the picnic basket. You really do rock." "Well, wish me luck," he said, climbing into the Mustang. Of course, he couldn't resist honking the horn once as he pulled out and thundered down Elm Street towards the checkpoint. The drive to Concord only took 20 minutes, even at a sedate pace. The 93 had been pretty much cleared of all wrecks and debris by Randall's people, so he felt no need to speed. He wanted to preserve as much fuel as he could, anyway. As Jamal had predicted, the guys that had been stationed in Manchester by Randall did not balk at giving him gas for the Mustang. It had only cost him a few joyrides. He was ushered through the gates in Concord with no trouble, but the fuel gauge was getting really low. He would need gas sooner rather than later. Running out of fuel while Becky was in the car was not an option. He kind of hoped she had already gone home for the day. That way he could ask Randall about filling up his tank in return for anything the colonel wanted to name, and then drive to her house, assuming Randall would give him the address. The Mustang drew looks of admiration as he drove it through the neat streets of Concord. Never a shrinking violet, Luke waved and enjoyed the attention he received. Getting out of the car after he pulled up at City Hall, though, he felt unusually nervous. The clean clothes he was wearing weren't as comfortable as his regular jeans and a t-shirt, and the snakeskin boots were about one size too small. He was suddenly worried that Becky would take one look at this new, clean-cut Luke and laugh until she cried. Nothing for it. He took a deep breath and hurried inside. The soldiers and other people he passed greeted him in a friendly manner. He'd become familiar to them, and they were all aware of the fact he and Isaac were in the colonel's good graces. Of course, Becky was still working. As he stepped onto the colonel's floor, he spied her behind the desk and felt a rush of nerves. Her hair was tied back in a simple ponytail, and she wore no makeup. He thought she looked wonderful. Her head was down, and she was busily writing something as he approached. "Hi, Becky," he said simply. Becky looked up, slightly annoyed at the interruption, and stared blankly at him for a few seconds before her eyes widened. "Luke? Hi! Wow, I didn't recognize you." He grinned sheepishly and ran a hand over his newly styled short hair. "Yeah, I got attacked by a lawnmower." She laughed. "I like it. Did you want to see the Colonel?" she said, and began to rise from her chair. "No," he said. "Oh?" she said, and slowly sank back down. "I came to see you. I was wondering if you'd like to go for a picnic." "Oh." I mean, only if you want to," he stumbled, suddenly sure he'd misjudged the whole situation. "No, of course. I'd love to. You just took me by surprise is all. Did you mean today? Like, now?" "Yeah," he said, relieved. "I would have called, but, reception is horrible these days." She laughed again and glanced at the clock. "Well, I finish work in 20 minutes. Is that okay? And I'll need to go home and get changed into something more picnic appropriate." "Sure, I'll give you a ride home when you're done. I wanted to ask the Colonel about something anyway, so I can kill some time till then." "Perfect. I'll let him know you're here." The Colonel saw him right away.
"Of course, my boy. Is this for the Mustang?"
said the Colonel. "You know about that?" He patted the walkie-talkie on his desk. "Oh, of course. Yeah, it's a bit of an indulgence, I guess. I'm happy to work for the tank of gas."
"I tell you what, the first one is on me. Drive around, get it out of your system, then maybe only take it out on Sundays. How does that sound?"
"Perfect, thanks."
"Was that all you came for? I hear things are going well in Manchester."
Luke skipped right over the first question. "Yeah, things are great. Thanks to your guys, we have power and water to the tower, and the troops have settled in quietly. We barely know they are there. What about here? No news from the forward team?"
"Nope,"
said the Colonel, his face turning serious.
"No news is good news as far as I'm concerned. When we get the word, we'll have about a day's notice to get prepared."
"You have no doubt they'll come east, then?" The Colonel shook his head.
"No doubt at all. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," said the Colonel, drilling him with an inquisitor's gaze. "So, you're not only here for the gas, right?"
"Well, no. I asked Becky out on a date," he said in a quiet voice.
"Sorry, what's that, son? You faded out."
The small twitch at the corner of the Colonel's lips told Luke he probably heard exactly what he said. "I asked Becky out on a date," he said loudly.
"Geez, son, no need to shout,"
said the Colonel, chuckling heartily. Luke shook his head, helpless not to laugh, too. The old man was seriously enjoying teasing him. Randall looked at his watch.
"Well, the filling station closes in 10 minutes. If you want that tank of gas, you better skedaddle," he said, standing up. "The filling station is on Main Street, an old mobile. Just tell the men I sent you."
"Yes, sir, thanks," said Luke, rising. "Thanks for everything."
"My pleasure,"
said the Colonel, putting his hand under Luke's elbow and guiding him to the door. He put his hand on the door handle and leaned into Luke's ear.
"She's a good girl. Make sure you look after her. And no rabble-rousing in that car, you hear?"
"Yes, sir." Colonel Randall nodded, apparently satisfied, and pulled the door open.
"See you soon, son."
As soon as the door was shut, Luke bustled to Becky's desk. "I just have to take care of something. I'll be back to pick you up, okay? Just wait out front." "Okay," said Becky, surprised at his eagerness to get out of there. 13 minutes later, Luke turned back onto Green Street and put his foot on the gas, roaring up the road as fast as he dared. He slowed abruptly when he saw Becky in the distance. She was standing on the sidewalk and shading her eyes. He pulled up in front of her, left the motor running, and jumped out. "I wondered if you were the rev head," she laughed, as he rounded the front of the car and opened her door for her. "Rev head? No, that was driving Miss Daisy mode. Do you like it?" "I do. It's very you." "Why, thank you, kind sir," she said, climbing into the passenger seat. Luke was grinning ear to ear as he ran around and climbed back in behind the wheel. "So, which way to your place?" A short time later, they pulled up in front of a neat little bungalow with white cladding, a red roof, and a well-trimmed lawn. "Your place?" he asked. "Yes, it's all mine.
It's tiny but perfect for me."
"It's really nice. Very you," he said.
"Thanks. Come in."
They got out, and she led him up the path to the front door. It wasn't locked. "No crime?" he asked, as she ushered him into the short hallway.
"A little bit, and it will probably get worse as we get bigger," she shrugged. "I figure if someone is desperate enough to steal any of my meager possessions, they probably need them more than me."
"That's very altruistic of you," he said, pausing as she closed the door.
"Ooh, nice word."
Luke laughed. "Yeah, I've been waiting for a chance to use it on a pretty girl." They looked at each other awkwardly in the tight space before she squeezed past him.
"I'm flattered it was me. Would you like a drink?"
"Yes, please." He followed her into the kitchen and took a seat at the breakfast bar as she poured him cold water from the refrigerator.
"Don't drink it too fast. I'll go and get changed."
"Okay, small sips only." Luke watched her go, a goofy smile on his lips. The whole afternoon seemed a bit surreal. 16. Luke took Becky a little south of Concord for their picnic, to a nice spot on the Merrimack that he'd spotted months ago when he began his trek to the coast. They'd already eaten the chicken and bread Indigo had packed for them, and were now sitting quietly next to each other, eating grapes and working on their second glass of wine each.
"I'm so full," said Becky, putting a hand on her stomach. "That was delicious."
Luke thought she looked just beautiful. Her long, dark hair fell in soft waves over the shoulder of the white cashmere sweater she was wearing, and her cheeks were a little pink from the alcohol. "It was. And so's the company," said Luke. She giggled and looked at him sidelong.
"Were you always such a smooth talker?"
He shrugged. "I was always a talker. Not sure about smooth."
"Oh, you're smooth."
She shuffled closer and leaned against him. Still fearing rejection, he put his arm around her shoulder tentatively. As cocky as he was, Luke didn't really have much experience with girls. His relationship with Brooke had developed from a solid friendship, and there had been none of the usual dating or courtship angst. This was much different. He was nervous and didn't really know how to proceed.
"What's wrong?"
Becky asked, turning to look at him.
"You've gone all quiet."
"Nothing. I was just—" She leaned in and kissed him tenderly on the lips. Stunned, he wasn't quick enough to respond before she drew away, smiling.
"This is where you kiss me back."
She leaned in again. Luke kissed her back this time. They took it slowly. Luke was a gentleman, but Becky also sensed that she shouldn't push things too quickly. They spent some more time talking and laughing as they finished the grapes. When the sun was low on the horizon, Luke said, "Well, I better get you home. I don't want the Colonel coming after me with a six-shooter." She giggled.
"He's just a big teddy bear," she said.
"Grizzly bear, you mean?"
"Teddy. Just don't get on his wrong side."
"Well, I don't plan to," he said, rolling up the blanket and taking it to the trunk. 20 minutes later, he pulled up in front of Becky's little home.
"Did you want to come in for a coffee?"
Luke was more than just interested in Becky, but years of old James Stewart movies and his dad's lessons about how to act like a gentleman meant there was no way he would—
"Just for coffee, Luke," she said,
grinning at his conflicted face. "Okay, yeah, sure. I'd love to." 2 hours, 3 coffees, lots of chat, and more than a few kisses later, Luke finally yawned. "I really should get going."
"Don't get any ideas," she teased. "But you should stay the night, on the sofa."
"No, it's all right. It's not too far to drive," he said, standing up. She grasped his arm.
"Please, it would make me feel better. Otherwise I'll be worried all night. I'll let you go first thing, I promise."
"I suppose so. But aren't you worried about what people will think?"
"People will think what they want to think anyway. At least you and I know that I didn't let you have your wicked way with me."
She stood on tiptoes to kiss him lingeringly. "You talked me into it."
"Good,"
she said, suddenly all business.
I'll get you a pillow and some sheets.
10 minutes later, Luke was lying on the sofa staring at the darkened ceiling, exceedingly happy but wide awake. His mind roiled with the possibilities of new love. It took him a long time to get to sleep. Part 4. The Battle of Concord. 17. Luke's eyes snapped open. He awoke to the smell of cooking eggs and the sound of a wailing siren. Becky rushed into the room, her eyes wild. She was already dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. She held a spatula in one hand.
That's the general alarm. We have to go to City Hall.
Okay. Luke sat up and pulled on his boots as she turned and scurried back into the kitchen. She was back a few seconds later holding a sandwich and his car keys.
Here, you eat this,
she said, pushing a bacon sandwich into his hand.
I'll drive.
Becky didn't really give him a choice, so he went with the flow, hoping that she knew what she was doing. He followed her through the front door and out to the car. The Mustang's V8 roared to life as he circled around to his door. He had barely sat down and closed it before she took off with a squeal of rubber. He had to hold on to the dash with his good hand as she took the few turns at speed and then hammered it down Green Street before pulling up hard in front of the City Hall building. Luke was a little shaky as she turned off the car and handed him the keys. "You've done this before?" She smiled and nodded.
My grandparents had an old bomb. We were allowed to drive around their farm. Yours goes better,
she said, grinning, before jumping out. A sizable crowd had already gathered. Becky got lots of whistles and claps as she led him up the steps and into the City Hall building. The lobby was abuzz with motion as people ran this way and that.
"Goose,"
said Becky, grabbing a skinny kid with glasses as he rushed by.
"What's going on?"
"There's an army coming," he said, before shaking her off and heading off on his previously charted course.
"Come on," she said. "Bowman must be back."
Luke had to rush to keep up with her as she took the steps up to Randall's floor 2 at a time. His door was open and crowded with uniformed men. Bowman was front and center with Colonel Randall. The older man acknowledged Becky and Luke with a nod as Bowman continued. "Their army is 3,000 strong and led by 3 tanks. I think they'll come in by the most direct route," he said, running his finger along the 90 to Albany and then northeast along the 202 to Concord. "They're big enough that they won't bother trying to sneak in via small roads." Randall's lowered brows almost covered his eyes as he looked down on the map. "If I may, sir?" asked Bowman. Randall waved him on. "They're too big to fight, sir. I think you should make a treaty with them, or we should find a place that we'll be able to defend better." Randall turned his gaze on the soldier.
"I appreciate your candor, son, but neither of those options are on the table. This is our home. We made it, and we'll defend it. As for making a treaty with them, submit or die is not a way to treaty with anyone, nor is sending tanks and an army of 3,000 odd a serious attempt at diplomacy. No, we have only one course of action, and all I would ask is that you have faith."
He looked around at the rest of the people in the room. Bowman nodded, as did a few others.
"Are you with me?"
Randall asked in a gravelly voice. A chorus of "yes, sir" went around the room.
"Good. Let's start planning then. First off, this is where we'll attack them."
Randall jabbed his thick finger onto the map near a little town called Hillsboro.
"There is a forest on either side of this corridor. This Fox State Forest is perfect for an ambush. It's close to the road and is bound to be even closer after all these years of unhindered growth. I want to situate a small team here. Bowman, you'll lead. No more than 30 men with automatic weapons and rocket launchers. The aim will be to take out the tanks. Besides sheer numbers, that's their main advantage over us. I want those tanks blown off their treads as soon as possible. There'll be blowback, but you should be able to suppress their response with automatic fire long enough. Don't engage too long before you retreat. The second team of 5 will be here," he said, jabbing a finger at the map on the 202 in front of Penelope and John Dawson Memorial Forest. "I want a flammable barrier set up across the road. The forests on either side will have grown thick and close enough to the road by now that will light up 1,000 acres of woodland on both sides from that one point. As soon as you're safely through, light it up."
He looked around at them, his eyes shining like a school kid showing off a Christmas present.
"It won't stop them, but it will slow them down and keep them on the 202. They won't risk trying to skirt the fires. It would only leave them open for more ambushes. Once the fire is well ablaze, fall back to this spot."
On the map, he pointed to a river.
"That's the Contoocook River, and the 202 goes right over it. A 2-lane bridge. On this side," he said, pointing to the eastern side, "we'll set another barricade, and we'll position the bulk of our army on the road with more in the trees to hopefully thin out their ranks some more."
"So, the idea," said Luke, "is to thin their ranks so it's a fairer fight when they get to Concord?"
"No, the ambush should sap their resolve some. I want to stop them before they get anywhere near Concord. Right now, I think he has some grand plan about rolling into town and throwing down his ultimatum, which of course he thinks we would accept, given his overwhelming force. He won't be expecting a punch, let alone a fight. We'll give him a whole flurry of punches and put him on the canvas before he even reaches the outer suburbs of Concord."
"Sounds like a great plan," said Becky.
There were nods of agreement around the table. Even Bowman looked convinced.
"Don't get me wrong," said Randall. "This will be tough, and lots of people will die. Ours and theirs. But with a bit of luck, we might just manage to pull through with our city and our freedom intact."
Randall then took a few minutes to give his senior soldiers their directions. Within minutes, the room had cleared.
"Now, we have a bit of housekeeping to attend to," said the colonel. "We need to send your friends in the robes a request for backup. It should be an easy sell because if we fall, they fall too, eventually. Do you have anyone in Manchester you can send?"
"I have just the person. I'm not sure the Brotherhood will come, but I guess it's worth a shot."
On second thought, I might send someone too. A uniform, and they can take a Hummer. Perhaps that will add some weight to the request."
"Sounds good."
"Good. You organize that when you get back. We need to move quickly on this. I'll send my person to you by 1200 hours. Now, what about these marauder characters? Isaac told me he has some sort of connection with them. Is it worth reaching out to them? I have a use for them."
"Sure, I'll get on that too."
"Right. Now, I'm pretty sure they'll be concentrating their efforts on Concord, but there is a possibility they'll split their attention between us and you in Manchester. If Manchester falls, they have a way to come at us from the rear. So I want you to keep all your people and the team I stationed down there. Protect that bridge at all costs. That's where I think they'll come at you."
Luke nodded seriously. The nervous excitement of the news Bowman had brought was wearing off. Fear began to creep into his belly. Fear not for him, but for Aaron and the rest of his people. Surely the life they were just beginning to rebuild wasn't to be snatched away so quickly.
"I should go," he said. "Okay, son."
Luke walked out of the room and Becky followed him. They paused outside the door of the office and a little to the left, out of sight of the people in the room. Luke faced Becky and took her by the hand. "Sorry I have to go so abruptly. I had a really great time last night," he said. "I hope we can do it again sometime when this is over."
"Me too. I had an awesome time, and I'll hold you to it."
They looked at each other awkwardly for a second. Then Luke took the plunge and leaned down, kissing her on the lips. She kissed him back, a lingering kiss that only ended when Bowman emerged from the room. "Oops, sorry," he said as he went downstairs to the lobby. "It's okay," said Luke, interested that for once it was Becky blushing and not him. He knew what the answer to his next question would be, but thought he'd ask anyway. "Did you want to come back to Manchester with me? It might be safer." She shook her head.
"No, my place is here. For now, anyway. Sorry."
"Don't be sorry. I understand." "Well, I'm out of here. I'll come and see you as soon as it's over." Luke really put the Mustang through its paces on the way home. Time was of the essence, and he wasn't shy about pushing her to give everything she had. After a quick debrief with Isaac and the rest of the council, they nominated Paul to be the emissary to the Brotherhood in Portland. Isaac thought there would be more weight to a written missive,
and quickly went to work drafting something on behalf of both cities. Isaac also sent Jamal to let Randall's Concord contingent know the situation and pass on his order to guard the bridge at all costs. Randall's nominated emissary to the Brotherhood arrived in a Hummer just before midday. They recognized the soldier from Drake Mountain but didn't know his name. He looked only a few years younger than Colonel Randall himself and walked with a limp. "I'm John Lockwood," he said, shaking Luke and Isaac's hands. Isaac was impressed with Randall's strategic thinking. Except for Simon and the other prisoners who had been released, Lockwood would be older than anyone the brothers had seen in a long time. His presence would lend an even greater air of authority to the situation.
"This is Paul,"
said Isaac as Paul came rushing down the steps, looking a little flustered.
"Hi,"
said Paul, shaking the older man's hand.
"You have the letter?"
Isaac asked. Paul reached into his jacket and pulled the folded paper out a little for the others to see. Luke spent a few minutes giving them a briefing on what they might expect from the brothers before they said their goodbyes. Isaac and Luke watched the Hummer go.
"How long do you think it will take them?"
asked Isaac. "Driving? A little over 3 hours is my guess, depending on the condition of the roads. I reckon it was probably an hour-and-a-half drive back in the old days."
"Oh, good. I thought it would be longer. Do you think they'll help?"
"I honestly don't know," said Luke. "But I have a feeling we're going to need everyone we can get. Speaking of, do you fancy a ride to Ashland?"
"I think one of us needs to be here,"
said Isaac.
"Too much to do. What if I go? I'm the one who made a deal with them after the last encounter. I can take Ben with me while you continue organizing things around here."
"Do you want to take the Mustang?" Luke asked.
"If it's okay with you."
Luke looked doubtful, but Isaac couldn't tell if he was joking or not.
"Do I need to remind you that it was me that drove the truck that saved our asses all those years ago when you wouldn't?"
Luke grinned. "No, dude, you don't need to remind me. But I also remember the state of that truck by the time we dumped it." They both laughed, and Luke pulled the keys out of his pocket and dropped them into Isaac's open hand. "Just don't scratch it, okay?"
"You sure you have to go?"
asked Indigo, back in their room.
"Can't you send Ben on his own or with one of the others?"
Isaac shook his head and put his hand on her arm.
"Sorry, Indy. I think I need to do this, and the sooner I go, the sooner I'll be back."
She looked like she might argue some more, but finally nodded.
"Okay. But please be careful,"
she said, pulling him into a tender hug. 2 hours later, Isaac and Ben were cruising past a little town called Tilton on the 93 on their way to Ashland, the base of the Marauders. They were both lost in their individual thoughts. Isaac was thinking about worst-case scenarios and their best course of action if Concord was to fall. Stay and fight to their almost certain death, or once again flee. Ben was thinking about more personal things. The love bug had bitten him hard, and he barely gave the impending attack a second's thought. He was head over heels in love with Diana, and as the countryside whizzed by, was imagining getting down on bended knee and asking her to marry him. They were both jerked abruptly from their thoughts when, without warning, Ben's window exploded. 18. Paul was quiet on the run to Portland, Maine. Truth be told, he was a little intimidated by both the big lieutenant and their mission. For his part, Lieutenant Lockwood tried a few times to make small talk, but clearly the kid wasn't in the mood for speaking. He let him be and concentrated on his driving. He was unarmed except for his sidearm, but wore a Kevlar vest under his fatigues. The briefing from Luke before they left was short and sweet. He hadn't used the exact words, but the main messages he had taken from it were religious nutbags, unpredictable, and possibly sporting a deadly grudge. Great. His passenger fell asleep about 15 minutes out of their destination, and Lockwood let him sleep right up till they were crossing the Fore River and heading into the city proper. "Hey, kid," he said, nudging him with an elbow. It took a second nudge before Paul finally stirred and looked around groggily. "We're just entering Portland City. Look alive." "Okay," said Paul, pulling off his glasses and cleaning them with his jacket. They saw the first buildings of Portland a short time after, and their first robed brother a few minutes later. The man was an odd sight in a brown monk's habit and walking a big black Labrador. He looked at them, his mouth dropping open when he saw the gray hair of the uniform-clad soldier driving the army vehicle. They watched the man run into a big building. Lockwood slowed the Hummer down to 15 miles per hour. He wanted to give the inhabitants plenty of time to get used to the idea they had some visitors before they reached the city center. Not long after, they heard bells begin to ring, and Paul spied men running this way and that between buildings. Lockwood slowed the Hummer even more as they turned onto Congress Street and pulled to a complete stop when faced with a roadblock 50 yards further on. In the distance, they could see the big building the brothers had made their headquarters.
"Oh, geez,"
whispered Paul. Behind the barrier, a large group had gathered. The majority were robed in brown with a spattering of black robes amongst them. To a man, they were armed to the teeth, and several long guns, both shotguns and rifles, were trained on them. "Don't sweat it, kid. Reach under your seat and pull me out that white flag, will you?" Without taking his eyes off the danger ahead, Paul reached under his seat and felt around blindly until his fingers found a smooth length of wood. He pulled it out and handed it to Lockwood. Randall's man held up a hand and slowly began stepping out of the vehicle. As an afterthought, he looked back into the Hummer and smiled at Paul. The kid was white as a sheet and had a sheen of perspiration on his forehead. "Relax, kid. You look as nervous as a cat shitting a razor blade." The rat-a-tat-tat of automatic gunfire buffeted the door like an invisible giant's hand. Paul screamed and ducked. Glass sprayed, and Lockwood grimaced in pain as bullets struck his back. The handle of the makeshift white flag slipped from the soldier's unconscious fingers onto the driver's seat as he fell to the roadway. Paul heard shouting and a cry of pain as the gunfire ceased as abruptly as it had begun. His breath came in small, panicked pants as an ominous silence fell over the street. In front of City Hall back in Concord, Bowman and his 30 men were assembled and ready to head out. By dark, they would be ensconced on the edges of the Fox State Forest. Equipment-wise, they had 3 rocket launchers. Every man had a pistol, and those not carrying launchers were armed with an assortment of Chinese and U.S. Army automatic weapons. Bowman and his second-in-charge, the newly promoted Lieutenant Saracen, had already given a briefing on the location of their ambush and the plan of attack. Bowman almost felt the waves of excitement coming off his men. The romantic allure that battle had for young men never faded, and this group was no different. He had no doubt their emotions would be quite different in a day's time. It had been close enough to 24 hours since he and Gunnarsson had parted ways, and it was clear the kid had gotten into trouble. He shrugged off the worry. It wasn't something he could afford to think about right now. He heard murmurs amongst the men and looked back up the steps to City Hall. Randall was coming for his final pep talk. He nodded to Randall as he took his place in front of the men.
"Men, you have an important task in front of you today. Today you're marching to become the first line of defense for our little community. Make no mistake, this will be a difficult challenge. We didn't invite this fight on our doorstep, so have faith that right is on your side."
He paused before going on.
"It's quite possible that some of you, a lot of you even, won't come back. But remember why we're doing this. Your families, your friends, your city. This enemy offers only death or subjugation. We'll give them death in return because the other is not an option for the people of Concord. That's all. Good luck."
The men returned his salute and broke up to gather their gear. The colonel turned to Bowman and saluted.
"All the best, son. Remember, have your men lay down withering fire to allow the rocket launchers to do their thing. Fall back only after you take out the tanks, but don't take stupid risks."
"Yes, sir. We'll see you at the river." 20 minutes later, Bowman and his men were crammed into the 1 5-ton troop carrier that the people of Concord possessed and were heading for their ambush site. Isaac jerked the wheel in shock, and the Mustang veered dangerously to the right, then back to the left as he struggled to bring it under control without braking. If someone was shooting at them, there was no way he was going to stop until they were out of range.
What the hell was that?
Ben didn't answer, and when Isaac turned, he saw his friend's head lolling on his chest, his body slack and only held up by the seatbelt.
Ben!
He put his foot down harder on the gas and tried to wake Ben by shaking his arm. The Englishman didn't stir. He could see no blood or wound.
Please be okay,
said Isaac. He pulled the car over 5 minutes later in an area he could see for miles in each direction and jumped out, running around to Ben's side of the car. There was a large, irregular-shaped hole in the shattered glass of the window. With shaking hands and dread threatening to overwhelm him, Isaac pulled the passenger side door open. Blood flowed from a wound on Ben's scalp. It seeped through his hair, down over his ear and onto his neck. Isaac could see right away it wasn't a bullet wound.
Thank God,
he whispered, and gently pushed Ben back against the seat so that his head rolled back onto the headrest. He felt for and found a pulse in Ben's wrist, and saw a fist-sized rock on the floor between the seat and the door. It looked like a river stone, smooth and shaped a little like an egg. They hadn't been shot at. It had probably just been some nasty, feral kid who heard their car coming and took the opportunity to create some mischief. He slapped Ben lightly on the cheeks.
Ben, can you hear me? Ben!
His friend began to stir, his slack face immediately transforming into one of pain as he reached up. Isaac grabbed his wrist.
Don't touch it, buddy. You got hit pretty good by the look of it.
Ben's eyes fluttered open. Did I get shot?
No, it was a rock. Luckily, the window probably took most of the velocity out of it, or it would have caved your head in.
The Englishman winced as he straightened in his seat.
I think it did. No, you'll have a pretty decent lump for a few days, but your head is definitely not caved in. Try not to move too much. I'll see if there's anything I can clean you off with.
Isaac opened the trunk and found a square of towel that someone had torn off and used as an oil rag. It would have to do.
That looks nice and sterile, said Ben when he saw the rag.
Sarcasm is a good sign,
said Isaac as he began to dab away the blood on his friend's face and neck, then more gently into the hair and around his scalp wound.
The blood looks like it's stopping. Here, just hold this against it for a while.
Ben took the bunched-up towel and placed it gingerly against his head.
Did you see who threw it?
No, I was driving along, lost in my thoughts 1 minute. The next thing I know, the window explodes. How do you feel?
Okay, I guess. My head is throbbing, and I feel a little woozy, but I should be okay.
Do you want to turn around and go home?
No, let's keep going. We can't afford to lose the time.
Okay.
They were back on the move a few minutes later.
Try not to go to sleep,
said Isaac. He had heard you shouldn't sleep straight after a concussion somewhere in the before days.
My head hurts too much to sleep,
said Ben. 19. They arrived in Ashland 20 minutes later and parked the car a short walk out of town, parking it in the driveway of an abandoned home. For both, walking into the town itself was an eye-opening experience. If Concord was the benchmark for an ordered and neat city in post-apocalyptic America, Ashland was the opposite. There was no doubt in its time it had been a postcard-perfect little New England town. Now, though, it was a disheveled, dirty, and overcrowded village. People were everywhere in the center of town. There were kids running around with no shirts on, women selling items from stalls that lined the main street. They even walked by a girl who was no older than 16 suckling a baby as she sat on the sidewalk. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, a toxic combination of raw sewage, rotting food, and dead animals. The two strangers barely warranted a look until they were spotted by a group of armed men sitting in the shade of what Isaac took to be a bar or saloon. The men sauntered across from where they were lazing around and blocked the two strangers from walking any further. "Who the hell are you?" asked the bigger of the three, eyeing Ben's matted hair and bloody shirt. He was bald with a crude cross tattooed on both of his cheeks. Isaac looked him in the eye and drew himself up to his full 6'1" height, careful to keep his hands relaxed and by his side.
I'm Isaac Race. This is Ben. We're from Manchester. We're here to talk to Jared. Oh, I remember you. Ash handed your ass to you before your big friend with the pirate hook killed him. Yeah, that's me. Is Jared around?
For a moment, Isaac thought the big guy might give them some more lip, but after weighing him up for a few moments, seemed to change his mind.
Follow me.
They walked through the town and headed into a school on the outskirts. The buildings and grounds of the school were less disordered than the rest of the town, and it seemed to be almost exclusively populated by men. To Ben, the schoolyard looked like a prison yard. Tough-looking men stood around talking or lifting weights or throwing a ball. The only obvious difference was the weapons that lay around all over the place. Swords, pistols, rifles, even a battle axe.
Seen Jared?
The big guy asked two men playing cards at a table after they entered the main doors of the school's reception area.
He's in the gym playing b-ball,
said one without looking up. They went through the building and into the adjoining gym where two teams were facing off in what came across as a pretty brutal game of basketball. A compact, fit-looking man took a shot and sunk the ball as they walked down the side of the court. Isaac recognized him as the one they'd come to see.
Jared, someone to see you.
Mid-celebratory fist pump, the man turned around, and his eyes widened slightly.
Take 5,
he said to the other players on the court, and then jogged over, wiping his face with a small towel he had tucked into his shorts.
Isaac,
he said, holding out his hand. Isaac shook it.
This is Ben.
What happened to you?
It wasn't my men, was it?
He asked, glaring at the big man who had escorted them in.
No,
said Isaac.
Call it a random act of violence.
I'm okay, though. I just need to clean up, said Ben.
I can fix you up with a shirt,
said Jared. No, that's okay. I'll clean up when we get home. The Marauders' leader shrugged.
Suit yourself,
he said, and turned to Isaac.
So why the visit? The 3 months you gave us is up, and I was going to come and see you in a week or two. I think most of the group have changed their mind about joining up with you, but we were going to take a vote.
Isaac looked around. Everyone in the gym was watching them.
I wasn't really here to talk about that, but we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Have you got somewhere private we can talk?
Sure, my office. Come on. So you want our help to fight them? A killer army of 3,000?
Yes, said Isaac. I know you're probably wondering why you should risk your people when their fight's not with you.
You could say that.
Well, the thing is, they won't stop. They've already taken all of the old New York State and parts of Vermont. They won't stop until the rest is under their control. If they get conquered, New Hampshire will fall. That includes Ashland.
Well, lucky for you, my boys are spoiling for a fight. We did what you asked and stopped our raiding, but I know for a fact they'd love to stomp this army.
How many men do you have? Ben asked.
We had over 800 fighters when we marched on Manchester. It's more like 400 now. A lot of people went their own way once Ash was gone.
Isaac was disappointed. He had been hoping for at least 600. He kept his face neutral and nodded.
That would be great. How soon can you march?
Jared thought about it for a moment.
We could start preparation this afternoon and march first thing in the morning.
Isaac started to do some calculations in his head.
That means you'll get there late tomorrow afternoon. You don't have any vehicles?
Oh, sure we do. But there's no gas left.
It'll have to do,
Isaac said. The colonel had estimated the army from Rochester would pass by the Fox State Forest the next day at around midday. Hopefully the ambush and then the blockade on the bridge would stop them, because it didn't leave a lot of time for the Marauders or the Brotherhood to arrive and be deployed, but there was no other option. He stood up and shook Jared's hand.
Thanks. I'll make sure the colonel is expecting you. Good luck.
You too. Let's kick some ass.
20. In Portland, Paul lay curled up on his seat and desperately tried to think of a way out of his situation. It was useless, though. Panic had set in, and his usually quick brain refused to work. "You're surrounded. Drop your weapon and come out of the vehicle," a deep voice called.
"I'm not armed,"
Paul yelled in what he hoped was a confident voice. He reached over and grabbed the white flag and held it up over his head, waving it side to side.
"We came to talk."
"Sorry about your friend. The man who did that will be punished. You can come out. I guarantee your safety, but step out of the vehicle slowly." Paul took a deep breath. He half thought it might just be a trick to get him to show himself, but another part of his brain said they could just as easily have shot up the Hummer. He sat up with both hands in the air, one still holding the makeshift white flag. He winced, half expecting a hail of bullets, but they didn't come. A few of the men had come closer to the Hummer. There were 4 of them, and they all wore black robes. 2 of them had guns trained on him. "It's okay. Come out," said one of the unarmed ones. Paul shuffled over to the door, still with his hands up, and opened it with his elbow before stepping out onto the road. That was when he heard a moan from the other side of the Hummer. He looked through the Humvee's cabin and saw Lockwood's hand reach up and grab the bottom of his doorframe. Paul looked at the unarmed black robe who was approaching. He had a kind face.
"Do you mind if I check on my friend?"
"Yes, all right, but come around the front of the vehicle. No sudden moves." Paul walked around the Hummer as fast as he dared. He barely took any notice of the 4 brothers that had closed to within 3 yards. He was focused on Lockwood, a man he thought was dead until seconds before. He rounded the door and fell to his knees near the groaning man. Lockwood was still face down. A line of 3 bullet holes stitched the back of his shirt from his right hip to his left shoulder. Strangely, there was no blood. Paul helped to turn him over as the 4 brothers arrived and stood over them. Lockwood's eyes were dazed, but he looked well and truly alive.
"You're okay?"
"Yeah, I'm okay,"
he said, pinching the thickness of the Kevlar vest under his shirt. Lockwood looked up at the brothers who were looking down at him in wonderment.
"You guys sure know how to put on a welcome."
"I'm glad you were wearing a vest," said the one with the kindly face. "Here, let me help you up." He reached down and grasped Lockwood's wrist.
"Rest assured, Elder, the man that did this will be disciplined,"
said another as he was pulled to his feet.
"No hard feelings,"
said Lockwood. "May I ask where you are from and why you are here?" asked the kind-faced one.
"We're from a little town called Concord in New Hampshire. We're here to ask a favor."
"Ah, Concord," he said, looking at the other brothers. "We've heard of you. Come, we will hear of this favor. First, you will sup with us." Paul doubted he would have gotten this far if he'd come on his own. The fact that Lockwood really was old in their eyes did help, just as Isaac had said it would. He thought Lockwood might beg off because time really was of the essence, but in the end he said they would be honored to join them for a meal. Before eating, Lockwood was taken to be treated for the bruising on his back, and Paul handed his letter over to the senior brothers. In the clinic, Paul sucked in a breath when he saw the large welts on Lockwood's back. For some reason, he had always assumed the bullets would bounce off of Kevlar as they did off Superman.
"Son,"
said Lockwood, as he downed the painkillers offered to him by the physician, a kid barely older than 20.
"Looks bad, but not half as bad as it would if I'd not been wearing that vest."
They ate a hearty lunchtime meal with what appeared to be all of the black-robed senior brothers, and barely 2 hours after they arrived were brought before the 3 white-robed members of the council. Lockwood gestured that Paul should take over now. Clearing his throat, the younger man stood up and faced the council.
"We are of the cities Manchester and Concord in New Hampshire. We know of the Brotherhood through the people of Willetton Green, who now reside with us."
There were murmurings around the room before the black-robed speaker knocked his staff on the ground 3 times.
"The casualties that day were unavoidable. We later released the surviving brothers and allowed them to travel home to you."
One of the men in white stood up.
We acknowledge that the treatment of the Willett and Green people was unjust and instigated by a brother who has been banished, although he has not returned. Brother Simon returned and told us of you and your mercy. I have read the letter you carried to us. You want our help to fight a battle?
Yes, sir. A large army marches upon the people of Concord and Manchester. It numbers at least 3,000 and is well armed. Our leaders have asked us to come and seek your assistance.
To fight a war we are not involved in? Asked the middle white robe.
Yes, sir. The army is very aggressive, and they won't stop until they reach the East Coast. Their motto is submit or die. If our two cities are defeated, there is nothing left between you and them.
Paul went on to relay the information that Isaac and Luke had asked him to pass on. He pulled no punches and emphasized the barbarity of the way New America conquered territories.
Our leader requests that you send a fighting force to Concord. In return, he wishes to open trading with you.
Assuming the war is won, of course.
Yes, sir.
Allow us to confer.
The white robes disappeared through a door at the back of the room. A young man that neither Paul nor Lockwood recognized came over.
I'm Brother Simon,
he said.
Oh, you're the one who Luke and Isaac let go, said Paul.
Yes, I was humbled by their kindness.
Do you think your council will decide to help?
I don't speak for the council. You put forward a good case, so I hope they do, because it doesn't sound like this New America will stop at Concord.
They didn't have long to wait. The council returned after a few minutes.
We have our answer. We have unanimously decided to send a fighting force of 300 men to assist you in resisting this army. The rest of our forces will stay here in Portland to protect our territory. If God is willing, we will have victory over these barbarians and can then sit down in the spirit of cooperation with your cities.
Thank you, sir, said Paul. You won't regret it.
An hour later, Paul and Lockwood were on the way back home.
That went surprisingly well, said Lockwood.
You mean apart from you getting shot?
The soldier laughed and then winced immediately.
Yeah, apart from that. That part sucked.
They were headed back to Concord with a commitment from the Brotherhood to send 300 troops. They would depart that very evening. 21. Cyclops had started out life as a kid from the wrong side of the tracks in Chicago. He often wondered if he'd still be alive if China hadn't attacked the U.S. He'd been 14 when that shit went down, and already a big, man-sized kid who'd been drawn into gang life. The answer to that what-if question was, he'd almost certainly have been dead or in prison. Now, here he was 6 or so years later, leading a troop of 500 men into battle. He and his contingent had crossed the Merrimack well south of Manchester via Raymond-Wichurich Drive 2 hours before, and were now holed up in the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport. The report given to Orton by Eshman had indicated that 4 of the bridges over the Merrimack and Manchester and within the northern and southern limits had been barricaded or destroyed. The only one left crossable was, according to their reports at the time, lightly guarded, but it would also be an easy rallying point for the enemy. Orton had devised a plan to cross onto the eastern side further south and attack Manchester from the south and the east.
"Station yourself in this airport,"
Orton had said, pointing to the Manchester-Boston Regional Airport on the map.
"Separate into 2 units and head out at dawn, attacking from the east and one from the south. Have 350 men attack from the south, while you and a team head in from the east. Leave Khan in charge of the bigger force, but have them hold off while you try and negotiate. I want you to head to the tower.
Eshman thinks it will be hard to defend and that they won't be inclined to risk their women and children when faced with a decent-sized armed force. Offer them terms, but smash them if they resist. After Manchester is taken care of, I want you to head north to Concord and attack at will. We'll be coming from the west. Cyclops, who had captured William Orton all those years ago, still resented the fact that Orton had risen through the ranks to become general. He hid it well, though sometimes when on the end of a tongue-lashing from the blonde general, he wished he'd shot him in the face back then. Still, he did respect Orton, the way a burglar respects a dangerous Rottweiler. Perhaps his patience was to be rewarded, though. As they were leaving the briefing, Orton had pulled him aside and made him an offer. A dangerous offer, but one with a big payday. Cyclops agreed to it, but he also knew that Orton had handed him power by just making the proposal to kill the president. He would play along for now, and when the time came, he would be the one to decide whether President Riley or General William Orton lived to see the triumphant end of the battle for Concord. Isaac and Ben beat Paul back to Concord to tell Colonel Randall about the commitment from the marauders. Isaac was impressed by the cool but determined attitude of the Concord people. Their team for the ambush had already left, and when they arrived, Randall was busy organizing his remaining forces into two contingents. One to seal off the bridge, the other a defensive failsafe should they not halt the progress of the new Americans. "Will you command from Concord?" asked Isaac. "No, son. I'll be holding the line at the bridge. If your marauders and the Brotherhood do show up, the Brotherhood will bolster the defense of Concord." "And the marauders?" "Well, from what you've told me, the marauders are the more ruthless fighters, and it sounds like they're spoiling for a fight. I have a plan for them." "Okay. Well, they should be here sometime tomorrow. I hope it's soon enough." "It'll have to be," said Randall. "My man Saracen will be in command of the forces here when the Brotherhood arrives." "Are you sure you don't want us to send anyone?" "No," the older man said, shaking his head. "You're in just as much danger as us. You look after your neck of the woods and keep them off our tails. While they might not have any military expertise on their side, I have the feeling Aiden Riley is no dummy and might split his forces. Our best advantage lies in attacking them before they get here. They won't be expecting that." Isaac and Ben said their goodbyes and left for Manchester. Paul and Lockwood arrived in Concord barely 10 minutes after the other two had left. The Brotherhood were the ones that Randall had doubted would come to the party, and he was extremely happy when Lockwood reported they would be. "That's fantastic news," said Randall, clapping him on the back, causing him to wince and double over. "Sorry, Lockie. What's wrong?" "He got shot," blurted Paul, feeling a little bit like a kid trying to talk with the adults at a barbecue. He cringed when Randall turned his intense gaze on him. "What?" "It's okay, Colonel. I was wearing my vest. One of their boys got a little trigger-happy and tried to ventilate me, but I'm okay." "Show me," said Randall. Paul edged behind Randall to have a look, too. Lockwood turned around and lifted up his shirt. The mottled green and purple welts that marked the impact zones of the bullets had spread and merged at their perimeters, almost covering the soldier's back. "They gave me some painkillers, but I won't be wrestling anyone for a few days." "Right. I've got just the job for you. I have something planned for these marauders, and I need someone with experience to pull it off. Come to see me off. I'll give you my instructions while we walk." The two men left his office, and Paul stood where he was, unsure if he should follow. By the time he decided he should, he felt like it was too late to do so without looking like an idiot. That's when the decision was taken out of his hands. The pretty, dark-haired girl who had seen them into the office poked her head through the door and smiled at him. "Don't you think you should go with them?" "Oh, sure," said Paul, attempting to sound nonchalant as he headed past the smiling Becky, with his face burning. He caught up with Lockwood and Randall as they headed out the main doors. "Ah, Paul," said Randall. "Lockie was just telling me what a big help you were with the Brotherhood. Would I be able to convince you to stay and help him? You'd be his aide-de-camp until all this is settled." "Yes, for sure, sir. I'd love to."
You sure the people back home won't mind?
Well, I think my sister would be fine with it, and I know she'll be looked after by Isaac and the rest. So yes, I think it'll be fine.
Excellent. So, I was just telling Lockie.
22. Even though the wind whistled through the broken passenger side window of the Mustang the whole journey back from Ashland, it was only halfway back to Manchester from Concord that Isaac remembered it.
Oh, crap. Luke is going to kill me.
Ben laughed. I'm sure it won't come to that, but he is in for quite a nasty surprise. When they rolled up to the tower 10 minutes later, Luke was, of course, the first one down the steps to greet them. He cradled Erin in his good hand as he took the steps 2 at a time, holding her out in the Superman position. "There's Uncle Ben," he said, and Ben rushed over, cooing as he took his niece in his arms. "Whoa, what happened to you?" said Luke, the smile on his face fading when he saw the crusted blood on Ben's shirt. His eyes widened when he looked at the car and saw the jagged glass around the window and realized it wasn't just down. Isaac came around the front of the car.
"Sorry, Luke."
"Dude," his friend said, shaking his head ruefully, "you had one job." Isaac looked at the ground.
"I know."
"It's fine, man. I'm just messing with you," Luke said, lightly punching him in the shoulder. "What the hell happened, though? Ben looks like he went 10 rounds with Edward Scissorhands." Isaac and Ben explained everything after they'd gone inside and cleaned up. They also informed the council of the latest news from Concord.
"So, it's really happening?"
said Indigo.
"Afraid so," said Isaac.
"The good news is we have an experienced military commander on our side and a fair-sized contingent of soldiers here in Manchester."
"Do you think they'll attack us?"
"Well, it's hard to say for sure, but I don't think so. I think the colonel is giving them too much credit. I think they're itching to roll right over Concord. If it was them the night Ben and Diana got shot at, I think they would have seen that we don't pose much of a threat."
Luke wasn't so sure, and he didn't think Isaac believed it 100% either. His reasoning seemed to make everybody else feel better, though, so he kept his mouth shut. Their core group spent a peaceful few hours eating and talking together before everyone went to bed. Bowman and half his men made a clearing and set up camp about 50 yards into the forest. The other half were sent to work on the edge of the forest, digging light trenches and building hidey holes. The trees wouldn't offer much cover once the shooting began, but it would definitely keep them out of sight until they chose to start the party. It was hard work once the sun had gone down, but after a few hours they had achieved what they had wanted. 3 hours earlier, they had left the smaller team behind to begin building the combustible barricade. Everything was in place. It was now just a matter of timing the retreat right. He would need to engage the enemy enough to stop them in their tracks and thin them out before he and his team made a hurried retreat along the forest edge and back to the barricade. It sounded easy enough, but Bowman knew there was a very good chance that he and a lot of his men could die when the new American army finally rolled through. His last task before bedding down was to send his fastest man, a skinny kid called Lachlan, on foot to wait on the western edge of the forest. He was to run back as soon as the enemy army was sighted. If the new Americans were traveling as slowly as they had been when he'd spied them 2 days before, the men would have plenty of time to get back and raise the warning. A 3-man team took the first watch, and he bedded down for the night in a flattened area of grass under a pine tree. That night, for the first time in a long time, Daniel Bowman dreamed of his parents. Isaac's eyes snapped open. It was still dark. He needed the whiz, but knew if he got up to relieve himself, he wouldn't get back to sleep. In the end, his restlessness was disturbing Indigo, so he got up anyway. After visiting the bathroom, he felt wide awake and decided he'd go up to the roof and get some fresh air. He snuck out of the room as quietly as he could and headed up the stairs. When he stepped out onto the roof, he took a surprised step backwards. Someone else was up there leaning over the rail and looking to the west. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he recognized the familiar figure.
"Luke, you scared the hell out of me."
His friend turned from the rail as he walked over. "Sorry, I couldn't sleep."
"Worried about what's coming?"
Luke thought for a second, then nodded. "Yeah. From what Bowman was saying, this army makes the Marauders and the Brotherhood together look like a Boy Scout troop."
"Guess it doesn't help that Becky is still in Concord, too."
His friend turned away and grasped the rail again. "Is it that obvious?" Isaac nodded.
"You should go get her tomorrow. Between me, Ben, and Indigo, I'm sure we can look after Erin."
"Nah, she won't come. The sense of duty and all." Isaac put his hand on Luke's shoulder.
"Then you go to her."
"Maybe. Just to make sure they're all prepared. Then I'll come back."
"Okay. Sounds good."
They talked about the possible outcome of the confrontation west of Concord for a little longer, and then Luke said goodnight and went back downstairs. Isaac stayed a while, looking up at the stars like he used to before his parents died. It seemed so long ago now that it was almost like someone else's life. He wondered what they'd think of the man he'd become. He remembered them being genuine and pragmatic people, and decided they'd probably be quite proud of him. He went back downstairs, feeling a little sad, but also at peace. He fell asleep quickly. 23. After breakfast, Isaac and Jamal walked Luke out to the Mustang. Jamal had a screwdriver and brush to take the trim off the door and clear away the broken glass. "I think I can replace the glass in your door," said Jamal. "We just need to find a similar-age Mustang somewhere. It would be good to have one for parts anyway, but we can start with the glass." "If you can manage to do that," Luke said, "I'll have to give you 50% ownership." Jamal laughed. "No need to go that far. I'll be satisfied with taking it for a spin once a month." From the corner of his eye, Luke saw Jamal jerk violently backwards. He was still smiling as he turned, wondering what his friend was doing. The crack of a rifle reached his ear a millisecond later. That was when his brain caught up with the data his senses were relaying. Jamal lay unmoving and staring into the sky. There was a hole in his chest and an obscene red spatter painting the concrete around him. A terrible red snow angel. Luke fell to his knees, trying to scream. Nothing came out but a gasp. Suddenly hands were on him, and Isaac was pulling him up by the shoulders of his jacket, dragging him towards the cover of the car. Sobs racked Luke's chest as they fell to their knees. "Jamal!" He tried to get back up. Isaac pulled him back down. Luke shook him off and tried again. We have to help him." Isaac knew his friend was in shock and pulled him into a bear hug. The shooter was still out there.
"There's nothing we can do for him, Luke,"
he said quietly and urgently, gripping him as tight as possible. His eyes caught movement over Luke's shoulder, and he spotted people inside the tower coming to the plate glass windows. Isaac waved frantically, shooing them away from the window. He heard muffled shouts and screams as they realized the danger they were in. That didn't matter. What did matter was that someone in there took charge and appeared to be ushering them back from danger. Not 10 seconds later, the general alarm started to sound. I was just talking to him," said Luke. He was...
"I know, buddy. Luke, I need you to focus. The shooter is still out there."
Luke nodded, sniffling, and wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket and pulled away from Isaac's embrace. "What direction was it from?" he said, putting his head up a little to look through the broken window of the Mustang. 300 yards to the left, he could see the sentries at the gate were nowhere to be seen.
"From the east, from across Elm Street."
Jamal had been hit directly in the chest and thrown backwards. It had come from the buildings directly east of them. "How the hell are we going to get out of this?" said Luke, unable to prevent himself looking back at Jamal's body. Isaac warily rose to his knees next to Luke and looked across Elm Street through the glass on the driver's side. Luke's hand grabbed his wrist.
Movement.
Luke was right. At first he didn't see, but then from the shadows between the buildings, he saw soldiers in black began to emerge into the daylight. Lots of them. They gathered slowly on the sidewalk on the other side of Elm Street, quiet and well-organized. One stepped forward, a big guy with a shaved head and an eye patch. He put a bullhorn to his mouth. "We're here in the name of New America," he said, and a cheer went up from the soldiers around him. "We claim the old city of Manchester and demand that you surrender to us." While he spoke, Isaac and Luke looked at each other. Luke looked angry enough to go and take them on himself. In fact, as the bald man finished his spiel, Luke began to stand up. Isaac grabbed his arm.
"Cool down. It won't help anyone if you get your head blown off."
"If you surrender," continued the New American, "you will be welcomed as citizens of New America."
"Where are Randall's men?"
Luke said, frustrated.
"I don't know, but we're here and they're not. Let me do the talking, and I'll try to buy us some time."
"They might take another shot," said Luke.
"No, I don't think so. Killing Jamal was meant to shock us into submission. I have the feeling they would rather take us without a fight."
He stood up before Luke could protest further. The men across the way twitched into life, and Isaac found himself facing at least 100 guns. He put up his hands quickly. "Keep those hands up," drawled the leader into the bullhorn, "and have the guy with you stand up." Luke rose and stuck the middle finger of his good hand up. There was a ripple of laughter from the New Americans at his petty defiance. They'd seen it all before. "You put your hands up too, big guy." "Screw you," said Luke, his fingers still up.
"Luke," hissed Isaac, "just do it. We need to get back into the tower in one piece."
Luke gritted his teeth and nodded before complying. "Good. Now who are you?"
"I'm Isaac Race. This is Luke."
"Where's your leader?"
"We don't have one leader. A council governs here. I'm on it."
"A council? Well, how very democratic. So what do you say, councilman? Surrender or die?"
"Well, that's the thing about councils. They have to vote on any decision as important as the one you're offering."
The words were no sooner out of Isaac's mouth than distant gunfire and explosions sounded south, toward where Randall's men were stationed at the bridge. "Well, it sounds like your army friends didn't take the deal. Maybe we should just shoot you down now and storm the building." Isaac's heart sank. He'd assumed this was all of them. With Randall's contingent engaged, they were on their own.
"No, please. Allow us to take a vote. It will literally take 5 minutes.
The big man lowered his bullhorn and talked to the man next to him briefly, before raising it again. "I'm a big believer in democracy myself, so I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're not back out here when that 10 minutes is up, though, we're turning that tower of yours into Swiss cheese."
"Okay. Thank you. 10 minutes it is,"
called Isaac.
"Come on, Luke. We don't have much time."
"We should take Jamal." Isaac nodded. They didn't really have the time, but it was the least they could do for their friend. Isaac took Jamal's shoulders, and Luke picked up his legs, pinning them under his arms. It was a struggle. Jamal was a solid guy and quite tall. They were both puffing with exertion by the time they got up to the doors. Tears sprang to Isaac's eyes as he heard the wails of grief behind the glass.
"Bastards,"
hissed Ben, as he helped them through the doors.
"Oh, poor Jamal,"
cried Indigo, as she comforted Allie and Ava, who was racked with grief.
"What do they want?"
The 3 boys lowered Jamal onto a bench seat, and Ben took his jacket off and put it over his face.
"They want us to submit or die. I told them we'd vote."
"We're going to vote?" she asked.
"Hell no. We're going to fight."
24. Bowman and his team were fully prepped 1 hour after sunrise. He walked along the dugouts and hides where they nervously waited on the arrival of the enemy. He was by far the most senior person there, and had to keep reminding himself that these soldiers had just been kids when the shit had hit the fan. The three men with the RPG-29 rocket launchers were spaced 10 yards apart and about 20 feet behind the first line of trees. As soon as Bowman gave the word, they would step forward and position themselves at pre-designated trees, ready to fire on his signal. They were all confident kids, and he was hopeful they could pull off accurate strikes before the return fire began. He gave each of them quick pep talks as he walked along. The tanks would be traveling one after the other because the road wasn't wide enough to accommodate two across. Each of the three would target a different tank. If you strike your designated tank, fire your next grenade at the car or at a different tank if your buddy has missed their shot. If you miss your designated tank, and I'm sure you won't, fire at it again. The rest of the men were fanned out either side of the rocket launchers. They would begin firing at will once the first salvo from the rocket launchers had been fired. Once he'd done all the talking he wished to do, Bowman sat down with his back against a tree and rested. His night's sleep on the rough ground had been sporadic at best, and he soon dozed off. He was awoken by a hand shaking his shoulder. "Lachlan's back. They're coming." The rumbling sound and faint vibration under his body reiterated the warning. He grabbed his Kalashnikov and shot to his feet. "Ready, everyone?" he yelled.
"Yes, sir,"
came the excited responses.
"Remember, wait until all three are in view."
They didn't have long to wait. Just 3 minutes after Bowman was awoken, the first tank growled around the last bend and into view. He saw the men around him tense in anticipation. The black-painted tank, with leaves and dust swirling in its wake, was quite a sight on that overgrown New England road. "Hold," Bowman called as the second came into view. Then the third. "Wait." The vibration from the three tanks was enough to make his guts quiver now. Finally, they were all directly in front. "Fire!" Like clockwork, the three men fired. The first man scored a direct hit on the turret of the first tank. It exploded and caught fire. Bowman saw from the twisted metal and odd angle of the turret that it had been damaged badly. It slowed and began to veer off the road towards the trees on the other side. Clearly, its operator was out of action. The second rocket-propelled grenade whizzed right past its target, the middle tank, and exploded in the same trees about to be bulldozed by the disabled tank. The third hit the last tank on its road wheels, damaging its track but not enough to stop it. "Take a second shot," called Bowman as he began firing his Kalashnikov at the Mercedes. The driver had slammed on its brakes, and as its side windows exploded inward, immediately threw it into reverse and planted his foot. A horse rider behind the vehicle was quick enough to evade the car, another not so quick. His horse was struck in the legs and fell to the side, its rider screaming in agony as it rolled onto him. The rest of the horsemen were able to scatter aside, some of the riders even beginning to return fire as the Mercedes disappeared around the bend. "Fire at will!" screamed Bowman. Gunfire erupted around him. Horses and men shrieked. A second rocket-propelled grenade struck the third tank. This one hit the turret near the front and blew off its cannon. Amidst the chaos, Bowman saw the undamaged tank come to a jerking halt and the gun turret begin to turn their way. "Mendelson, take another shot at that tank!" he yelled, between bursts of fire from his Russian-made weapon. "Mendelson's down!" answered someone. Bowman cursed and risked a look. Mendelson was indeed down, half his head missing. A bullet whizzed by his ear as he saw Johnson, the first RPG guy, just completing a reload of his weapon and readying to turn it on the remaining tank. It would be a near thing. Bowman didn't bother ducking. He just kept firing at the horsemen and infantry that were now raining hot lead on his team, hoping against hope that Johnson was quicker on the draw than the guy in the tank. 9 miles away, Colonel John William Randall heard the faint sound of explosions on the wind. He was overseeing his men as they put the finishing touches on the last section of the barricade. He looked west, and it wasn't long before he saw black smoke low on the horizon.
"Okay, look alive, people. Bowman's team have engaged the enemy. Let's finish this barricade."
On the Concord side of the bridge, Half of his men had already been set in position in the thick brush on either side of the highway. 400 yards past the bridge, the rest were camped on the tarmac of the highway, protected by sandbagged barriers and machine gun nests. If the new Americans made it past the barrier, they would face a gauntlet of fire from either side of the highway and then be peppered from the men further down the highway, where he also had some other surprises up his sleeve. Randall went back to his command tent and poured himself a coffee before coming back out and looking westward again. One of his young lieutenants walked back from the bridge just as he was draining the last of the bitter liquid from his battered tin mug. "They're done, sir," said Tim Byfield.
"Excellent, Tim. Have them put down their tools and give them some grub."
"Yes, sir. How long do you think before they come through?"
"If everything goes according to plan, it'll be a few hours. We'll have a more accurate idea when those forests go up."
"Yes, sir." Randall stood a long time after Byfield left, looking at the smoke from the battle at the Fox State Forest. He'd planned so the casualties would be minimized, but was heavy with the knowledge that there were men dying over there right now in a battle he had no control over, a battle he'd sent them to. No matter how old one got, some things never got less painful. 25. With 4 minutes of the 10-minute count left, Isaac, Luke, Ben, Diana, and 4 other volunteers were headed to the 5th floor in the tower's one operational lift. Everyone else was being evacuated to the basement, with Indigo in charge. Ben carried the only rocket launcher they had in their possession, and the others, except for Isaac, carried an assortment of automatic weapons. When they had moved in, the 5th floor was where they had determined they had the best scope and vantage defending the tower. The roof of the 20-story tower was too high for anything but sniping with a high-powered rifle. But from the 5th, where they had removed windows and welded in steel plates for protection north, south, and east, they would have the best range for automatic fire without being physically overwhelmed by an enemy force. The 5th floor was also where they had located their secret weapon. Luke had spotted it a week before in a storeroom at the military building where Randall's team was stationed. He'd insisted they bring it back and install it for the defense of the tower. So they had, even though Isaac had opposed it. At the time, it had seemed overkill to have a heavy rotary machine gun. "Dude, we have to have this. It's an M134 minigun. Remember the old Predator movie with Arnie? This is the gun they went after the Predator with, although there's no way in real life you could carry it around like they were and operate it effectively. There's nothing mini about it." "No, but this baby shoots thousands of rounds per minute." Isaac had still looked doubtful. "Dude, I'm not shitting you. If there is even a remote possibility we'll be attacked, this thing might be the difference between winning and losing." "This is not because you want to go all Arnie on me?" Isaac asked. Luke laughed. "I wish," he said. He held up his hook and gestured at the handles at the rear of the gun. "It needs 2 hands to operate, so that'll be your job. I don't want it for a toy." "Well, it kind of looks like the leaf blower my dad used to have me clean the yard with, so I guess it can't be that hard to use." "Yes, dude," Luke had laughed. "It shouldn't be any harder than that." When they got it back, Jamal had secured the pedestal of the heavy gun to the bare concrete floor with bolts. Luke had given Isaac some lessons, both dry firing and a quick burst of live rounds over the top of the buildings on the other side of Elm Street. It was easy to operate once he got used to keeping it level. Handles to maneuver, a switch to arm it, and 2 trigger buttons for his thumbs, low-rate trigger on the left and high-rate trigger on the right. Now, as they entered the stripped-out 5th floor with its missing windows and heard the sounds of the battle further down Elm Street, Isaac was more than glad he had let Luke talk him into it. "How much longer?" he asked as they headed to the windows. Luke pulled out the stopwatch he'd been carrying in his pocket since his stay at Old Orchard Beach. 1 minute, 30 seconds. "Okay, stay low. I don't want them to know we're up here till we start firing." "Are we waiting for the full count?" asked Luke, as Isaac grasped the handles of the M134. "No," said Isaac, as he maneuvered the gun so it was aimed at the men on the other side of Elm Street. He hit the arm switch. The soldiers were spaced along the street front and appeared to be relaxed and talking amongst themselves, not even attempting to take cover. Clearly, they believed Isaac and his people would surrender. Isaac saw their commander check the watch on his wrist and then snap something at his men who came to attention. He stepped forward and raised the bullhorn to his mouth.
"Fire!"
whispered Isaac harshly. He pushed the low-rate trigger button. It turns out that Johnson was quicker on the trigger than the operator in the remaining tank. Unfortunately, call it pressure or fate or whatever you please, his shot went wild and zoomed past the front of the tank. It struck a horse that was trotting up the inside, its rider trying to sneak to the head of the column. The blast turned the animal and rider into a shower of ground meat that splattered a 20-yard-wide area.
"Oh, shit," said Bowman.
"Get down!" He stayed where he was, peeking out from behind the big tree he had been resting against just minutes ago. The dark mouth of the cannon seemed to be aimed right at him. He couldn't tear his eyes away, let alone run. That was when the now weaponless and apparently driverless third tank crunched into the tank about to blast them, pushing it forward a good 2 yards. Its metal tracks chewed up the asphalt as it continued to motor forward against the resistance. Boom! The forest exploded 10 yards to his left, sending bodies, dirt, and debris flying in all directions. The rest of his men continued to fire at the column, but the return fire was coming back heavier as more of the New Americans' infantry got into position.
"Leave none alive!"
yelled someone he couldn't see behind the New Americans' line. Bowman squeezed off another burst of fire in that direction and was rewarded with a curse but no scream of pain. When the turret of the live tank began to crank back in his direction, he knew it was time to withdraw.
"Retreat!" he yelled. "Fall back!"
Inside the Mercedes, William Orton had stayed down and out of sight until the driver gave the all-clear. When Orton put his head up, crumbs of glass fell out of his hair. A pale-faced Riley was upright, a wild look in his eyes. Riley's guard was slumped in his seat, blood seeping from a bullet hole in his right cheek. Next to him, Bull moaned, holding his bloody side.
"The assholes ambushed us,"
said the president. As if to punctuate his point, another explosion rocked the tank that had been in front of them. Horses and men fell. That explosion seemed to spur Riley into action, and he grabbed the snub-nosed machine gun from his dead guard's hands and jumped out of the Mercedes.
"Come on, you sons of bitches!"
he screamed at the men around him.
"They're in the trees! Attack!"
Riley led by example, shooting maniacally as he stomped forward in his business suit. The infantry, who had fallen back at the shock of the explosions and the initial onslaught of automatic fire, began to rally around their leader. Orton climbed out of the Mercedes, ignoring the dying Bull's pleas for help, and made his way to the back of the car, careful to keep it between him and the enemy. He ducked when he heard the whoosh of another rocket-propelled grenade. This explosion was followed by thick, warm droplets of gore and blood raining down upon his head and shoulders. The surviving tank's gun boomed, and he heard the blast and screams of the enemy on the edges of the forest. Riley and around 100 men were firing and slowly advancing. This wasn't to be the end after all. He stalked across to a young infantryman whose eyes widened at his bloody hair and face. "Give me your gun." The kid looked unsure. "Now!" Orton snatched the gun and raced to join the New American troops who were now pressing home their advantage.
"Leave none alive!"
he screamed. A burst of fire answered his call, and the soldier beside him went down with a groan. Another bullet zipped by his ear. Orton dropped to the ground back in survival mode as the men around him returned fire with renewed passion. A few seconds later, he heard the call of retreat in the distance and took his hands off his head, slowly climbing to his feet. He let off a few rounds for good measure but stayed low, always ensuring there was a man in front of him as they ran after the fleeing ambushers. He didn't see Riley come up beside him. The president's tie was askew and his suit scuffed with mud and blood. "Sir, thank God you're all right."
"Never been better,"
answered Riley.
"There's something about facing death that makes one feel so alive, don't you think?"
"Yes," said Orton.
"Maybe you could stay on your feet next time?"
Riley said, with a knowing smile. He turned on his general and began walking after his men at a leisurely pace. Orton raised his gun and pointed it at the president's back. Men ran past him, with more joining the pursuit each second. Too many witnesses. "Not now, but soon, you asshole. Soon." 26. All too rarely in battle, some plans work to perfection, almost as if the guy upstairs scripted it that way. For Isaac and his people, this was one of those occasions. The M134 began spitting 2,000 rounds per minute into the enemy soldiers across the plaza. The stream of death began in the middle of the line of men, and he swept the weapon left, mowing down every man he could see. The leader threw his bullhorn away and ducked behind a light pole as his men fell like ragged dominoes. Isaac hammered the power pole for a few seconds, his fire sending sparks flying off the wrought iron and spitting red dust from the bricks on the wall behind. Somehow the man remained standing and unscathed. Isaac swept the rotary machine gun back to the right, scything down the men who hadn't fled for cover and were now shooting back. The return fire pinged into the concrete around the windows, and one struck the ceiling over his head, dusting him with plaster. With the help of the others, Isaac managed to take down at least 100 men. When his gun finally chewed through the 4,000 rounds of ammo they'd loaded it with, the road and sidewalk were littered with broken bodies. Isaac's hands were numb from the vibrations of the gun. The leader had disappeared. Isaac released the weapon and sat back on his legs. He felt a little sick at what he'd just done, but was glad that it was he who had to bear the burden, not one of the others. Luke walked across to Isaac and held out his hand, pulling his friend to his feet. "Good shooting," he said, his face serious. "Come on, we need to mop up." Isaac nodded. "Oh, well, I didn't get to fire the rocket launcher," said Ben as they turned from the windows. "Perhaps I should—" He didn't finish his sentence. The crack of a distant rifle sounded again. One of the volunteers, a 20-year-old called Jeffrey Kalinsky, took a bullet in the back, the high-caliber round blowing out his sternum and throwing him to the cold floor like a rag doll. Everyone fell to the floor except Ben, who looked down at Kalinsky in horror. "Ben!" yelled Isaac. "Get down!" Diana reached up and grabbed her boyfriend's hand, pulling him to the floor. Isaac cursed himself for forgetting the danger of a long-range shot. "I saw him. He's in the window of that tall gray building," said Diana. "What window?" asked Ben, getting to his knees and hefting the rocket launcher. His face was pale but angry. "It was 2 down and 3 from the right." "Right. Isaac, in a minute I'm going to need someone to distract the shooter so I can blow his ass out." Normally, Ben trying to talk like a badass and messing it up so royally would have had Luke and Isaac in gales of laughter, but the situation was too serious. Just feet away, one of their own was dead, and the killer still had them in his or her sights. "Okay," said Isaac. "Go right to the far corner of the building and take your shot from that window. We'll distract them. Keep your head down." Like a hero in a movie, Ben leaned over and kissed Diana on the top of the head, and then scurried to the southeastern corner of the building. When he was in place, he turned and gave the thumbs up from underneath the window. Luke looked at Isaac. "How about I stand up in front of this window, then duck back down? Then you take a turn in front of yours. It should keep them interested while Ben does his thing." "Okay, don't stay up too long. I'll go first. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Isaac hoped they weren't risking their lives for nothing. He knew Ben had been given training by the team Randall had placed in Manchester, but it would still have to be a lucky shot. Luke took a deep breath and got to his feet. He pretended he was looking for the sniper, then quickly moved to the side and nodded to Isaac. Isaac stood almost as soon as Luke was out of danger. He saw Ben was leaning against the sill with the launcher against his shoulder. He counted to 3 and stepped back from the window just as another round cut the air near his ear and struck the wall behind them on the western side. Whoomp! Ben fired. A split second later there was an explosion. They all watched Ben for a reaction. He was still in place at the window, the smoking weapon at his shoulder. After a second he slowly turned his head, a look of disbelief on his face. "I think I caught them." Luke and Isaac risked a peek. On the other side of the square, a smoking black hole in the brickwork had swallowed the windows on either side. One of them happened to be the third window, 2 down from the top. "Nice work," said Luke. Diana sprang to her feet and joined them at the window they were looking from. "Yep, you got 'em, Dead-Eyed Dick," she said to Ben as he approached.
"I beg your pardon?"
Diana laughed, took him in a warm embrace, and kissed him on the lips. "It's just what my grandpa used to call a good shot." They could still hear gunfire south of the tower, which meant Randall's men were still fighting.
"Come on," said Isaac. "We're going to need everyone who can carry a gun."
A short time later, Luke and Isaac led around 100 of their citizens out of the building. Half had guns, the rest anything they could find in the poorly stocked armory: swords, axes, baseball bats, even a slingshot or two. The remains of the new American force that had been sent to secure their surrender had fled. Isaac gathered his people around.
"I don't know how many there are, or how well armed. We have the element of surprise on our side, but we need to come up on them quietly. Follow our lead."
Isaac and Luke led them down their side of Elm Street 100 yards to avoid the dead new Americans before crossing to the other side and making their way quickly south towards the sounds of battle. Cyclops, once a boy named Deshaun Darnell Jordan, fell heavily to the ground. He had broken into a building a half-mile down the road from where his men had just been massacred. He was bleeding out. From Isaac's vantage point, it had looked like none of the bullets had struck their target, but in fact, one had. High in the left arm, just below the shoulder. The wound was a ragged, bloody mess. Deshaun had tried to stem the blood from his nicked axillary artery, but had barely managed to slow it. And now, as he leaned his head back against a steel filing cabinet in an abandoned store's office, he felt a deep heaviness in his limbs and knew his time was up. So much for deciding who would lead New America. In the seconds before he died, he remembered his mammy on her deathbed.
"God has a special plan for all of us. We must be thankful for the part we play and head off stage quietly when our part's over."
When his remaining eye glazed over a few minutes later, Deshaun's face was peaceful. 27. Bowman and the remains of his team ran through the forest, 30 yards deep but parallel to the Franklin Pierce Highway. He tried to count his men, but it was difficult. His best guess was 15. That meant he had lost half. There had been more when they began their retreat, but the enemy had done the unexpected, pursuing them on foot and shooting at their backs long enough for Bowman to fear that none of them would make it. Luckily, they were finally called off. Approximately 20 minutes after they began their retreat, they reached the roadblock that was to be set on fire. The men that Randall had stationed there emerged from the brush on either side of the road with their guns at the ready. Bowman ran straight to the commander, bending over double as he tried to get his breath back.
"We slowed them down some, but they still have one tank. Shit. I know. Don't waste any time. Let's move to the conquered side and light this baby up."
Bowman and the rest climbed the barrier. It had already been doused in gasoline and stood around 8 feet tall, stacked with tires, assorted rubbish, trees, branches, and heavy timber beams scavenged from houses in the immediate area. It spanned the entire highway, then snaked into the brush on both sides.
"Do you want to do the honors?"
asked Sashi Patel, holding up a match.
"No way,"
he told the leader of the small team.
"You built it, man. You get to have the fun."
Patel grinned.
"Okay."
Sweet. It only took one match. Within seconds, the barrier was a raging wall of flames. The fire quickly spread into the trees. They didn't hang around to watch any longer. The heat was intense, and they had their orders to get to the bridge as soon as it was alight.
"Well, if that's the best they can throw at us, this will be easier than I thought,"
said President Riley after they gave up the chase and returned to the scene of the ambush.
"How many did we lose?"
Orton had been supervising men to drag the dead bodies off to the side of the road. He thought Riley was casual for the benefit of the men. He had seen the shock on his face when the attack had begun, and knew he couldn't be happy about the losses they'd sustained. More in a few minutes of fighting than in all the smaller conquests as they swept across New York State over a period of 3 years. Including the men in the tanks, 44 dead. 2 tanks out of commission and 10 horses killed. A shame to lose the tanks, but we still have 1. They have none. Hurry the men up, I want to move out. A shout from one of the men interrupted him. He looked across to the group doing the last of the cleanup and saw them pointing to the east. A dark column of smoke was rising into the clear blue sky. Even in the few seconds he watched, it grew rapidly. "What are they up to?" said Orton. "We'll soon find out," said Riley. "Come on, we're moving out." Within 10 minutes they were on the move again, the lone tank leading. This time they left the Mercedes behind. Riley decided it made them an easy target. He had already swapped his suit for the black uniform of a dead soldier. The kid had been shot through the eye, and there was only a little blood on the collar. He and Orton went on foot with the other men while the remaining horses brought up the rear. As they marched along the Franklin Pierce Highway, the smoke in the distance thickened and spread until it was covering half the eastern horizon. "I think they set a brush fire." "That they did, William," said Riley, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Clever. But the thing about fires is, they go out." Within 2 hours of igniting the barrier, Bowman led the remains of his team and Patel's across the Contoocook and joined Colonel Randall and his small army. The colonel led him into the command tent. "What's the sit rep?" Randall asked as his lieutenant enjoyed a well-earned bottle of water. Bowman gave him a rundown of the ambush and their escape. "Damn it. I was hoping we'd have no tanks to worry about. That changes things a little. But at least you gave them a bloody nose. Did you salvage the RPGs?" "We have 2. Our 3rd man was shot in the head, and we left it when we retreated." Randall nodded. "We'll need to make use of them again, and make sure they are front and center when that convoy arrives. Come on, let's go and give these troops a pep talk." 28. The Concord contingent had managed to fight off the surprise attack of the New Americans and turn their battle into one of attrition, killing 2 New Americans for every Concord man they managed to take down. They were ensconced on the bridge, managing to get behind the barriers that were supposed to protect them from an attack coming from the other direction, and pinning the invaders down in the valley between buildings that led up to the bridge. Still, they were outnumbered, and their leader, Lippman, knew before long they would be defeated, even as the casualties on the other side mounted. The 100 from the tower hit the rear of the New American forces hard and had an immediate impact on the battle. The invaders turned and began to fight as the Concord contingent laid down suppressing fire at their backs. Luke and Isaac and the others with firearms speared the charge, shooting as they went. Luke screamed his battle cry, shooting and swinging his vicious hook as he went. He was indiscriminate, shooting and gashing anyone within sight or range. Isaac followed, carefully taking down anyone that looked like a threat to his friend. Ben and Diana were alongside them as well, watching out for each other and adding to the tally of New American casualties. The enemy rallied as the second wave of Manchester people began their close-quarters attack with handheld weapons. In the thick of the battle, Isaac saw his people being shot down. Their charge had the desired effect, though. The enemy was in disarray, sandwiched between 2 smaller forces. The well-trained Concord soldiers took advantage of the situation and jumped the barriers, charging from their position to hit the New Americans with close-range fire. Isaac and the rest of his gun-wielders renewed their efforts when they saw the New Americans falling, and he dared to hope they might eke out a victory. That lost any importance for him when he realized Luke was gone, though. He shot a man in the face and strained to see over the heaving bodies. He finally spotted Luke. He could only see his head and his bloody hook rising and falling as he took turns shooting and slicing the enemy. Isaac let off a burst of rounds at the men in front of him and rushed over the fallen bodies to help his friend. A man came at him swinging his empty rifle at Isaac's head like a club. He ducked and put the barrel of his gun against the man's stomach and squeezed the trigger. When he rose, Luke had disappeared again. "We surrender!" a voice called, and suddenly the black-clad men around them began laying down their arms. Isaac ordered them to drop to their knees with their hands on their heads. He found Luke bent over a man, his chest heaving with recent exertion. It was the leader of the New Americans. He'd been shot through the chest. Luke had a bruised cheek and bloody lip. The dead guy looked worse, his demise at the hands of Luke the obvious reason for the quick capitulation of his troops. After the dust had settled, there were 79 surviving New Americans. The conquered contingent had lost 31 men, and another 5 were suffering bullet wounds. Of the 100 that Luke and Isaac led into battle, 22 had been killed. There were no celebrations. The conquered soldiers collected the enemy's weapons and secured the prisoners in their base while Isaac and his team tended to their dead. As they worked at their gloomy task, they quietly discussed the next steps. It was clear that the key to their survival was the outcome of the Battle of Concord. They had been lucky so far, but there was no way they could fight off another attack. Diana and Ben pulled Isaac, Luke, and the commander of the conquered contingent aside. "You should take our remaining people and head to Concord with the soldiers," she said to Isaac. "They're going to need every person at their disposal, and together with these guys you can bring at least 60, all armed now that we have the New Americans' weapons." "I was thinking the same," said Luke. The commander nodded his support. "I can stay and oversee clearing up the bodies and treatment for the wounded with the rest. Ben, you should go too." "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said, taking him by the hand. "Go. If we don't win Concord, we're as good as dead." An hour later, their combined group of 62, all armed with guns, headed towards Concord by road in the Mustang, 3 pickup trucks, a Jeep, and 2 Hummers. When the New American Army, led by its sole tank, rolled up to the first roadblock, the air was thick with smoke. Most of the fuel had been exhausted except for tires and larger beams of timber. What remained would smolder for days. The woods to either side were blackened and smoking, but the fire had moved on, leaving a swath of charred devastation. With a kerchief tied around his face, Riley inspected the burnt barrier. "What are your orders, sir?" asked Orton. Riley didn't waste breath answering him. Instead, he turned to the tank and gestured at the barrier. "Barge your way through that," he yelled. Orton spoke into his walkie-talkie, and the tank lurched forward as he and Riley stepped off the road. The tank crunched and pushed its way through the smoking rubble. The items that it didn't move from its path were crushed and compacted onto the road. Within seconds, his men had a way through. It would have been much more difficult to traverse or go around if they'd lost the last tank. "Tell them to pick up the pace," said Riley. "I want this over with." "Here they come," said Bowman an hour later. He stood with Randall in the back of a pickup 100 yards back from the final roadblock. He handed the colonel his binoculars. The older man was bitterly disappointed they hadn't managed to buy more time. Now they had to hold out for as long as they could to give Lockwood time to implement his plan. The tank moved steadily along the highway, leading the cavalry and infantry. There was no sign of the limo Bowman had mentioned. "Get the men with the RPGs ready." The enemy wasn't to be surprised this time, though. Barely 2 minutes after the tank was sighted, it came to a shuddering halt, still 1.5 miles out. As they watched, curiously, its turret turned to face the bridge. "Christ," Randall muttered. He hadn't given the New Americans enough credit. They were obviously aware of their guns' range and were going to use it to their advantage. His rocket launchers were as useless as water pistols at that range. "Get everyone back from the roadblock, now!" yelled the colonel as he climbed down from the pickup. Boom! The orders were barely out of Bowman's mouth when the cannon fired. A second later, the middle part of the barrier exploded. Men and debris flew in every direction as the rest of the men turned and fled. Another boom rang out. This shell struck the road on their side of the barrier. More men flew like rag dolls. Bowman and Randall watched helplessly. "We may have to retreat, sir." "No, they're just softening us up. We need to hold the line." Bowman opened his mouth to argue, but a third boom drowned him out. This one hit the barrier again. When the dust and smoke cleared, it looked like an old man's smile with 2 teeth missing. The tank would be able to crash through now without missing a beat. Then they heard the chant. It started quietly, then picked up momentum as thousands of voices joined in. "New America,
America, New America, New America.
Randall put the binoculars back to his eyes. The tank was moving again, faster this time, and behind it, the horses were trotting. The infantry jogged behind them.
Get ready. The first wave is coming.
29. Lockwood and Paul intercepted the marauders at the northern limits of Concord. They were a daunting sight. Every man was armed with a gun, and nearly everyone carried a backup weapon. From where he stood, Paul saw axes, modified baseball bats, and swords. While the new Americans wore black uniforms and the Brotherhood their habits, the marauders looked more like warriors from a Mad Max movie. They were painted and tattooed and looked downright mean. Paul knew they would strike fear into anyone they faced. He certainly felt intimidated. Still, their leader, Jared, was friendly and respectful when he spoke with Lockwood. More importantly, he was amenable to the change of plans and heading west instead of down to Concord. Within 10 minutes of halting, they were following behind Lockwood and Paul in their Hummer, crossing the Merrimack and heading west where a foreboding pall of smoke painted the horizon. Riley was pleased with the results of the tank's barrage and looked to capitalize quickly.
Order them full steam ahead. I want the tank to smash that roadblock. Then the cavalry is to ride through with all guns blazing.
Yes, sir, he said, and spoke into his walkie-talkie. Personally, Orton would have preferred to fire a few more volleys at them, but Riley, incensed by the ambush that had nearly claimed his life, was keen to push forward. There was no use arguing, and besides, Orton had decided he would use the confusion of battle to make his final move against the president. While he had made a deal with Cyclops, it looked as though the confusion of battle would see the opportunity present itself much sooner. He intended to make sure Riley didn't survive the first 10 minutes. Once he was eliminated and the fight turned their way, Orton would continue and conquer Concord before returning triumphantly to Rochester at the head of his army. If by some miracle the Concord rabble turned the tide, well, he could treat with the enemy and present his assassination of the president as evidence of his goodwill. Eshman had made his way slowly from the rear of the column until he was in the third row from the front. Ahead, he could see the president and General Orton near the rear of the tank. Orton spoke into his walkie-talkie, and the tank jerked forward. It wasn't held back to ensure men on foot could keep up this time, and gathered momentum as it sped along the highway headed for the damaged roadblock. "Go!" yelled the president to the men on horseback, and they spurred their mounts, galloping after the armored vehicle. Eshman, watching with interest, ducked out of sight behind the man in front when Orton turned to address the men on foot. "Forward march!" he called. Eshman stepped forward with the other men as they fell in behind Riley and his cruel general. Isaac and company arrived in Concord just as the Brotherhood was getting set for the defense of the city under Saracen's direction. Coupled with the men the colonel had left behind, they numbered 500.
"Do you think you're covered if we head out to back up the colonel?"
Isaac asked Saracen. "Of course, 60 men aren't going to make a difference here, but they might there. Go for it." Isaac conferred with Lippman, the captain who led the contingent that had been stationed in Manchester, and he agreed. "Let's do it." The tank hammered across the bridge and crashed through the roadblock in a spray of timber and rubble. The horsemen followed it through, shooting at the men in the distance as soon as they had cleared the debris. The armored vehicle traveled another 20 yards, its operator seemingly intent on running right over the sandbag nests ahead. The 2 rocket-launched grenades struck it from either side. One hit the turret, blowing it askew, and the other whizzed under the tank and exploded, lifting it 2 feet into the air before it crashed back to the asphalt and shuddered to a halt.
"Light 'em up!"
yelled Randall, happy that the new Americans had fallen so easily into his trap. The gauntlet of men in the surrounding trees began shooting, and within 2 minutes, the entire new American cavalry was dead or injured on the road around the tank and beyond.
"Now for the real fight,"
said Randall. The battle began in earnest 3 minutes later, as the infantry of the new American army went head-to-head with Randall's smaller fighting force. At the beginning, at least, the fight was even. Randall's men, secreted in the woods, managed to keep the enemy from passing the remnants of the roadblock. Eventually, though, the sheer weight of numbers began to tell. Riley split the first portion of his men into two and had them concentrate their fire on the trees on either side of the highway, while Orton and a smaller group laid down suppressing fire on the men ahead of them. Slowly, as men in the woods fell, the rate of firing from the trees diminished, and Riley called Orton over. "It's time to send your men through," he said. "One charge and we should have them." Orton gave the order. 20 yards behind them, Eshman decided now was his moment. He slid off to the side as the other men crowded forward and began assembling near the gap for the charge. Eshman lifted his rifle casually, pointing it in Orton's general direction. When the firing began, he would take his shot. Orton slowly stepped back and away from Riley, who was facing the gap in the roadblock. It was time. When the men charged through and the firing began, he would assassinate Riley. "On 3, charge the enemy," he ordered, slowly pulling the pistol from his pocket. 1, 2, 3, attack!
30. Lockwood and Paul had left the Hummer a mile out from the intersection with the Franklin Pierce Highway. They now marched at the head of the Marauders column with Jared. Smoke was thick in the air, but the fire that was causing it seemed to be well to the west. They paused at the intersection to pore over the map. "We're here," said Lockwood, pointing at the map, before gesturing down the highway towards the east. "The colonel's position is 2 miles that way."
"Do you think the invaders have gotten that far?"
asked Paul. His question was answered, not by Lockwood, but by a distant boom, carried on the wind from the same direction.
"It would appear so," said the older man. "Come on, we need to get moving."
"Fire!" ordered Randall. Gunfire erupted around him. The first enemy soldiers through the gap fell quickly, but soon, like ants over a dead carcass, they swarmed through the gap and charged headlong towards them. Eshman watched the men begin running through the roadblock as the inevitable return fire began. Bullets whizzed and whined past his head, but Eshman was now fully focused on the task at hand. He raised his rifle to his eye and aimed between William Orton's shoulder blades. Orton moved closer to Riley and slowly brought his pistol up. He was almost tempted to tap the president on the shoulder, to see his eyes as he realized he was about to be betrayed. He resisted the temptation and pointed it at the back of Riley's head and began to squeeze the trigger. That's when his back exploded in white-hot agony. He fell forward, and even as life fled his body, the last directive from his brain was completed by his hand. The gun fired. President Aidan Riley jerked forward as a bullet hit him in the back under his shoulder. From behind? How? The strength went out of his legs as he puzzled over the question. He fell to his knees and reached around to feel the warm, sticky mess. On leaden legs, he turned and found William Orton face down on the ground, a smoking pistol a few inches away from his outstretched hand, and a bullet wound between his shoulders.
"Bastard! You shot me,"
he said as he toppled over. Strong hands grabbed him and eased him to the ground. Kneeling over him was Eshman, the sniper Orton had ordered whipped not so long ago. "You'll be okay, sir. Just stay down." Lockwood and the others heard the battle before they saw it. "Around that bend," he called. Paul ran alongside him, a semi-automatic pistol in his hands as the marauders roared and sprinted around and past them, rushing headlong into battle. "Stick close with me, son," Lockwood told the nervous kid. "Don't shoot unless you have to." They heard the clash of bodies and gunshots as they rounded the bend. The marauders had crashed into the tail of the enemy column and had already cut a swath through the panicked and surprised soldiers. Bodies, most of them wearing the black uniform of the new American Army, fell everywhere as the marauders relentlessly pushed the enemy force back upon itself. Paul and Lockwood watched, but didn't need to fire their weapons.
Randall and his men were forced back from position to position, but for each yard the enemy gained, they paid a heavy price. Still, he knew it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. As he looked at the broken and dead bodies of his men scattered across the battlefield, he started to wonder if he shouldn't have taken the deal after all. There was nothing for it now. A white flag meant certain death because they had resisted in the first place. Then, two things happened. First, the new Americans on the other side of the roadblock and the length of the bridge began to turn as gunfire and screams rang out from their rear. And second, behind Randall and his men, a posse of vehicles screeched to a halt. There weren't many of them, but Isaac and Luke led an invigorated unit that joined the battle with enthusiasm and began to force the new Americans' vanguard back. Randall's tired men joined in, and their new push, coupled with the trouble behind the enemy's lines, swung the battle back in Concord's favor. Soon they had taken back control of the area behind the roadblock and were picking off the enemy forces on the other side. He didn't dare to call it yet, but somehow, by some miracle, it looked like they might prevail. "What's happening?" Riley asked, coming to. He had been bandaged and was sitting off to the side, with Eshman standing guard over him. Eshman didn't try to sweeten it. "We're being attacked on two fronts, sir," he said. "A big force from behind is crushing us, and we've lost the ground we gained on the other side of the roadblock. They'll be on us soon. We can't fight our way out of this. I think we should surrender." The pale-faced president didn't respond to the news. "You killed General Orton to save my life?" Eshman thought about being honest and telling Riley he hadn't known that Orton was going to assassinate him. But then, he didn't think it was a lie to claim he had saved his life, even if it wasn't intentional. "Yes, sir." Riley reached out and put his hand on the sniper's arm, wincing at the pain in his shoulder. "Thank you. See to our surrender. I don't want any more to die because of me. You're in command now." Badly wounded, with heavy blood loss, it appeared the fight had gone out of President Aidan Riley. "Yes, sir." Eshman stood up and began yelling, "We surrender! We surrender!" The frightened men and women around him picked up the cry and began laying down their arms. "They're surrendering, sir," reported Bowman as the gunfire began to taper off. Randall, bone-tired, looked heavenward and exhaled slowly. "Thank God." 2 days later, in the Concord City Hall, Colonel Randall, Isaac Race, and a sick but recovering Aidan Riley signed a peace treaty. For the damage and lives they had taken, Riley and New America agreed to pay compensation in the way of goods and labor for 2 years. Riley also signed a non-aggression pact that, if breached, meant New America would be invaded by the combined forces of Concord, the Brotherhood, and the Marauders, and Aidan Riley put to death. Riley was happy to sign it. He understood very clearly that his execution had been discussed and supported loudly by some during the days after the surrender. As luck would have it, Isaac Race and his contingent had pushed for mercy, and he owed them a debt of gratitude. In the days that he'd been there, and while they debated his future, Isaac, Luke, and Randall had gotten some insight into how Aidan Riley had turned out as he had. He had had it much rougher than any of them, and it was clear the influence of his general, William Orton, hadn't been helpful. In some respects, he was a victim of circumstance, but then again, they all were. "You know, all I ever wanted was to put America back together again," said Riley, as he was climbing into his damaged but still running Mercedes. Eshman sat in the driver's seat. "Maybe this is the beginning of that. I'm sorry I didn't try another way to start with." In the end, he'd taken full responsibility, and they'd all agreed that the last president's son was not a lost cause, and that some good would actually come of the Battle of Concord. The last act of the peace accords was an agreement to form a council between all 5 cities to begin working on trade and mutual assistance between the members. The council was to meet every 6 months and would include setting a framework for military cooperation in case of another threat arising. No one named them, but everyone knew that was likely to come from the Chinese occupiers if they ever came back across the Mississippi. "Maybe he's right," said Luke, as they watched the car turn and head back out of Concord. "Maybe today is the rebirth of America." Randall put his hand on Luke's shoulder.
"I hope so, son. I hope so."
Epilogue.
I pitched the ball. Max struck it clean, and it flew over Luke's head. He turned and began sprinting after the ball even as Becky made a beeline for it. "Run, Max!" called Indigo as she sprinted from second to third base. Cade was already headed for home. Becky and Luke ended up in a huddle wrestling over the ball as Aaron, standing in the bleachers of the small park, jumped up and down next to her sister, squealing in delight. In the end, the ball rolled free, much to the disgust of their teammate Sam, who retrieved it. "Get a room, you two," I yelled from the mound. "We have a game to win."
Cade passed home base as Sam threw the ball, and Indigo slipped home while it was still in the air.
Diana, who was playing catcher, dragged in the catch and rushed to the plate as my boy steamed home. With an almighty slide, he beat her to it. The gangly 8-year-old's victory dance was a sight to behold, and my team lined up to congratulate him and the other winners with high fives and claps on the back. We had a picnic on the grass after the game. Indigo and I, Ben and Diana, and Luke and Becky watched the kids playing together. Ben and Diana's 3-year-old, Blake, played with his cousin Aaron and her raven-haired little sister Elizabeth, who had just turned 2. The bigger kids played some catch.
"I still can't get over how much she looks like you,"
Indigo said to Becky as they watched the girls.
"Her good looks, my smarts,"
piped up Luke. We greeted this with the groans it deserved.
"Seriously, though,"
said Luke, taking a sip of cold lemonade,
"does it get any better than this?"
Things had changed markedly since the battle for Concord. The spirit of cooperation between the signatories after the battle had continued, and we now had a healthy, loose collaboration between settlements. Concord and Manchester, along with Rochester, were growing quickly as word of the cities and the lifestyles they could offer spread. Aidan Riley came to understand it was possible to grow without conquest, and when he died tragically of a blood clot on the brain at the age of only 24, President Eshman had continued his good work. Colonel Randall stepped down as leader of Concord a year ago, saying it was time for democracy to begin again. Their first election was won by Daniel Bowman, who became governor in a landslide. He immediately appointed Colonel Randall as his senior advisor. The Marauders and the people of Ashland began migrating to Concord and Manchester as soon as the accords had been signed. Word had spread quickly about the comfort and safety that the cities had to offer. Their army blended with Randall's and despite some teething problems had settled in nicely. Their leader, Jared, was appointed general after Bowman won the role of governor. He had proven himself an extremely capable leader in the few years since the battle. The Chinese in the West were always a consideration, but whether it was because of fear of the virus or superstition or just plain indifference, they had never crossed the Mississippi in the intervening years as far as anyone knew. Randall believed if they left the Chinese alone, they in turn would leave the survivors in the East alone. I hoped he was right. I also worried that the bigger and more sophisticated we got, the more of a curiosity or threat we might become to them. Hopefully, that was a long way off. For now, it was time to enjoy the present. "You know what, Luke?" I said. "I don't think so. I don't think it does get any better than this."
The End of Civil War, Book 6 of the America Falls series. Written by Scott Medbury. Narrated by Adam Barr.